Chapter 33. It really is simple. He opened his eyes. The internal strength in his body changed and became much stronger. He guided the internal strength in his body to his hands. His hands were wrapped in a thin layer of purple light. This is internal strength. Lin Fan raised his hands, and the light wrapped around his palms was really magical. He then grabbed towards the candle on the table. Cousin relied on internal strength to crush things in the air last time. However, after he did that, the candle didn't move at all. Scary, is this the reason why internal strength isn't strong enough? Lin Fan shook his head and looked at the small support system. Physique, 90, Martial Path Grade 3, Internal Strength, 30, Martial Path Grade 1, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 1, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Reach the Peak, Rage Points, 13-22-inch. Raising my inner strength to 30 points is the first stage of the martial path. Since my physique has reached the third stage of the martial path, then I can be considered a dual cultivator. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. Initially, he wanted to improve his physique, but later on, he realized that the use of inner force seemed to be quite powerful. This gave him a headache. He didn't want to give up on either side. Then, he could only cultivate together. Anyways, he was a rich family young master and didn't need to worry about food and clothing. His days were just so relaxing. Occasionally he would fight with others, and that was a huge joy. If he wasn't forced by others, he wouldn't have cheated to cultivate. Not bad, this is a good start. External Martial Path Grade 3, Internal Martial Path Grade 1. It should be no problem for me to defeat a Grade 4. It seemed like he could try when he had time. Sleep. He still had 1,000 rage points, so he didn't add them. When he was bored, he would add them. He laid on the bed and fell asleep. Outside. Lin Wani was about to leave, but when he saw Lin Fan fall asleep after cultivating for a short while, he stopped. His eyes were filled with flames. It seemed like he praised him for nothing. In the end, it was still the same. Old Master, this. Old Wu felt really awkward. Young Master, why didn't he hold on a little longer, at least let Old Master leave? Don't go, act tonight. Lin Wani said strictly. Old Wu replied, yes, Old Master. Towards this, Old Wu could only say that young master was helpless, but Old Master was doing this for his own good. Subsequently, Old Man Wu put on his mask, tapped his heels lightly in the air, and floated into the courtyard. Not long after, cries of surprise could be heard. Audacious assassin, you still dare to come? You've gone too far. Help! There's an assassin. Shouts could be heard, but they came to an abrupt stop in an instant. Young Master. Go Zi was cultivating the Vengeful Tiger Blade technique in the back forest. When he heard Young Master's shout, he rushed over with his blade. Young Master, don't be afraid, I am here. The assassin's attacks were swift. Lin Fan blocked them and kicked a few times from time to time. Lin Fan looked at Go Zi holding the blade and hollered, don't come over. Go Zi didn't have strength, so the assassin couldn't do much to him. However, Go Zi was different. He didn't have much strength, so facing the assassin, he might even be instantly killed. If you want to hurt my young master, you'll have to step over my dead body. Go Zi hollered in rage. He held the blade with both hands and slashed at the assassin without any fear of death. At the same time, he said, young master, you leave first. I will block him. Go Zi hadn't trained for long, so he didn't have much strength. To people with some strength, his body was filled with weaknesses. With a blade in hand, he was just slightly stronger than normal people. Old Wu nodded his head. This servant was not bad. When Master faced danger, he charged over without fear of death. He was loyal and could stay by young Master's side. He pointed in the air, and with a pang, the air was compressed and hit Go Zi. With a put-on sound. Go, Z's pupils constricted and he fell to the ground. Don't panic, he didn't die. He just fainted. You are my target. The assassin's voice was really young, and old Wu did that on purpose. Young master suspected that old master was the assassin, and his suspicions were correct. This was why he wanted to clear old master's name. He kept young master in the dark. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He flipped his body and rolled to Go Zi's side. He felt his pulse, and it was still beating. He then picked up the blade and said warily, "Who are you?" Old Wu didn't say much as the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. He stepped forwards, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He was really quick as he struck towards Lin Fan. Damn, where did the Lin family people go? There is an assassin. Lin Fan hollered. There were so many people in the day, but now there wasn't even a single person. The assassin came as he pleased, and it was like he was in his back garden. Lin Fan flipped and dodged it. He held the blade with one hand and grabbed the chance to slash towards the assassin. Tiger intent. He raised the vengeful tiger blade technique to reach the peak realm, and its strength was extraordinary. Even though this saber technique was very ordinary, any cultivation technique that was cultivated to an extremely high level would be able to unleash an extraordinary might. Instantly. When Lin Fan slashed out with his saber, a ferocious black tiger materialized on the blade. The internal strength in his body boiled and gathered on the blade. If he didn't have internal strength, he wouldn't be able to slash out such a strong blade. Old Wu was shocked. Good job. As expected, young master didn't disappoint him. Old master was right. Only under pressure would the young master be able to display his astonishing potential. If he didn't find out by chance, he definitely wouldn't have expected young master to have such strength. The thickness of internal strength has reached martial path grade 1, not bad. Old Wu was really happy. He didn't dodge and took young master's blade head-on. He reached out, opened his fingers, and used his body to take it head-on. Pang! A very heavy force came crashing down. You assassin are just too arrogant. If you have balls, then come in the day. Why do you come so late at night? Are you even giving me a chance to sleep? Lin Fan was furious, slashing out the unhappiness in his heart. Are you even giving me a chance to sleep? Old Wu took a step back, and a shocked expression appeared under his mask. He was careless. He underestimated young master. He didn't expect young master's strength to be so heavy. Was he a dual cultivator? No. Young master didn't cultivate external cultivation techniques, so how could his body raise to such a level? He was at least martial path grade 3. There were 2 paths to take in the martial Dao. One was external cultivation. The other was internal cultivation. Very few people cultivated both internally and externally. It wasn't that it was impossible, but that they had limited energy. Even those who were extremely talented rarely practiced both internal and external cultivation. Most of the time, they practiced internal cultivation. Young master was not bad. His internal cultivation reached martial path grade 1. That slash probably consumed a large portion of his internal strength. Normal grade 2 people would have been badly injured. Your internal strength shouldn't be enough to slash out like that, right? Old Wu said. Lin Fan didn't feel tired at all. What lack of internal strength? He just felt that his body was filled with internal strength. That slash just now was a normal slash. His internal strength didn't decrease at all. Lin Fan jumped up and raised the blade in his hand. He hollered in rage and slashed down. Tiger intent. Pang. Tiger intent. Pang. Lin Fan swung the saber in his hand and slashed at the assassin. One by one, the black tigers roared ferociously. I will kill you, bastard. He didn't feel tired at all. Instead, his blade technique became smoother and smoother. How is that possible? Old Wu was shocked. Young master had slashed out dozens of times. How could his internal strength support that? Young master's internal strength cultivation was only at martial path grade 1. Lin Wani wanted to see how this unfilial kid would be beaten up until he cried for his parents. But now, his expression was really serious. His eyes shone brightly. The unfilial kid had surprised him. Good. If Lin Fan knew that his father was watching from afar and even praised him, he would definitely exclaim that there was such a father. Lack of sleep would affect the kidneys. Chapter 34. This young master seems to be able to defeat him. After exchanging dozens of blows, the other party was suppressed by his attacks. Originally, he wanted to take the opportunity to carry Guzi and run out quickly to call for help. However, as he fought, he realized that he could win. Old Wu was feeding young master moves. The young master's strength was not bad, although it wasn't considered much among the younger generation. However, he was much more powerful than the 3 sons of the Yuan clan. Suddenly, Lin Fan realized that something was wrong. The assassin's speed became faster, and the feeling he gave off also became more mysterious. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed past. Lin Fan took a step back and dodged. The assassin's palm was as sharp as a knife, slashing across his neck. He had never felt so close to death. If he had been a step slower, he would have died. That's right. If you're any slower, you'll die, the assassin said. Lin Fan started cursing in his heart. Oh my God, who did I offend to be targeted by them all day long? They don't even give me a chance to live. This was the Lin family. Didn't they say that his father was very powerful? After fighting with the assassin to such an extent, why hadn't his father realized it? Something was wrong. Old Wu saw that the young master was deep in thought, like he was thinking about something. He was a little surprised. Did the young master discover something? Perhaps it was time for master to appear. If this went on, the young master might really discover a problem that was not worth pondering over. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Lin family? You are courting death. A voice rang out from the distance. Lin Wani stepped through the air. When Lin Fan saw who it was, he was delighted and shouted, "Father, come and save me. Your son is about to be killed by this assassin." The assassin retreated, and his body stopped in the air. With a bang, he turned into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the air. After he left, a voice could be heard. "I'll come again." Lin Wani landed beside Lin Fan. He frowned and said solemnly, "I didn't expect him to run so quickly. Dad, what should I do in the future? If he were to come and assassinate me all the time, I won't be able to take it." Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his father was here. It seemed like it really wasn't my father. No, relax my ass. If it wasn't for my father, I would have died. He had always suspected that this assassin was his father in disguise. But looking at the current situation, that was clearly not the case. Was he wrong? If you don't want to be assassinated, then become stronger. But don't worry, nothing will happen to you in the Lin manor. He is much stronger than you, but he didn't kill you. It seems like it is him. Lin Wani thought about it. Father, who is he? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani said, this has to start from a dozen years ago. Back then, Lin Fan listened carefully. He wanted to know who it was. Then, he opened his mouth and said with a dumbfounded expression. Father, so what you mean is that you used to beat him up a dozen years ago. Now that he is back, he is staring at me. Lin Fan said. What was going on? What does that have to do with me? If he wanted to find someone, he should find the person in question. This young master doesn't know anything, and I've taken the blame for my father for no reason. If this matter were to spread out, everyone would sympathize with him. It is only right and proper for a son to repay his father's debts. You unfilial son, you have caused so much trouble during this period of time. You should bear some of it for your father. Tomorrow, I will have the guards stand guard outside the courtyard. Go back to sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Wani immediately left. Lin Fan was left alone in the night sky. Son to repay father's debts. Was there such a thing? He then walked beside Go Zi, who was still unconscious. Haze, Go Zi, I have seen through you. In the future, only I can bully you. If others bully you, I will slice off their heads. He carried Go Zi and sent him into the house. If Go Zi was conscious, he would definitely cry. Young master personally carried him back. What kind of glory was that? Other young masters would probably just let him lie outside and wait for him to wake up before returning to his room. Reading room. Old master, young master really hid his strength deeply. If not for us probing, we probably wouldn't have known. Old Wu changed out of his assassin attire. Young master's strength exceeded his expectations. Scoff, external cultivation grade 3, internal cultivation grade 1, you are still far from it. Lin Wani said. Old Wu smiled. Old master was happy deep down, but the words that came out of his mouth were a huge blow. However, he knew that old master was happier than anyone else. Right, old master, the servant beside young master is not bad. He is loyal to young master and didn't retreat when he faced danger. He can be developed. Old Wu said. Do as you see fit. Lin Wani said. Old Wu smiled, it seems like I will be busy every night. Morning. Lin Fan opened his eyes and shouted, Go Zi. Not long later. Go Zi carried a wash basin in, young master, last night. It is okay, don't think about what happened last night. Lin Fan waved his hands. He had to think about how to deal with this assassin. After all, the assassin couldn't just appear at night, right? He couldn't even let him sleep. After washing up, Lin Fan brought Go Zi to see his cousin. The moment he got there, he saw his cousin standing in the courtyard with his eyes closed. As he breathed in and out, turbid air seeped out from his nose and mouth. When he heard footsteps, Zhou Zhongmao opened his eyes. Cousin. Cousin, are your injuries healed? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao smiled, yes, I consumed 300-year-old ginseng yesterday and absorbed the essence to heal my injuries. I am already healed. Amazing, his recovery is really domineering. Lin Fan felt that his cousin was really strong. His injuries looked a little heavy, but who knew that he would recover in one night? It seemed like his cultivation technique was really amazing. Cousin, where are we going today? Zhou Zhongmao was willing to stay with his cousin and hand over the guard training to others. To be able to stay by his cousin's side was the happiest thing in his life. I don't know, let's head out first. Last night, I was frightened and the assassin came to find me. Luckily, I am a little strong and didn't let him succeed. Let's not talk about it. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. To be honest, he had suspected that the assassin was someone sent by his father from the very beginning. If not, why would an assassin not kill him and just like to beat him up? After his father acknowledged him last night, he understood that he had conflicts with his father. He couldn't beat the old, so he came to bully the young. Scum. When he was prepared to leave the manor, he saw Manager Chen carrying a thick book out. He was going to register for Qin family village and Zhang family village. Recently, many things had happened. He gave out a lot of farmland. His actions that infuriated the Yuan and Liang family actually didn't cause any trouble for him. From the looks of it, his family was really amazing. There were many stalls by the side of the roads selling all sorts of breakfasts that looked really delicious. However, Lin Fan noticed that when he ate, the commoners didn't ask for money. This was because of his reputation. He had a good reputation. However, As the young master of a rich family, how could he not pay to eat? If this spread out, he would lose all his face. He directly asked Go Zi to pay. Lin Fan swaggered on the road. The commoners around looked at Lin Fan. They all saw what happened yesterday. Lin family young master and the Yuan family head had a conflict outside the city. If they didn't personally witness it, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 35. Just as Lin Fan and the others were strolling around, something happened in front of them. A figure flew out of one of the shops. With a pang. Aya, it hurts. That person laid on the ground, one hand touching his butt as he grumbled. At that moment, a few helpers surged out from the shop. They punched and kicked the person on the ground. They then raged, "If you dare to cause trouble again, I will break your hand." After saying that, they hurried back into the shop. This was a gambling den. Those people were the helpers of the gambling den. It was obvious that this person caused trouble and was beaten up. The person who was beaten up was perfectly fine. He got up and patted his butt. "You still dare to threaten me? I didn't want to stoop to your level." The commoners around were used to such things. Who knew how many such things happened every day? Many people walked into the gambling den with bright faces, but in the end, they walked out in a daze. "Cousin, this fellow isn't a normal person." Zhou Zhongmao took a look and said. "Even if he isn't a normal person, he is still a human. As long as he is a human, there is nothing to be afraid of." Lin Fan said. Just at that moment. When the middle-aged man who was tossed out of the gambling den heard that, he smiled and walked over. "Young master's words are really good. I am Feng Bolu, Feng from Feng Feng, Bo from Feng Feng, Lu from Feng Feng Lu. How should I address you?" Feng Poliu stood upright. Although his hair was messy and there was dust on his face, he felt that he had an aura. He even stroked his mustache coquettishly. Zhou Zhongmao blocked in front of him and looked at him warily. As long as he did anything weird, he would take him down right away. "Cousin, don't be too nervous." Lin Fan patted his shoulder and smiled. "I am Lin Fan, Lin from Lin Fan, Fan from Lin Fan." Feng Poliu smiled. "Good name, young Master Lin's background isn't ordinary. To be able to match up to your looks, only the Lin family is. Good eyesight." Lin Fan acknowledged and agreed with what he said. His bootlicking skills were something that without decades of practice, one wouldn't be able to do. "Young Master Lin, we are like old friends. You are like a friend I knew in the past. Can I speak to you?" Feng Poliu said. "If you have something to say it here." "It's fine, we're all on the same side." Lin Fan said. He had met a veteran. Most people didn't have the ability to make friends with others. Feng Poliu walked to Lin Fan's side and smiled. "Brother, lend me some money to recoup my losses. What do you think?" Lin Fan's expression was indifferent as he shook his head and said, "No." "What do you want to do?" "If you want to borrow money, then find someone else. If you dare to cheat my cousin, I will beat you up." Zhou Zhongmao's attitude towards Feng Poliu changed. Although this guy wasn't an ordinary person, he was a gambler. How dare he try to get his hands on his cousin? He must be dreaming. "Brother, don't be impulsive. I'll make a deal with your cousin. I promise we won't cheat each other." Feng Poliu said and walked in front of Lin Fan. Since no one was paying attention, he carefully opened his shirt and revealed a book. "Brother, I'm not joking with you. This secret manual is a peerless secret manual. If it weren't for the fact that I have no money, I would never sell it." "Shush, softer, don't let others find out. This is a secret that our race doesn't pass down. If people find out, I won't be able to protect you." Lin Fan looked at him and squinted. "What secret technique, what peerless secret technique?" Feng Poliu coughed. He raised his head and acted like he didn't do anything. However, His hands didn't stop as he pulled the book outwards. Look, bug controlling technique, all bugs in the world can be controlled. Brother, I saw that we were fated, which was why I thought about making a deal with you. After saying that, Feng Poliu closed his shirt and acted like it was real. He looked left and right and acted like nothing had happened. How much did you sell it for? Lin Fan asked. Not much, just a few dozen. No, I didn't sell it. This is a peerless technique, so I can't casually sell it. I saw that you looked like my old friend. I wanted to give it to you, but looking at your status, if I gave it to you, wouldn't I be insulting you? So I just wanted to make a deal. Feng Poliu was going all out to promote this secret technique. It is okay, I am not afraid of being insulted. Lin Fan said calmly. Not bad, he was playing tricks on him. This person had some skill. Feng Poliu was stunned and then smiled. Brother really knows how to joke. Is 10 silver enough? I am not interested in the technique, but you have some ability, so I will help you. Lin Fan said. Brother is loyal, I thank you. Feng Poliu cupped his fists and said solemnly. Then, Feng Poliu took out a technique from his left chest and stuffed it into Lin Fan's arms. He patted his shoulder. Brother, good thing, really good thing. I hope that when we meet in the future, you will be able to learn it. Go, Z, pay up. Lin Fan said. Go, Z looked at young master and then at Feng Poliu. This fellow was definitely a liar, but since young master agreed, what else could he say? He could only pay 10 silver. Feng Poliu smiled like a flower when he got the money. Brother, I will take my leave. He didn't even turn his head, running really quickly and instantly disappearing. Cousin, these people are liars. Cultivation techniques are expensive, not to mention top cultivation techniques. They are hard to buy even with money. Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Fan smiled. It is okay, bootlicking is also a skill. To meet such a person in the morning, it makes me feel really happy. As a rich family young master, he had to have such an attitude. If he felt good, then he had to reward him. Let's go to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to drink tea. Lin Fan held a fan, one hand behind his back. He walked into the distance like a young master. He had just gotten this fan today. It was barely worthy of his identity. When Lin Fan and the others left, Feng Poliu charged into the gambling den and shouted. Grandsons, watch how Grandpa will kill you. Not long later. With a pang. Feng Poliu was tossed out from the gambling den once more. You fellow, if you dare to cause trouble without money, I will break your legs. The people in the gambling den hollered in rage. Kiki. Feng Poliu patted his butt and left. I will continue to find a young man with a dream to learn martial arts. He patted his right chest. What was placed here was what he used to earn money. Suddenly. He stood there in a daze. His right chest swelled up. He patted his left chest. There was nothing on his left chest, it was dry and shriveled up. No, the left is real, the right is fake. No, the left is fake, the right is real. Left is real, right is fake, That's not right, my head hurts. I placed it here in the morning, how did this happen? Feng Poliu hurriedly took out the technique on his right chest. The cover was also bug controlling technique, but it was totally different from placing it on his left chest. When he saw the contents on the first page, he was completely dumbfounded. Wah, he cried out in pain. Brother, come back, I took the wrong one. Chapter 36. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. The servant carried a plate and walked over. Young Master Lin, please eat. 8 treasure cake, 5 grain porridge, almond tea. Simple and casual. This breakfast wasn't something that normal commoners could enjoy. 8 treasure cake was made from 8 different ingredients, one of which was ginseng, which had a really good nourishing effect. What do you all want to eat? Just order whatever you want. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I am not hungry at all. Young master, me too. The two of them were helpless. They had to look at what time it was. In just a few more hours, they would be able to eat lunch. Lin Fan didn't say anything and started to eat. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion's food tasted really good. As expected from the biggest restaurant in U City. Thinking back to that Feng Poliu fellow, he directly took out the secret technique in his arms to take a look. Cousin, be careful. You can't cultivate these fake techniques, otherwise, if something happens, you won't know what to do. Zhou Zhongmao reminded. Fake techniques were really dangerous. There were people who obtained them before, but they were fake ones. They followed the techniques on it and died in the end. They didn't even have a chance to be saved. To him, how could there be such a dumb person in the world? Someone who exchanged the techniques for silver. Especially someone who said that it was a top technique, that was really amusing. Don't worry, do you think your cousin is dumb? Lin Fan flipped to the first page. He ate while reading. What was written on it was really mysterious. However, it was okay to take a look. Zhou Zhongmao looked at his cousin warily. As long as cousin showed signs of cultivating, he would attack right away to stop him. How could he cultivate a technique of unknown origin, and it might even be fake? He would lose his life if he did that. Very quickly. Lin Fan finished reading it. There wasn't anything attractive about it, just that it was a little fierce. The small support system changed. Bug controlling technique, unlearned, this was a real cultivation technique. Cousin, take a look. This cultivation technique seems to be real. Lin Fan tossed it over. Since the small support system recorded it, that meant that the cultivation technique was indeed useful. It seemed like that fellow had a conscience and didn't cheat others. The 10 silver was worth it. Not only was he flattered for no reason, but he also received a cultivation technique. Not only did he not make a loss, he even made a profit. Outside. Feng Poliu came out from the gambling den and ran to many places to search for Lin Fan. Damn. He actually took the wrong one. It seemed like he had lost his mind from gambling. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? This was his lifeblood. Even if he lost his life, he couldn't lose this thing. At this time, he saw a figure on the upper floor of the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. It was the young Master Lin who gave him 10 taels of silver. Found it, finally found it. Feng Poliu was delighted and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he couldn't find it and could only take the risk to head to the Lin family. It seemed like he had a chance. He quickened his pace and walked towards Lin Fan. When he arrived at the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Clatter. There was a splash in the trash can at the side, as if something had fallen out. Feng Poliu looked out and noticed a secret technique floating in the dirty water. It was very familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. What? Feng Poliu's pupils constricted. This was the bug controlling technique, his life. He didn't think it was dirty and directly took it out. It was wet, and there was a weird smell. He flipped it eagerly. The content was what he wanted. I am back, I am finally back. He heaved a sigh of relief. How terrifying. If he couldn't find this technique, he definitely wouldn't leave U City. He had to find it before he could leave. Now that he had it in his hands, he was prepared to leave. Suddenly. He stopped and stood beneath the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. His expression was one of disbelief as he muttered to himself. What do you mean? What does he mean? He doesn't care about my top technique at all, tossing it aside like it was a shoe. No, I have to ask for an explanation. Feng Poliu stepped into the Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. He was a contrarian. In the pavilion. Zhou Zhongmao didn't care about the technique at all. When cousin passed it to him, he tossed it away. It was fake. It was fake. He felt like it was a hindrance to him. Lin Fan didn't care, so he just tossed it away. It was good that cousin was happy. Moreover, the name of the bug controlling technique wasn't domineering enough. Although the content was a little overbearing, it was really meaningless. Ta-ta! Footsteps spread out from the stairs, they were really hurried. You can't go up, who are you? The manager tried to stop him. Feng Poliu's clothes were too ugly, like a refugee, so how could the manager let him go up? However, how could he stop him? I say, what's wrong with you, shopkeeper? I'm here to look for someone. Do I look like a beggar to you? Feng Poliu was furious. He was actually treated as a beggar. If this was decades ago, he would have slapped him. What is going on? Lin Fan looked out. It was so noisy, and that voice was a little familiar. Very quickly, he saw that the innkeeper was pulling someone along. That person was like a dog, walking up with all his might. He couldn't stop him at all. Brother, it is me. Tell the manager to stop pulling me, I am here to find you. Feng Poliu shouted. He didn't want to bully people who didn't have strength. If not, with a wave of his arm, the manager would have smashed into the wall and spat out 3 liters of blood. Manager, stop pulling, I know him. Lin Fan said. The manager released his hand, his expression changed. He said politely, so you are young Master Lin's friend, why didn't you say so earlier? Please, please enter. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Feng Poliu shook his head. Lin Fan waved his hands, manager, you can head down first. This place has nothing to do with you. Okay, young Master Lin, take your time. I will wait downstairs, if you have something to say. The manager left. At this moment, Lin Fan felt that Feng Poliu was a little interesting and said, you lost everything? You are here to sell techniques to me? Zhou Zhongmao stared at Feng Poliu in rage. How was this person so shameless? Did he really think that his cousin was a fool? Feng Poliu wasn't angry, brother, how is that possible? What do you mean by selling? Although I like to gamble, I really like to sell techniques to you. What a waste, I thought you were here to sell. What is the matter? Anyway, I don't have money. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu organized his words and said angrily, brother, I didn't come for anything else but to ask why you threw my top technique into the trash bucket. You are insulting the technique and also me as a person. Scoff, acting all mysterious, fake techniques, who are you trying to harm? Zhou Zhongmao scoffed coldly. If cousin wasn't here, he would have attacked long ago. Fake? Feng Poliu raised his voice, you big fellow, I don't know if I should say that you are ignorant or blind. You actually said that my secret technique is fake. Do you know how many people would fight for it if it was placed outside? Zhou Zhongmao scoffed in disdain. Cousin, this secret technique is real. Lin Fan said. Listen to what your cousin said. This is real. Feng Poliu pointed at Zhou Zhongmao and said in delight. However, what Lin Fan said next made Feng Poliu so furious that he wanted to show off. It doesn't mean anything. Lin Fan said. Feng Poliu was unwilling. This technique was his life. For others to say that it didn't mean anything made his heart hurt. Brother, your words are a little hurtful. You can insult me, but you can't insult my technique. This secret manual is the only copy that has been lost to the world. Truthfully, I wanted to use another to bluff you, but I took the wrong one and took out the real one. If not, I wouldn't have chased you all the way here. But now that you don't care about my technique, looking down on it, I can't take it anymore. Let's go outside the city. I have to let you all know how strong the bug controlling technique is and how much of a good chance you all missed out on. Feng Poliu couldn't take it. Facing people who didn't know, he could only use such methods to prove himself. Chapter 37. Outside the city. Lin Fan had nothing to do. He did nothing every day and was really bored. For such a talented comedic person to suddenly appear, he would definitely support him. Cousin, be careful in case this fellow lures us out of the city and wants to harm us. Zhou Zhongmao said softly. His gaze didn't move away from him. As long as he did anything weird, he would kill him right away. He came to an empty space. Feng Poliu stood there and took in a deep breath. It was like he was a different person, the aura he gave off was different too. Look closely, this is the true terrifying part of the bug controlling technique. The moment he said that. Wang. With Feng Poliu as the center, many ripples spread out. These ripples couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and one could only see it from the swaying grass. What strong internal strength. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn. Lin Fan waved his fan and nodded, interesting. Not long later. Chiu chiu. Ji. Many soft sounds spread out from the ground and the forest in the distance. The ground seemed to be shaking. The soil beneath Lin Fan's feet was shaking too. Young master, look there. Go, Zi exclaimed and looked into the distance in disbelief. Not far from the forest, a black mist surged over. No, it wasn't a black mist, but many small bugs. The sound of flapping wings got closer and closer. Shortly after, many bugs living in the soil flipped open the soil like they were being guided, popping out in groups. A black patch covered the entire ground. Cousin, be careful. Zhou Zhongmao said softly. There were just too many of them. If one couldn't use internal strength to protect their bodies, just this bug ocean tactic was enough to swallow everyone. Cousin, what is going on? Why are these bugs so obedient? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I can't see it, but it should be some special internal strength that is guiding them. At that moment, Feng Poliu smiled. How is it? Is it terrifying? What you have seen is just the tip of the iceberg. The true terrifying part of the bug controlling technique hasn't been shown yet. But I can tell you that if it is shown, no grass will grow within a few miles. Lin Fan clapped. Amazing, really amazing. To play with bugs to such a level, it is rare in the world. Ha ha ha. Feng Poliu felt really good. Brother, now that you understand what kind of opportunity you missed, let me tell you something. If I can cultivate the bug controlling technique to the max level and my internal strength is strong enough, then there will be even more terrifying phenomenons. If one doesn't cultivate the bug controlling technique, one wouldn't know about it. I'm leaving. You can slowly regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Poliu's body seemed to be made up of numerous bugs. He then scattered and disappeared along with the bugs. At the same time, a voice could be heard. I expose myself before you all not to prove how powerful I am, but to let you all know what sort of opportunity you all missed out on. Ha 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 ha, the sound gradually faded away. Only Lin Fan and the others were left in the forest. Cousin, what is he doing? Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. Why did he leave just like that? Lin Fan thought for a moment. He's probably afraid that we'll ask for it back, so he purposely put on a show in front of us. It's not bad indeed. Although it looks a little scary, it's really overbearing. Cousin, I was wrong. Zhou Zhongmao was sad. He regretted that he had eyes but failed to see, causing his cousin to miss out on such a peerless secret manual. Although he didn't show many skills. But just from what he showed, it was enough to show that this secret technique was above many cultivation techniques. What wrong? It is just controlling bugs, how disgusting. Let's go back. Lin Fan patted his cousin's shoulder and didn't care much about it. He just felt that Feng Poliu was a little delighted. He remembered the secret technique. He even showed off his ability and then fled. He was purposely trying to make him feel disgusted. He remembered it. In the future, if they had a chance to meet, they could have a deep conversation. City Gate. A row of carriages came out. The one at the lead was the Su family guards, the Su family with the three-leaf family emblem. The refugees on both sides spread out. Is the Su family leaving? Lin Fan muttered. The carriages didn't stop and just passed by Lin Fan. Just at that moment, a carriage that passed by Lin Fan stopped. Su Gang opened the curtains and revealed her face. Young Master Lin, if you have a chance come to Zwa City, I will treat you well. So it is little Miss Su, the injuries on your face are all healed. You look much prettier than before. Lin Fan smiled. Oh right, did you find the culprit? I think the culprit really knows how to hide. Rage plus 123. The moment he talked about the culprit, Su Gang was filled with rage. She just didn't find him. Thank you young Master Lin for your concern, I will definitely find the culprit. Elder Su, who was holding the rope, looked at Lin Fan expressionlessly and said, Young Master Lin, your father's Yumeng will die one day. Only by becoming stronger can you continue living freely. I hope young Master Lin knows what to do. Little miss, let's hurry. If we waste time, we won't be able to reach before night falls. Let's go. Old Su didn't have a good attitude towards Lin Fan. Little Miss was naive and dumb. It was already so obvious, so why couldn't she see it? He knew that the one who hurt Little Miss was the Lin family kid. Now, he still had the face to act dumb in front of Little Mississippi. If not for him caring about Little Miss's temper and knowing that the person who hurt her was this kid, she would have torn apart the Lin family. Lin Wani definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. It would instead cause conflict between the two families. It wasn't worth it. Lin Fan didn't reply. He just smiled and waved his hands. Little Miss Su, be a good person and stop bullying normal people. Seeing the carriages get further and further away, he shouted. It wasn't good for this old woman to bully normal people. Hey! Lin Fan smiled. Cousin, why did the Su family come to Yu City? Zhou Zhongmao shook his head. Cousin, I don't know. Forget it, let's go home. At this moment, the Yuan and Liang family were at the city gate. After they sent little Miss Su off, their expressions became solemn. During this period of time, little Miss Su had insulted them badly. If they weren't afraid of the Su family's strength, this brat would have been slapped to death at the side. When the Yuan and Liang families saw Lin Fan, their faces turned dark and sunken. During this period of time, this kid had brought them many problems. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Rage points plus 223. Rage points plus 177. Pa! Lin Fan opened his fan leisurely. When he passed the two families, he smiled. It is right to be angry. It doesn't feel good to keep it bottled up in your heart. That damn kid. Old Master Yuan was so furious that he was about to spit out flames. However, there was nothing he could do. Old Master Liang was the most frustrated and also the most furious. Before he even agreed, Zhang family village was swallowed by the Lin family. In the crowd, many furious eyes stared at Lin Fan. Liang Yongqi was the most furious. He really wanted to swallow Lin Fan up. He had never been bullied before, but during this period of time, he took all the anger he had for the past 20 years. Lin Fan's lips curled up and he glanced at everyone. Helplessness is so scary. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 123. Rage points plus 88. Chapter 38. On the official road dozens of miles away from Yu City. Ha ha ha, feels good, it really feels good. Feng Poliu kept the bug controlling technique close to his body. He was really frightened. If he lost the technique, it would be really painful. Luckily, he found it and it was a safe trip. To him, he had to thank Lin Fan for not knowing his stuff. Yu City is too old and there are too many gambling dens. I should head to Rong City. He was a wanderer who roamed the world. He spent half a month in Yu City and didn't gain anything. Instead, he was conned by the gambling dens. The gambling techniques here were too strong, and it was time to change places. Back courtyard. Lin Fan returned to the manor and laid on the wooden chair. He ate some iced fruits, and his body felt really good. His life was really carefree. The blazing sun in the sky was a little intense, and the fan blocked half of it. Occasionally, the wind would blow over, and it was really cold. Yu City is a little small. He had come to this foreign world for a period of time, and he had caused many problems. Yu City only had 3 aristocratic families. The other 2 were aristocratic families, but his Lin family didn't look like one. There were too few direct descendants, and there were also too few guards. But that was good, there weren't any scheming things happening, and he was free. At this moment, he felt an itch on the back of his hand like something was crawling. He lowered his head, and it was a small black-headed ant that was slowly crawling. He instinctively wanted to slap the ant to death. However, thinking about Feng Poliu's ability, he was a little interested. He sat up straight and observed the black-headed ant. It was different from the ants he saw on Earth. This ant was obviously bigger, and there were 2 rows of teeth on its upper jaw. Move. Lin Fan focused. He wanted to communicate with the ant, but it was like playing the piano to a cow, and it was totally useless. The data of the small support system had obvious changes. Rage points, 42-46. Bug controlling technique wasn't an internal cultivation technique, but a cultivation technique. He could add points to it. His internal strength should have reached a level where he could cultivate the bug controlling technique. He tried to add points. He consumed 1,000 rage points. Instantly. Bug controlling technique changed, it directly rose from novice to novice. Cultivation technique, bug controlling technique, novice. The moment it entered novice, a never-before-seen internal strength formed in his dantian. It was gray and viscous like milk. It was only the size of an egg. It was different from the purple internal strength of the Purple Sun 4 Saint scripture. It formed 2 different types of internal strength, but they could be merged together. Interesting. Although this internal force isn't as strong as the Purple Sun 4 Holy Scripture, it seems to have a different use. Lin Fan was so bored that he could only find some fun. The black ant was still crawling on the back of his hand. Although it was light to put down its antennae, he had already raised his physique to 90 points, so he could feel the extremely slight vibration. Let's try and see whether or not this bug controlling technique is so magical. He had previously thought that this was just an ordinary low-level martial world. But later on, he knew that his thinking was too simple. This was not a low martial world, it should be a high martial world. Raising his right hand, Zhang Xian gathered the gray inner energy that had just formed in his body at the tip of his finger, and a thread of inner energy enveloped the ant. Suddenly, he felt a slight change. The ant on the back of his hand did not move. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat and he wanted the ants to jump. At this moment, the ant on the back of his hand seemed to be controlled. Its antennae bent and it suddenly bounced up, wanting to jump up and then fall down. It really works. He was shocked that the ant could actually be controlled by him. To Lin Fan, this was like discovering a new continent, it was really interesting. He continued to pass down orders. The ant on the back of his hand was like a puppet that was being controlled, listening to orders and doing what he told it to do. Other people couldn't see it, but he could sense that a thread of his internal strength was connected to the ant. It was directly cut off. The ant that was listening to his orders suddenly stopped moving. It was like it was stimulated, randomly crawling on the back of his hand. It landed on the ground along the wooden chair, hiding in the cracks of the green bricks and slowly leaving. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fan smiled. This cultivation technique was really interesting. Chi chi. A little bird landed on the tree in the courtyard and chirped. Lin Fan used his internal strength to strike the bird once more. When this thread of internal strength touched the little bird, it seemed like it was frightened, flapping its wings and flying away. It can't work. Maybe it is because little birds aren't bugs. Bug controlling technique, is it really controlling bugs? If that was the case, then the potential of the bug controlling technique was limited. However, who knew? Maybe it was because he had just learned the basics and the special internal strength he formed hadn't reached a shocking level, which was why he was unable to control the little bird. Just as Lin Fan wanted to continue, Go Zi walked over. Young master, it is lunch time. Old master told you to head over. Lin Fan got up and walked towards the dining area. Although his father was disappointed in him, they basically ate together. One of the 3 meals a day had to be there. When he arrived, his cousin and father were sitting there waiting for him. In the huge Lin family, only the 3 of them were relatives. Compared to the Yuan family and the Liang family, the difference wasn't just a tiny bit. Especially the Yuan family, they had many direct descendants. To Lin Fan, this old man Yuan was a stallion tycoon, who knew how many concubines he had. Father. Lin Fan walked to the front of the table and found a place to sit. Lin Wani acknowledged and didn't say much. He really didn't know what to say to his son. In the past, he was filled with despair. Lin Wani was so famous, but why was his son such a useless person? At that time, he was thinking that he was in despair. Forget it, if he didn't cultivate, then so be it. As a parent, his goal was for his child to be safe. Since he didn't have any achievements, then he would take responsibility. But in the end, he and Old Wu realized that this unfilial kid actually cultivated. Although his realm was low and couldn't be of much use, it was much better than before. Zhongmao told me that you met a weird person. Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan was really casual. It isn't weird, it is just a normal person. He took a cultivation technique and sold it to me. I didn't find it interesting, so I told cousin to throw it away. At the start, Lin Wani didn't know who it was, but when he heard that it was the bug controlling technique, he instantly thought about a certain faction. It was a rather troublesome and terrifying force. Uncle, it's my fault. That was indeed a peerless technique, but I treated it as a scam. Zhou Zhongmao still couldn't forget the fact that he had such a precious treasure in his hands, but it was thrown away like trash. His heart ached. You didn't do anything. That isn't something you can touch. Forget about it, it is good for all of you. Lin Wani said. How has your blade cultivation been? Lin Fan ate and muttered, I haven't, it is so boring. Rage points plus 66. He saw the small support system give him a notification of rage points. He only wanted to say that he was helpless. He was angry just like that. However, the rage points were a little low, which didn't match his father's situation. Don't cause trouble for me. Lin Wani lectured. Oh, understood. Lin Fan replied half-heartedly. Rage points plus 88. Lin Wani took in a deep breath. The unfilial kid's reply was just half-hearted. It seemed like he had to train at night. Old Wu, who was standing at the side, shook his head. It seemed like young master was going to suffer again. Just as they spoke, Lin Fan had eaten 5 bowls of rice in a row. It wasn't enough, so he told the servants to scoop more before he continued to eat. Cousin, your appetite has become bigger. Zhou Zhongmao said. It is okay, my body has been growing. Lin Fan replied. His digestive ability was a little strong, and when it was time to eat, he would be really hungry. Lin Wani looked at his unfilial kid and then instructed. In the future, slaughter pigs. Chapter 39. After lunch, Lin Fan returned to the courtyard. Within the reading room. Old Master, why would people from Insect Valley appear in U City? Old Wu was really confused. Insect Valley was far away from U City, especially since U City was at the border. There wasn't anything that could attract their attention. Lin Wani had interacted with people from Insect Valley before. They were indeed a terrifying bunch of people. If my guesses are correct, that person should be Insect Valley's traitor, Feng Poliu. Lin Wani said. Old Wu was shocked. Old Master, you are talking about Feng Poliu who killed his master. To normal people, this matter belonged to another world. But to them, it was something they were familiar with. There isn't much time left, a storm is coming. 20 years is a cycle, who knows whether or not U City can still exist. Lin Wani said solemnly. He hoped that Feng Poliu was just passing by U City. If he had a goal. That wasn't a good thing for U City. Old Master, we can only try our best. Old Wu said. Courtyard. Lin Fan laid there and let go Z leave. Internal strength seeped out from his body and covered the ground. As the internal strength was too weak, it could only cover 10 meters. He sensed that there were many small bugs around. At this moment, the bugs were covered by internal strength and formed a really subtle connection with him. Many ants surged from all around. Naturally, their numbers couldn't compare to Feng Poliu's, but to Lin Fan, it was a good start. When these ants gathered together, they looked like soldiers. I can't control more ants, my internal strength isn't strong enough. Lin Fan thought about it. Bug controlling technique controlling ants seemed a little useless. However, he was thinking about something. Such a small thing, if he didn't use it to do something, then wouldn't the 1000 rage points he spent on bug controlling technique be a waste? But what should he do? He really didn't think about it. Forget it, let's not think about it. When I think about it, then I will use it. Spending so much time to study bug controlling technique, even he didn't dare to believe it. Head out. He had to head out. On the streets of U City, Lin Fan brought cousin and Go Z to stroll leisurely. Haze, U City is not bad, so why is it so broken? Lin Fan asked. He really didn't understand. If U City was more beautiful, it would definitely attract more people and make U City more lively. At least it wouldn't be as boring as it was now. Young Master. Just at that moment, Manager Chen, who had just returned from the city, saw his young master and immediately welcomed him. Manager Chen, what's up with you? Lin Fan looked at how flustered Manager Chen was as though he had met with something. Manager Chen was really anxious. Young Master, it's great to meet you. Something happened at Qin Family Village and Zhang Family Village. Yuan family and Liang family sent people this morning to steal all the grain stored in the two villages. He didn't leave a single grain of rice. He said that he had paid the land tax and had nothing to do with him from now on. He went to register the distribution of fields in the morning. When he found out about this, he didn't know what to do. Tian was indeed pregnant. However, without rations, they wouldn't be able to last long. Damn, are these two old dogs so strong? Lin Fan was furious. They were going to fight him to the death. Great, I have nothing to do recently and am so bored. They actually sent themselves to me, so I am going to fight them to the death. Manager Chen saw that young master's expression wasn't good and said softly, Young Master, you can't be too rash. We snatched Qin Family Village and Zhang Family Village from their hands and have angered them. They did this to make it impossible for the villagers to live. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled, how playful, to think of causing trouble for me. Let's go to the two villages. Yes. Manager Chen replied. He came back from outside the city to inform young master. Liang family. When the Liang family young master Liang Yichu learned about this, he frowned for a long time. Big brother, what happened? Second miss asked. Liang Yichu shook his head, How stupid. How could they send people to snatch back all the grain stored in the village? They didn't leave anyone alive. Second Miss didn't feel like there was a problem. Brother, you can't blame father. Zhang family village betrayed us first, so we took their grain and treated it as paying taxes. From now on, we have nothing to do with them, so we are letting them off. You don't understand. Liang Yichu said, I will find father and ask him to return the stored grain. Brother, don't go. Second Miss chased. Big brother was too soft-hearted and wasn't the type that father liked. Although she didn't like third brother, he was vicious and father liked him. If big brother continued to anger father, then the Liang family would be snatched away by him. Liang Yichu shook off her hand and stepped into the reading room. Not long later. There was a ping sound. There was the sound of something smashing inside. Second Miss was waiting outside. When she heard that, her face turned white. She knew that father was angry. As expected. Scram right now. Liang Yichu was chased out and shook his head. Big brother, forget it, don't make father angry. Second Miss said. Haze. Liang Yichu shook his head and felt really depressed. Kachi. Liang Yongqi walked out from the room. The injuries on his face hadn't healed yet. He gloated as he looked at Liang Yichu. Big brother, don't make father angry. Your thoughts are too naive. If the Liang family falls into your hands, then it will be destroyed. Second sister, don't be anxious. Once I take on father's responsibility, I will find a good husband for you and raise the kids. The moment he said that, Liang Yongqi stood with his arms behind his back and strutted away. Just now, inside, his father said something to him. In the future, the Liang family would have to rely on him. The meaning behind those words was that Liang Yongqi would be in charge of the Liang family in the future. Big brother, look at third brother. He is too arrogant. If the Liang family really falls into his hands, then there won't be a place for us. Brother, what are you thinking about? Second Miss said anxiously. For some reason. Liang Yichu thought back to what young Master Lin said to him. If I become the family head, then I will have the right to speak. He muttered and then thought about something. Second sister, you head back first. Big brother, then what about you? Second Miss asked. Liang Yichu looked at the tightly shut reading room. I will go apologize to father. The moment he said that, he walked towards the reading room, pushed it open and then closed the wooden door. As for what happened next, no one knew. Big brother is enlightened. Second Miss was shocked. She then said excitedly. Enlightened, finally enlightened. Qin family village. When Lin Fan arrived, he frowned as if he had been robbed by bandits. They aren't giving me any face at all. Lin Fan said. Zhou Zhongmao said, cousin, if they don't give us face, then we will beat them up. Some of the villagers were injured and their faces were bitter and filled with despair. At that moment, someone shouted. Young Master Lin is here. Originally, in the eyes of the villagers, Lin Fan was an aristocratic family young master. He wasn't a good person and they had to stay away from him. However, what happened next made them see it clearly. Young Master Lin was a good person. Looking at these villagers, Lin Fan was furious. He was such a lazy person and even knew not to bully commoners. These fellows were actually addicted to bullying them. Don't be afraid. Tomorrow, I will distribute the grain. Come to the city to get it. Lin Fan waved his hands. Putong. Manager Chen knelt on the ground and didn't get up. He raised his head and looked at his young master with tears streaming down his face. Young master, why is it that every time I am with you, you play so big? When Lin Fan saw Manager Chen cry, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Manager Chen to be such a sentimental person. He was so touched that he cried. Chapter 40. At that moment, not only did Manager Chen kneel down, his face covered in tears. Even the villagers were stunned as they looked at young Master Lin like they had heard wrongly. They thought that young Master Lin would console them and say some harmless words, but who knew that young Master Lin would actually split the grain with them? This was something that they didn't dare to imagine. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. That's right. It's really rare to find a kind-hearted person like me. Lin Fan felt good about himself. Maybe that was really the case. Manager Chen was touched by him. The villagers were so shocked that they were speechless. This feeling made him feel really good. Manager Chen raised his hand with much difficulty and pulled his young master's sleeves. His lips were dry. Young master, Lin Fan told Manager Chen not to speak. I know what you want to say. This is something that I should do. To Manager Chen, it was like the sky had collapsed. Young master didn't understand what he wanted to say at all. If old master found out, it would be huge. It would be hard to describe how the world would flip. Although he wasn't sure. However, such a thing should have happened. Just at that moment. When the villagers came to their senses, the expressions on their faces underwent a shocking change. The despair from before was replaced by hope. Put on. They were too used to kneeling. All the villagers knelt down. Thank you, young Master Lin. Looking at the black patch of villagers, Lin Fan wanted to tell them to stop kneeling as it wasn't a huge matter. However, it seemed like it was useless. So be it. He was a rich family young master who loved to enjoy life. He wasn't an evil landlord. There is no need to thank me. I will still say the same thing, farm well. Whether or not I can enjoy life in the future depends on all of you. Lin Fan's words were more direct. Why did he say so many fake words? He split out the Lin family's farmland because he wanted to have an endless source of income to create more wealth. Only then would he be able to enjoy life in the future. That kind of short-term farming model was too dangerous. It wasn't long. How many commoners could sustain it? In the end, if they fought to the death, it wouldn't be worth it. Don't worry, young Master Lin, we will try our best to farm. We won't disappoint you. When they were in despair, young Master Lin appeared and gave them hope. They had no way to repay him and could only work hard to farm. Plant good land. All of you rise. Tomorrow I will give out rations. Wait at the entrance of the Lin Manor. Lin Fan said. He then waved his hands. Let's head back. Manager Chen wanted to stand up, but his legs were trembling. He fell down again when he tried to stand up. In the end, Zhou Zhongmao helped him up. Manager Chen, your physique is a little lacking, said Zhou Zhongmao. Manager Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to shout that it wasn't that teacher Zhou's body was weak, but that he was frightened by young master. The backyard of the Lin mansion. After returning, Lin Fan laid there and held a map of Yu City. He took a look and after memorizing the location, he tossed it to the side. Young master, do we take grain from the Lin family granary? Go, Z asked. He didn't understand either. This is a matter that benefits others and not oneself. Even if he sympathized with the villagers, young master was giving away the Lin family's stored food. Guess. Lin Fan smiled. Go, Z scratched his head. How could he guess it? At this moment, just as Lin Fan was prepared to move, rage points started to rise. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 223. Rage points plus 333. Zhou Zhongmao hurriedly ran in from outside. Cousin, not good, uncle is here. He panicked a little. Although he knew that what cousin did would make uncle angry, he didn't expect that uncle would actually come with a blade. What? Lin Fan was stunned. He came too quickly. He knew that his father would be angry, but now that he came with a blade, that was a little terrifying. No. He shouldn't be so angry that he exploded. If not, he wouldn't have so few rage points. Unfilial kid. Before he even arrived, a furious voice spread out. Lin Wani's expression was really ugly. He had just told this unfilial kid not to cause trouble, who knew that in the blink of an eye, this would happen. Xiao. A light flashed across, and then a blade stabbed into the ground. It trembled and gave out a buzzing sound. The snow-white blade gave off a dark glow under the light. Lin Fan and cousin exchanged glances with one another. What was the meaning of this? Was it that he couldn't take it anymore and wanted to sacrifice himself to the heavens? Cousin, hurry up and apologize to uncle later. I think uncle is serious this time. Zhou Zhongmao said. Oh my god. Lin Fan was speechless. It isn't anything bad, is there a need to do this? Very quickly. Lin Wani arrived, and old Wu followed beside him. He kept giving glances to young master for him to apologize. However, to Lin Fan, he definitely couldn't do that. Father, what is the matter? Lin Fan asked. Scoff. Lin Wani scoffed coldly, what is the matter? Don't you have an idea? Now that you have grown, how much ability do you have to distribute grain to the villagers? Facing his father's pincer attack, Lin Fan calmed down and didn't panic. Father, didn't you say that I have already grown up, and as long as I know what I am doing, it is fine? Lin Fan said. You unfilial kid, you don't remember the good things and only know how to remember these things. Tell me, do you know what you are doing? Lin Wani was furious. The unfilial kid actually dared to argue with him. He was really bold. Old Wu sighed. Looking at the situation, young master probably wouldn't apologize to old master. Of course, I know what I am doing. The Yuan and Liang families are so despicable, stealing the grain of the two villages and not giving them a way out. Now that Qin family village and Zhang family village are managed by the Lin family, we can't do nothing. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani laughed coldly, what are you going to do? Use the Lin family's grain. Lin Fan replied directly. That is the Lin family's, not yours. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan shook his head, no, it is mine. I am the Lin family young master, your only son. You. Lin Wani was so furious that he was speechless. This unfilial kid actually had no way to retort. His words did make sense. Old Wu looked at the two of them like he was looking at a fun thing. In the past, young master rarely spoke so much to old master. Now that young master started to argue with old master, it was a good development. Okay, I won't talk to you. Now, pick up your blade. As long as you can win, I will let this matter go. Lin Wani said. Father, aren't you purposely beating me up? You are so strong, so how can I beat you? Lin Fan said. What a joke. He knew that his father wasn't simple. Even the Yuan and Liang families combined wouldn't be enough to beat him up. Your external cultivation is not bad, martial path grade 3. Internal cultivation is a little weak, martial path grade 1. I will suppress my cultivation and use martial path grade 2 to fight you. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Lin Wani didn't care about Lin Fan's cultivation at all. Even if he used martial path grade 2, he could suppress this unfilial kid. His thoughts were simple. He wanted to use martial path grade 2 to let this unfilial kid know that his cultivation was far from enough and that he was far from being strong enough. Lin Fan was delighted, Father, you aren't lying to me? Pick up your blade and stop talking nonsense. Lin Wani hollered in rage. Okay, then I will offend you. If I injure you later, don't blame me. Lin Fan felt like his father didn't care about him at all. He actually used martial path grade 2 to fight him. Lin Wani wanted to laugh from the unfilial kid's words. He was injured. Scoff. That was an accident last time. Chapter 41. Come. Lin Wani stood with one hand behind his back and curled his finger towards Lin Fan. This was a provocative action. However, to Lin Fan, father had enough confidence. He actually said that he would only use martial path grade 2 cultivation. That meant that he had a lot of confidence. No, I have to raise the blade technique, otherwise, father might really take advantage of me. Truthfully, seeing how confident father was, he panicked a little. Add points, raise. Cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, returning to true, he spent a full 1000 rage points. This was a huge leap in quality. Reaching the peak only cost 600 rage points, directly reaching returning to true consumed 1000. It seemed like it would be really strong. At this moment, when he raised the vengeful tiger blade technique to returning to true, a magical feeling flowed into his body. That feeling was like he was born with it, like he was familiar with it from the start. Holding the blade, that feeling became more frequent. This small support system is really amazing. Just 1 point and it is comparable to dozens of years of hard work. He felt like the blade in his hand wasn't a blade but a part of his body. It didn't feel foreign at all. Old Wu was shocked. He felt that the moment young master held the blade, the aura he gave off was really indescribable. Maybe it was an illusion. Come to me. Lin Wani said. Pang. Lin Fan directly struck with the blade. This unfilial kid. Lin Wani was stunned. He saw that something was different. The vengeful tiger blade technique wasn't a deep blade technique, but this unfilial kid gave him a different feeling. Father, be careful. Lin Fan held the blade, internal strength boiled and gathered on the blade. He slashed through the air with the aura of a tiger descending the mountain. Lin Wani opened his right hand, and a layer of black metal-like substance covered his skin. Dang dang. The blade clashed with his fingers like it had struck metal, sparks flew. What cultivation technique was that? It was a little handsome. Lin Fan muttered. The blade in his hand didn't stop. It landed on the ground, and with a twist of the blade, a black tiger image rose into the air and roared out in rage. But the real situation was just Lin Fan's simple blade slash. There were no fancy moves at all. But the angle was perfect. An invisible net covered the sky, covering Lin Wani. Returning to true, this kid surprised me again. Lin Wani was delighted. With his cultivation, he saw through Lin Fan's realm right away. Old Wu was even more amazed. Genius, young master is a genius. Who could cultivate the vengeful tiger blade technique to the returning to true realm in such a short time? He couldn't tell, he really couldn't tell. The young master had shocked him too much. If not for old master and young master fighting today, they probably wouldn't even know. Clang. Lin Wani's fingers grabbed Lin Fan's blade. Unfilial kid, you are not strong enough. His 5 fingers gripped the blade of the saber, not moving an inch. Tiger fiend. Suddenly, Lin Fan hollered and used his ultimate move. His internal strength, which wasn't that strong, surged towards the blade. A black tiger head attached itself to the blade and roared angrily. Lin Wani focused and loosened his fingers. He flicked the blade with one finger, and the blade trembled. The blade in his hand tilted to the side uncontrollably. However, Lin Fan used the strength to change the direction and slashed horizontally. Not bad. Lin Wani praised. He then pressed his fingers together, however, it is not enough. Pilai Pala. Lin Fan felt that his father's cultivation technique was a little strong. His black fingers were like sharp swords, clashing with the blade. Vengeful tiger. He directly enlarged it. The not thick internal strength exploded out and slashed towards his father. Lin Wani was shocked. This unfilial kid could still use internal strength. To him, that blade should have sucked dry the unfilial kid's internal strength. who knew that he could still use it? Pang! Lin Wani took the blade head-on and retreated. He had suppressed his cultivation to martial path grade 2. In terms of strength, he couldn't fight against Lin Fan at all. Lin Fan's blade didn't succeed, but he didn't panic at all. He slashed once more, and the angle was even worse than before. No matter how he dodged, he had to take it head-on. Vengeful tiger. He hollered and slashed forwards once more. Pang! Back courtyard. The surrounding bricks cracked and cracks appeared. Lin Fan enlarged without any limits and slashed at his father fiercely. Old Wu was tongue-tied and filled with disbelief. What was going on with young master's internal strength? Why didn't it dry up? Even the fastest internal strength recovery technique wouldn't be able to do that. Just at that moment. Enough. Lin Wani broke away from the battle. His hands behind his back trembled slightly. There was a thin wound that slowly healed. He was injured. He was injured by this unfilial kid. As expected, martial path grade 2 was too forceful. Father, is it over? Lin Fan didn't pant. He wanted to continue slashing, but since his brother retreated from the battlefield, he couldn't. What a waste. He was really good at it. It is over. Lin Wani wanted to teach this kid a lesson and let him know that his strength wasn't enough. However, the truth was that he couldn't take it anymore. To take it, he could only raise his martial path realm. When Lin Fan heard that, he tossed the blade to the side, boring. His lazy attitude infuriated Lin Wani. However, one had to get used to it. The skill that the unfilial kid displayed made him satisfied. As for being happy, it was too early. Father, does that mean that I won? Lin Fan asked. Lin Wani squinted his eyes. He didn't say a word and just left the back courtyard. Lin Fan asked, Father, who won? No matter what, you have to give me an outcome. Lin Wani, who didn't gain anything from the unfilial kid, left long ago. Why would he say such nonsense? Young master, you won. Old Wu smiled and turned his head. He then followed old master. Cousin, you are amazing. Zhou Zhongmao exclaimed. He didn't expect his cousin to become even stronger. It was just too unbelievable. Cousin, there is nothing amazing about it. I am just casually training. Cultivating isn't suitable for me. Lin Fan calmly waved his hands and didn't care about it at all. Luckily, he had the small support system. If not, if he really cultivated, it would be a tough job. In the distance. Old master, you lost to young master. Old Wu smiled. Lin Wani scoffed, what lose? If not for me suppressing myself to martial path grade 2, who knows where he would have gone. Old Wu smiled, Old master, your martial path realm is much higher than young master's, and you are much more experienced. It isn't easy for young master to reach such a step. So what if it isn't easy? In the end, it is still the case. However, to have the ability to protect myself makes me at ease. Lin Wani said. As time went on, the Lin family's riches were just external things. Old Wu felt that young master's improvement was gratifying. If he had enough time, he might have shocking achievements. What a waste. There wasn't much time. Back courtyard. Lin Fan laid there. Go, Z and cousin left, and it was time to act. Bug controlling technique had a huge demand for internal strength. However, to Lin Fan who had the small support system, it wasn't a problem. Instead, it was a really simple matter. I should be able to deal with it if I raise my internal strength to martial path grade 2. Internal strength jumped bit by bit. Internal strength, 60, martial path grade 2, instantly. He felt that the internal strength in his body was much stronger. The gray and purple internal strength swelled, and he felt that his strength had a huge change. It feels good. Lin Fan clenched his fists. That feeling was great. With the small support system, everything became much simpler. Very good. The only problem was that he was left with 67 rage points, which was a little pitiful. Chapter 42. Internal strength cultivation has reached grade 2 of the martial path, the range has expanded, and I can control more bugs. I can move now. Like Feng Poliu, the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique slowly spread out from his legs. The internal strength of the bug controlling technique was gray, but when it spread out, it was colorless. If not for the grass trembling beneath his feet, he wouldn't have noticed it. It is much more majestic than before. There were many ants in the courtyard, surging out from all corners. Their black shells shone brightly under the light. The sound of ants coming out of their nest was very small to humans, but the trembling had a great impact on the creatures in the ground. The soil moved. Earthworms emerged from the soil one after another, twisting their bodies. The scorching temperature made these earthworms very uncomfortable. If you are not a bug, then don't come out. The bug controlling technique could only control bugs, so what did the earthworms want to do when they ran out? However, he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see whether or not the special internal strength of the bug controlling technique was useful on them. A thread of internal strength covered over, instantly wrapping up the earthworms. Instantly. He formed some kind of connection with the earthworms. That works? Lin Fan found it weird. Damn. He was cheated by the name of the technique. How could he only control bugs? Now even earthworms were controlled. Hee, if that is the case, then I am sorry. Lin Fan controlled the earthworms to swallow the soil and dig holes. The Liang family granary wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. He thought that the speed of the earthworms would be slow, but then he noticed that they were really quick. It seems a little different. Ordinary earthworms could dig holes at a speed of about 30 centimeters per minute in slightly damp soil. But the speed of the earthworms that were controlled increased very quickly. It was at least 4 to 5 times faster than before. Could it be that my inner strength has a buff effect on these bugs? Lin Fan thought to himself. He might have been a rich family young master, but his brain wasn't any weaker than others. Feng Poliu treated the bug controlling technique as a treasure. If it was just controlling bugs, what kind of treasure was that? If it wasn't shockingly useful, then it wouldn't work. Then, he led a few earthworms to dig a path to the sky. After a long while, Lin Fan realized something strange. The internal energy needed to control insects was continuous and would consume his own internal energy, but he found that there was no such feeling of consumption at all. Although his inner force wasn't very thick. However, one could not look down on others like that. Clang! The earthworm encountered a stone hidden in the ground, blocking its way. If it was an ordinary person, they could only take a detour. But to Lin Fan, there was nothing to fear. An earthworm died. Its mouth was badly mutilated and viscous liquid flowed out. The earthworm behind swallowed the corpse and then slowly crawled out from the back. The earthworms at the back devoured it again, and the cycle continued until the corpse was sent to the road. The commoners of U City worked, but they didn't know that there was a bunch of hard-working earthworms underground that were opening up the life tunnel. During this period of time, Go Zi came to the courtyard and noticed that young master was lying there like he was asleep. Thus, he didn't disturb him and left the courtyard to attend to other matters. The sky gradually darkened. Those earthworms finally opened up a certain part of the ground and left a small hole. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't notice it at all. The bug controlling technique is really amazing. Internal strength turned into a thread to lead the earthworms to such a far place. Maybe this is my talent. Lin Fan was a little delighted. Based on the feedback from the earthworms. That was the Liang family granary. The Liang family had strict control over the granary, with 3 shifts of guards patrolling. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly in. However, if the earthworms opened up a small tunnel, who would be able to notice it? Lin Fan walked around in the courtyard. Numerous ants surged out from all corners. The sky was really dark at night. The ants gathered together, their black armor reflecting off the moonlight. He returned to the room and sat cross-legged. He controlled the ants to surge towards the small hole. The ants crawled really quickly, one after another, moving in an orderly manner. Within the Liang family granary. At the corner, there was a small hole. An ant popped its head out and observed the situation around. After confirming that there was no movement, it quickly climbed out. Shortly after, ants climbed out one after another. There were many grain sacks piled up on the ground. They were bulging and were filled with grain. The ants bit with their sharp teeth. Selah. A hole was opened up and rice grains rolled down. The ants started to move, biting a grain of rice. They then lined up in an orderly manner and headed back the way they came. Outside, 8 guards formed a squad and guarded the entrance. As long as there was any movement, they would sound the alarm. However, they didn't know that a thief had invaded the granary. Lin Manor back courtyard. 2 voices quietly fell on the eaves of a distant house. Old master, young master seems to be cultivating. Old Wu looked through the open window and saw the situation inside. Young master sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. This was a sign of him cultivating. Lin Wani still didn't believe that his unfilial kid actually knew how to cultivate. If it wasn't night time, he would have thought that the sun rose from the west. Old Wu smiled. Old master, it seems like although young master says that he doesn't want to cultivate, he really wants to. He just doesn't want us to know. Scoff, at least this unfilial kid doesn't want to fall. Let's forget about tonight. If he doesn't cultivate one night, he will suffer. Lin Wani tapped on the ground and floated into the distance. A happy smile appeared on his face. It seemed like there really was a change. All that he did was worth it. Old Wu smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that old master was laughing in his heart, but he didn't say it out. However, what did young master cultivate? It wasn't the purple sun for Saint Scripture. It didn't matter. As long as young master cultivated, it was a good start. It couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If one could see it, one would notice that his internal strength had turned into many thin threads that spread in the air. Normal people couldn't control it for so long. Especially when controlling so many ants. The internal strength would eventually dissipate. Many ants climbed out from the small hole and piled the rice grains in the corner. They then surged into the hole and continued to climb towards the Liang family granary. One grain after another. Very quickly, the rice grains in the corner of the courtyard formed a small mountain. Although ants were small and weak, there were many of them. Although compared to the grain in the Liang family's granary, they were still too insignificant, but if they had enough time and speed, they could slowly grind away all the grain in the granary. The sky slowly turned bright. Chickens crowed. Within the granary, the last ant ate a grain of rice and disappeared. The earthworms dug the soil and blocked the small hole once more. It was totally silent. If one didn't personally witness it, no one would believe how he did all this. Chapter 43. I am so tired. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He was really tired. Cultivation was tiring, controlling the bugs was even more so. He didn't sleep for a night, and he was using up his limited lifespan. The sky is already bright. He was too lazy to do such things. If not for the Liang family snatching the grain from the village, he wouldn't have done that. The Yuan family was lucky. The number of ants he controlled was limited, so he couldn't be distracted. If he could control enough, the 2 granaries would have been emptied in one night. To him, the villagers shouldn't have arrived yet. Suddenly, Go Zi woke up and saw the courtyard covered in rice. He was stunned. What happened last night? Why was there no movement at all? To transport so much grain over, it was impossible for there to be no movement at all. Lin Fan pushed open the door and walked out. Go Zi, don't make a fuss. Go inform Manager Chen and tell him to welcome the villagers at the city gate. I am a little tired and will sleep for a while. When they arrive, call me. Oh right, tell them to bring a sack. Go Zi looked on as young master returned into the room. He didn't understand how he did it. However, he still went to inform Manager Chen. Outside Yu City, large numbers of villagers wanted to enter the city, which made the Yu City guards wary. They thought that a riot was about to occur. Young Master Lin allowed us to enter. The Qin family village and Zhang family village villagers gathered outside the city. They were afraid of the weapons in the guards' hands and told them the reason. The guards were stunned. Young Master Lin. He then hollered in rage, "You commoners are so arrogant. Why would the Lin family young master allow you to enter the city? Scram, otherwise, blades have no eyes." It was okay if it was one or two commoners. However, there were just too many of them. If they were allowed into the city, they wouldn't be responsible for anything that happened. What are you all doing? What do you all want to do? Manager Chen hurried over. Go Zi informed him to welcome the villagers at the city gate. He really didn't understand what young master was doing. However, as a servant, he had to listen to what his master said. He just had to do what he needed to do. He couldn't think about anything else. Manager Chen. The guards recognized him. It was Lin family Manager Chen. Manager Chen acknowledged and looked at the villagers gathered outside. Young master told you to bring the sacks. Those who didn't, go back and get them. Young master was friendly to these villagers. But he wouldn't. He would still be strict when he needed to be. Soon, a large number of villagers left and hurried back to get their sacks. The residents at the city gate stopped in their tracks and watched. What's going on today? Why are there so many people gathered at the city gate? I heard that young Master Lin wants to distribute rations to the villagers of Qin family village and Zhang family village. What? Young Master Lin is distributing rations to the villagers. Those who heard this couldn't believe it. In the crowd, there were people who were listening very seriously. When they learned the truth, they hid themselves in the crowd and disappeared. Not long after, the Yu City people all knew that young Master Lin wanted to distribute grain to the Qin family village and Zhang family village. This caused a huge uproar. Although the three aristocratic families of Yu City weren't good people in their hearts, at least the Lin family didn't bully people like the Yuan family and Liang family. However, the things that the Lin family's young master had done in recent days had opened the eyes of many of the residents, and they cried out in disbelief. Liang family. A servant hurriedly entered the mansion and directly bumped into the third young master who was about to leave. Third young master, something happened in the city. The Lin family young master wants to distribute grain to the villagers of Qin family village and Zhang family village. Most of them have already entered the city. The servant said. Liang Yongqi waved his paper fan. When he heard this, his brow rose up and he smiled. This fellow really squanders. Let's go and see how much grain his Lin family has. Their Liang family wouldn't do things that harmed themselves to benefit others. Even the lowly commoners knew this. Unfortunately, that bastard didn't know. His father told him to let the Lin family kid do whatever he wanted to see how much wealth the Lin family had to be able to handle all that. Lin Manor. The villagers lined up and stood there with sacks in their hands. They were filled with anticipation and nervousness. Young Master Lin wanted to distribute grain to them. However, they weren't sure if it was real or fake. If it was fake, then what would they do? But they believed that young Master Lin definitely wouldn't lie to them. Lin Wani squinted and asked, "What is going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" "Old master, didn't young master say that he would distribute grain to the villagers of the two villages? Now the villagers are all gathered outside the manor." Old Wu said. He didn't understand what young master was doing. He felt that it wasn't good. "Nonsense." Lin Wani chided, "If you want to distribute grain, then you should go to the granary. Why did you bring people here?" Rage plus 88. Yesterday, he trained himself and wanted to teach this unfilial kid a lesson. However, the outcome was good. Forget it. He opened one eye and closed the other. He allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Who knew that this unfilial kid would actually gather the villagers of the two villages outside the manor? He was getting more and more daring. "Go, let's go take a look." Lin Wani got up. He wanted to see what this unfilial kid wanted to do. The moment he walked out, he bumped into Zhou Zhongmao. "Uncle, where are you going?" Zhou Zhongmao asked. Lin Wani was furious and didn't say anything nice. "Where? I have to see your cousin who did such a good thing. As the manor teacher, why don't you care about what the villagers are doing here?" Zhou Zhongmao was stunned. "Uncle, didn't you approve of this?" "I approved of it." Lin Wani wanted to slap Zhou Zhongmao to the ground. "Right, cousin's back courtyard is filled with grain. Uncle definitely ordered people to send it over last night. Now the villagers are waiting outside the manor, isn't that what uncle allowed?" Zhou Zhongmao said. Lin Wani and Old Wu exchanged glances with one another. Old Wu shook his head to express that he didn't know anything. He didn't say a word and walked towards the back courtyard. He wanted to see what this unfilial kid was doing. Outside the manor. Go Zi raised his hand. "Be quiet. My young master said to line up and follow me in to get grain. Don't mess around, and if you see any strangers, inform me. There is nothing else, follow me in." The villagers were delighted and wanted to cheer out loud. Back courtyard. Lin Wani and Old Wu were stunned as they stood there. The courtyard was covered in grain, and one step would leave a deep footprint. "Old master, did you transport grain for young master last night?" Old Wu asked. "I am sick, transporting grain for this unfilial kid. Where did he get it from? No one from the granary came back to inform me." Lin Wani frowned. Old Wu said softly, "The guards at the granary definitely came back to inform me. That can only mean that the grain didn't come from the Lin Manor granary. But if it didn't, then where did young master get it from?" Lin Wani walked into the room and pushed open the door. "Unfilial kid, where did the grain outside come from?" "Shush! Shush!" Lin Fan was deep in sleep, and the only response he got was snoring. "Unfilial kid, wake up." Lin Wani slapped the table beside him and gave out a low voice. Lin Fan woke up like his soul had left his body. "Father, what are you doing?" He just felt sleepy, and he didn't wake him up. That was just too much. "Where did the grain outside come from?" Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan was in a daze. It flew over. At that moment, outside the courtyard, Go Zi brought the villagers over. "Wow, so much grain." When the villagers saw the scenes in front of them, they were all shocked. Go Zi instructed, 5 people to a group, store as much as you can. Don't spill it. Till now, he didn't know where the grain came from. Outside, many villagers were waiting. When they saw the first batch of villagers carry bulging bags out, the villagers who were waiting were all pumped up. Young Master Lin didn't lie to us. There really is a lot of grain inside, and it is really for us. The villagers who got the grain were all smiles. Not far away, Liang Yongqi looked at the villagers who were carrying bulging bags and was confused. Are they crazy? They really gave out grain. Liang family granary. The guard opened the door to see whether or not there were rats. If there were, then he would kill them on the spot. However, when he opened the door, the scenes inside made the guard blink. He backed out and looked around. It was really familiar, it was the granary. He then stepped into the granary. He rubbed his eyes. Illusion, it was definitely an illusion. He opened his eyes. He looked closely and there were no changes at all. Instantly, screams rang out. Not good, something huge happened. The guard scrambled out of the room. The grain in the granary was stolen. He had to inform Old Master. Chapter 44. Liang Yongqi looked on for a long time outside the Lin Manor. In his heart, he was thinking about what this fellow was doing. Only a person with problems in the head would give their own grain to others. He ordered the servants to pull a villager over to see whether or not it was grain in the bag. The villager's face turned white when he saw Liang Yongqi. He thought that the Liang family was going to steal their grain. Liang Yongqi was lazy to bother about them. He looked at the grain in the bag and was shocked. It really was. His brain must have gone haywire. Or was this fellow a total prodigal? Kiki, you really are stupid. Lin family, let's see how long you can last. Liang Yongqi gave a dark and sunken smile. He was really unhappy with Lin Fan. For some reason. Rage rose up in his heart. Rage points plus 111. I was wondering why it felt like someone was angry. So, it was third young Master Liang. The injuries on his face healed, so he came out to suffer. Lin Fan waved his paper fan and walked out of the manor with his cousin. The villagers were moved to tears, but to Lin Fan, this was just a normal operation, not worth mentioning. When Liang Yongqi heard that voice, he panicked for some reason. It was too familiar. Even if he turned to dust, he wouldn't forget it. What do you want to do? Liang Yongqi couldn't help but retreat. However, when he saw the person beside him, he gained courage. He was already terrified by Lin Fan's beating. When he headed out, he wouldn't feel safe if he didn't bring someone with him. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood beside Liang Yongqi. He looked really normal, and if he was thrown into a crowd, he would just be a passerby. Cousin, this is the Liang Manor martial arts teacher, he is really strong. Zhou Zhongmao said softly. Lin Fan didn't care at all, leisurely waving his fan and smiling. Third young master, what are you afraid of? I won't beat you, so don't be too nervous. It is good to bring more people outside, but it will be uncomfortable. I don't care, I just bring my cousin, and whoever wants to beat me up can do so. Rage points plus 123. Liang Yongqi was furious at Lin Fan and had a really bad impression of him. Not beating him up. The last few times he was beaten up by a dog. As the third young master of the Liang family, and the head instructor of the Liang family was by his side, how could he possibly be afraid? He forcefully pretended to be calm. You are free, I am free too. Young Master Lin, you are really generous. You took out the Lin family grain and old Master Lin didn't say anything. Liang Yongqi said with a weird tone. Lin Fan smiled, what did you say? What else can I say? As the young master of the Lin family, I am the only successor, which means that I am the family head. I can do whatever I want, unlike a certain someone who doesn't dare to resist and can only listen to orders like a puppet. Liang Yongqi was so angry that his face turned red. These words were obviously directed at him. Rage points plus 66. Lin Fan looked down on it as the rage points were too little. However, forget it, no matter how small it was still meat. Cousin, let's go and look around. I feel like today isn't peaceful. Lin Fan sighed. Zhou Zhongmao raised his head and said with some confusion, it's all right. Lin Fan smiled and didn't say much. He ignored Liang Yongqi and walked into the distance. Despicable fellow, just you wait. One day, you will regret this. Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan in rage. Bastard, animal, that dog, he only knew how to bully people. Now, he just tossed those words here. As long as he became the Liang family head, he would declare war on the Lin family and fight to the death. Who knew what his father was afraid of? Wasn't it just one Lin Wani? If the Yuan and Liang families worked together, they would definitely be able to wipe him out. On the streets. Cousin, aren't we going back to the manor to take a look? Zhou Zhongmao asked. He didn't know where cousin got so much grain from. If it was shipped last night, he would definitely know. There was no movement at all. What is there to look at? Isn't it just distributing grain? So boring. Lin Fan waved his hands. These were just extra actions. His final goal was to go against the Liang family. If he faced someone who wasn't happy, he would deal with them. Did you hear? The grain in the Liang family granary was all gone in a night. Is that true? Who is so bold? I don't know. Let's go take a look. Two normal civilians passed by and hurriedly ran into the distance. It seemed like the Liang family granary being robbed attracted many people's attention. Cousin, how is that possible? A granary is an important place for any family and there are many guards guarding it. How is it possible to steal it in a night? Zhou Zhongmao didn't believe it. Let's just go take a look. Lin Fan was delighted. Who knew how angry the Liang family would be and how many rage points would he get? However, looking at the situation, he didn't get any rage points. That could only mean that they didn't know that he was the one who did it, which was why the rage points didn't come from him. Granary. Old Master Liang's face was dark and sunken. He looked at the entire granary which only had empty cloth bags. A ball of rage was burning in his heart. A male sniffed the scent in the air. At the same time, he observed the traces around. His eyes were like an eagle's, locking onto a target and able to see things that others couldn't. Zhu Xiang, the Liang family's investigative expert. He wasn't from the Liang family and came from the outer city. He was able to dig out the truth from any small clues. However, at this moment, he frowned. After a long while, he got up and said regretfully, "Old Master, I haven't found anything yet." Old Master Liang's face was cold. The granary was heavily guarded, so how could all the grain be stolen without any movement at all? Zhu Xiang lowered his head and was in deep thought. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a sliver of viscous liquid. He knelt down and picked up the mud that had the sticky liquid on it. He took a close look at it. What happened? Old Master Liang asked. Now, he just wanted to find the culprit who stole the grain and tear him to pieces. Zhu Xiang frowned. He stretched out his tongue and licked the sticky liquid on the mud. He tasted it and then placed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes. Old Master, this is the liquid of the Earth Dragon. Zhu Xiang said. Earth Dragon? Old Master Liang frowned. Now that the grain was stolen, what did it have to do with the Earth Dragon? Don't move, don't touch anything. Zhu Xiang told everyone to stand on the spot. He then walked to the cloth bag that was bitten and grabbed it to take a close look. After looking for a long while, Zhu Xiang opened his mouth. Old Master, I think I know who did it. Who? Old Master Liang asked anxiously. Insect Valley. Zhu Xiang said. Old Master Liang frowned. He was a little unfamiliar with Insect Valley. Zhu Xiang said, Old Master, Insect Valley belongs to a faction but some things happened and they closed the valley. Their ability is special and they can control bugs. That liquid was from the Earth Dragon and the bite marks on the bag seem like they were bitten by bugs. Based on my guesses, someone controlled the Earth Dragon to dig a tunnel and then used bugs to transport the grain and steal it. However, this is just my guess. In reality, this is impossible. Controlling bugs requires strong internal strength, and there aren't many people in your city who can use internal strength to do that. Moreover, Insect Valley's secret techniques aren't spread out, so outsiders won't know about it. As for what happened, we still don't know. If Lin Fan found out, he would curse. Damn, how did you know so clearly? Did you see it there? Seal the city and investigate. Old Master Liang hollered in rage. In his opinion, what Zhu Xiang said was a complete fantasy. Zhu Xiang didn't say much. There were many questions, but he believed that Insect Valley did it. However, it was impossible as no one in Yu City had such an ability. Chapter 45. Outside the granary. Lin Fan waved his paper fan and shook his head regretfully. It's too horrible to look at. Who did this, to actually wipe out someone's granary? It's too scary. When he said that, his expression was one of fear. Rage points plus 66. Where did the rage points come from? Just looking at it, it was old Master Liang who brought people out of the granary. He even heard what he said. The target was right in front of him, and if he didn't stimulate it, he wouldn't feel good. The commoners all gathered around. The Liang family granary being robbed was a huge matter. They treated it like they were watching a show. At the same time, they were shocked. Who was so bold to actually dare to rob the Liang family granary? Did he want to die? However, to the commoners, such a thing was something they loved to see. Originally, the news of the Liang family granary being robbed wouldn't be spread out. However, if they had to blame someone, they would have to blame the guard who shouted crazily, causing the entire city to know that the granary had been robbed. Old Master Liang, I heard that your granary was robbed. Who did it? The losses are huge. Lin Fan smiled and said. He didn't hide his gloating expression at all. Rage points plus 111. Old Master Liang's face was serious as he stared at Lin Fan in rage. The granary being robbed already made him furious. Now that this kid appeared here and said those words, what was the meaning of it? Was he purposely here to piss him off? Haze, as the saying goes, the heavens have eyes. Is it so easy to steal someone else's stored grain? Look at this, retribution is here. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 233. Have you said enough? Old Master Liang raged. If he wasn't the Lin family young master, he would have attacked. Lin Fan shook his head. I definitely haven't said enough. Let's all take a look and brainstorm. Who knows, we might be able to find some clues, right? Don't worry, I sympathize with the Liang family. I definitely didn't come here to gloat. Even he didn't believe what he said. Zhou Zhongmao didn't doubt his cousin's words at all. As for the others, they all knew what was going on. Young Master Lin was lying with his eyes open, so he was just bluffing others. Father. At this moment, Liang Yongqi hurried over with an ugly expression. When he found out that his granary had been robbed, his soul almost left his body. Father, I heard that our granary was robbed. Is that true? Liang Yongqi asked. It would all be his in the future. Now that it was gone, it was like breaking one of his legs with a stick. Old Master Liang's face was cold as he acknowledged. Liang Yongji's pupils constricted in disbelief. Then, he ran towards the granary. Not long after, he came out dejectedly. Suddenly, Liang Yongqi looked at Lin Fan, who was standing there gloating. It was as if he thought of something. He rushed up in rage and wanted to grab Lin Fan's collar, but Zhou Zhongmao stopped him. It's you, it's definitely you. This roar attracted everyone's attention. The Liang family's third young master pointed at Lin Fan and said that he did it. Many people were dumbfounded. Lin Fan waved his fan and was really calm. Liang Yongqi, you can eat shit randomly, but you can't say whatever you want. If you want to eat shit, I won't stop you. I can even give you some warm shit, but if you slander me, I will fight you to the death. You. Liang Yongqi's eyes turned red from rage. He turned his head and said, Father, this morning he was distributing grain to Qin family village and Zhang family village. Now that our granary has been robbed, how can there be such a coincidence? Rage points plus 123. Old Master Liang looked at Lin Fan with a dark and sunken gaze. It was obvious that he felt that this matter was a little problematic. Kiki, interesting. What does my Lin family distributing grain have to do with you? I can do whatever I want because I am rich, so what? Lin Fan wasn't afraid at all. If he didn't have a strong backer, he would really be a little afraid. But now. Come, let's fight and see who can eat first. That Yuan family old man retracted his head after being stared at by his father. Liang Yongqi was far from that. Then, Lin Fan shouted, Guys, stop looking, stop looking. The Liang family has gone crazy, like a mad dog, framing people they catch. Today, I have some wealth and don't fear the Liang family. If they blame it on all of you, you won't have a good ending. The commoners took a step back and looked at the Liang family in terror. Young Master Lin's words made sense. If they really framed them, with their ability, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Rage points plus 333. Shut up. Old Master Liang stared at Lin Fan in rage. Young Master Lin, your words are too much. Our Liang family granary was robbed, and today you are distributing grain. What proof do you have to prove your innocence? Lin Fan looked at Old Master Liang like he was looking at a retard. Innocence? Why do I have to prove it? If you want to, then find my father. He will be happy to. He directly pushed the blame to his father. Oh right, my Lin family distributed grain to those villagers, so don't think about snatching it. Otherwise, you will be enemies with the Lin family. You all know the consequences. Lin Fan said. His words were a little heavy. The three aristocratic families of Yu City occasionally had small conflicts over the years, but they didn't really start a war. Even Lin Fan didn't know how the war would start. Forget it. He had to say some vicious words first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand. Old Master Liang clenched his fists, a ball of rage was in his chest as he stared at Lin Fan in rage. Lin Fan wasn't afraid at all. Old Master Liang, don't look at me like that. What is the use of looking at me? The grain won't come back by itself. However, I think that we have to investigate the thief. Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 444. Rage points plus 666. The rage points jumped up. The rage in Old Master Liang's heart seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Zhu Xiang was in deep thought. With his past experience. Often when something happened, the murderer would be there. Young Master Lin was a huge suspect. However, he couldn't say nonsense. Lin Manor's strength couldn't be underestimated, especially Lin Wani. Although he hadn't fought him before, he had seen him in person. The feeling he gave off was like an ocean that couldn't be measured. Moreover, young Master Lin's strength wasn't enough to do such a thing. Or was he thinking too much? Actually, if Lin Fan knew what Zhu Xiang was thinking, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. You are really amazing. To be able to guess that, he was just too timid. If he was more daring, then wouldn't it work? Cousin, the weather is good today, and I am in a good mood. Let's go to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion to drink some wine. Old Master Liang, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. I see that your Liang family has suffered heavy losses, so why don't I treat you all to a stall nearby to eat some tofu to moisten your lungs? Lin Fan said. Damn. Liang Yongqi clenched his fists, surnamed Lin, don't be too arrogant. Rage points plus 133. This fellow was really trash. He gave too little rage points. Couldn't he be more angry, like a volcano erupting. Old Master Liang calmed himself down. There is no need, young Master Lin should go eat by yourself. He furiously waved his hands and didn't even look at Lin Fan. Cousin, let's go. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Liang Yongqi, his gaze was a little provocative. If you aren't happy, then come and beat me up. In the end, let's see who beats who up. How would the commoners not know about the conflict between young Master Lin and the Liang family? Their conversation was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lin Manor. Lin Wani frowned. The granary wasn't missing a single grain, but the back courtyard was filled with grain. At the same time, the Liang family granary was robbed. Even a fool would be able to tell who did it. No, even a fool wouldn't know that the Lin family granary had a lot of grain. How did this unfilial kid do it? No. Brother Wu, head to the granary now and arrange for 2 guards to take turns to guard it. The unfilial kid could empty out the Liang family granary without making a sound. Then, one day he might be stupid enough to do the same to his own granary. He had to be wary of him. Chapter 46. Yuan Family. Father, the Liang family granary was robbed, and nothing was left. This is just too vicious. Yuan Tianchu hurried into the hall and saw his father drinking tea. He told him what happened today. Old Master Yuan's expression changed slightly. A granary being robbed was a huge matter. The Liang family would definitely explode. Did you find out who did it? Old Master Yuan asked. Yuan Tianchu shook his head, I don't know. However, there is one more thing. That trash from the Lin family gave out grain to the villagers of the 2 villages. Father, do you think he has problems in his head to do such a thing? Even if he wants to be a good person, he can't do that. He is a huge suspect. Old Master Yuan thought about it and said, the Liang family granary was robbed and he gave out grain. Didn't the Liang family suspect anything? They did. Liang Yongqi acted like he had gone mad and insisted that Lin Fan did it. However, he didn't have any evidence. Yuan Tianchu said. Although it wasn't their granary that was robbed, for some reason, he panicked a little. To be able to empty the granary without attracting anyone's attention despite being heavily guarded, it showed that the other party's capability was incredible. Go, increase the guards. Old Master Yuan instructed. What a joke, if they targeted his Yuan family, wouldn't it be worse? Be prepared for danger in times of peace. Not happening didn't mean that it wouldn't happen. If it really happened and they didn't do anything, wouldn't it be worse? Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Fan was really relaxed. After this period of probing, he noticed that as long as he was in Yu City, he could do whatever he wanted. Liang family and Yuan family were aristocratic families in Yu City, especially the 2 family heads whom he had offended before. If his father felt that he couldn't offend them, he would definitely scold him and apologize to the 2 families. However, his father didn't care about it at all. He didn't even give them an explanation. To be more direct, his father didn't care about the 2 families. This was why he wasn't afraid. At most, he would just hide in Yu City. If he wanted to head out, he could rely on the small support system to raise his strength. Lin Manor. When he returned, there were many villagers queuing up to get grain. The villagers were grateful to young Master Lin. They didn't do anything and knelt down to thank him. They knew how to be grateful. They knew how to remember this kindness. Lin Fan was about to return to the backyard to sleep when his father walked over. Did you steal the Liang family's granary? No, father. Do I look like a thief to you? Lin Fan denied it. If he didn't do it, then he didn't do it. It was the Zergs who did it, not him. He wouldn't take the blame for them. However, he realized that there was something wrong with his father's gaze. It seemed to be saying, do you think your father is a fool? Father, you don't believe me. Lin Fan was heartbroken. Father and son are connected. Father, as a father and son, mutual trust is the most important thing. You've hurt my heart by doubting me like this. He did not speak. His father still did not say anything. He squinted his eyes and glared at Lin Fan. Facing this gaze, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He had to stay calm. His biggest dream was to be a rich young master who enjoyed life. He didn't want to expose too much of his talent. Dad, I didn't sleep last night. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep first. Lin Fan didn't look at his father and walked towards the backyard. As he walked, he felt that something was wrong. This young master seemed to have exposed something just now. He shook his head. Impossible, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Lin Wani didn't stop Lin Fan from leaving. He looked at the back view of the unfilial kid and shook his head. Old master, it seems like young master did it. Old Wu walked over from the distance. Scoff, he still wants to hide it from me. This unfilial kid is getting bolder and bolder. Is he going to break the sky of Yu City? Lin Wani said. Old Wu didn't panic. Even if young master broke the sky of Yu City, nothing would happen. He returned to the courtyard. Lin Fan really fell asleep. He played with bugs for an entire night, and he was really tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Liang family. Father, I can guarantee that our granary was robbed by that bastard. Liang Yongqi was flustered and exasperated. He was bullied to the point of no return. Do you have evidence? Old Master Liang asked. His expression was really ugly, but he wasn't so rash as to directly question the Lin family. The three aristocratic families of Yu City seemed peaceful on the surface, but they kept one another in check. Actually, deep in his heart, he still feared the Lin family. No. Liang Yongqi lowered his head and clenched his fists. Even if he didn't have evidence, he still felt that Lin Fan was the thief who stole the grain. Then, he thought about something. Father, why don't we send people to the village to snatch the grain? Anyway, it belongs to us, so we should take it back. Old Master Liang raised his head and looked at his son with a weird expression. Are you sick in the head? He didn't expect that the third son he had high hopes for would have such a dumb idea. Father, Liang Yongqi wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Kachi. Liang Yichu pushed open the door and walked in. Zhu Xiang followed beside him. Zhu Xiang wasn't from the Liang family, but more like a worshipper of the Liang family. The Liang family provided for him, and he helped them do some things. The granary matter was a challenge to him. From the details that normal people couldn't touch, he had to find the truth. Logically speaking, the Lin family young master was the most suspicious. Even the Lin family's young master could do it. But, everything was afraid of that, word. Father, Zhu Xiang and I have investigated the granary for a long time and confirmed something. Liang Yichu said. Liang Yongqi frowned. Big brother, why are you here? This has nothing to do with you. How can you speak to your big brother like that? Yichu, continue. Old Master Liang scolded. Liang Yongqi was hurt. Father, you actually scolded me for big brother. At the same time, he felt uneasy and in danger. Was big brother trying to fight for favor with him? Mr. Zhu Xiang, please speak. Liang Yichu said politely. Zhu Xiang thought about it for a moment and cupped his fists. Old master, after my investigation, I can confirm that the granary was stolen by Insect Valley. A few days ago, I met someone in the city. At the start, I wasn't sure, but after thinking about it, I realized that he was familiar. In the end, I confirmed that he was Insect Valley's trader, Feng Poliu. Old Master Liang didn't know who Feng Poliu was. But knowing who he was, he cleared his doubts. Old Master, this person is a true disciple of Insect Valley. He killed his master and can control bugs. This granary was stolen by him. I think this matter can only end here. We can't offend him. Zhu Xiang said. Liang Yongqi was still sad. When he heard that, he wanted to show off. Father, I am willing to bring people to capture Feng Poliu. Zhu Xiang raised his head and looked at third young master helplessly. Damn. He didn't even know where he came from and went to capture him. He would probably lose his life in his hands. Third young master, it is best if we don't offend this person, otherwise, we will bring destruction to the Liang family. Zhu Xiang advised. He learned all this in the imperial city. In terms of knowledge, he was much more knowledgeable than the Liang and Yuan family. He knew many things that others didn't. Old Master Liang was shocked. This person is so amazing. Zhu Xiang replied, very. If he met someone who didn't care about his life or was driven crazy by him, then the chances of him encountering danger would be quite high. Yes, young master. On the street. As the three of them walked on the streets, all sorts of fragrances wafted over. Fried food, tofu pudding, all sorts of delicacies tempted their taste buds. He came to the stall and asked for fried dough sticks. The stall owner recognized Lin Fan immediately. He was so excited that he refused to take his money. To Lin Fan, was he the kind of person who would eat youtiao without paying? He told Go Zi to pay and he continued to fool around. The stall was so polite to him. It made him understand that he was already a famous person. Not bad at all. At this moment, many armed guards patrolled the streets in an orderly manner, as if they were looking for something. Young master, these are the Liang family guards. It seems like they are going to search for the person who stole the grain. Go Zi said softly. Actually, in his heart, he felt that the Liang family granary being robbed had something to do with young master. Although he wasn't sure. But at least he had some confidence. Lin Fan smiled. To think that they wanted to find the person who stole the grain, they were all blind. He was standing right in front of them and they didn't even know how to capture him. However, even if they turned Yu City upside down, it would be useless. The Liang family caused a huge commotion. Yu City entered a state of alert. The commoners didn't dare to touch them. Who knew whether or not they would purposely capture them to be scapegoats? So, the moment they saw them, they hid far away. All the way until noon. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. When Lin Fan entered, he saw Liang Yongqi drinking alone. His face was a little red. Io, third young master Liang is in a good mood. Your granary was robbed and you still have the mood to drink. Not bad, you should walk out from the shadows and welcome a beautiful life. Lin Fan smiled. Shopkeeper, give me some good wine and dishes. The shopkeeper was terrified. He was afraid that these two young masters would fight and destroy Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. If that happened, he would have nowhere to cry. When Liang Yongqi heard that, he raised his head. His eyes looked like they were about to swallow Lin Fan up. Lin Fan, you did all of this, right? He didn't drink much, but he was a little drunk. When he saw Lin Fan, that drunkenness rose to 70%. He was really annoyed now. He thought that Big Brother had totally fallen out of favor, but his father's attitude towards him changed. This made him feel a huge sense of danger. There was no one else in the pavilion, just Liang Yongqi and the few of them. I did it. Lin Fan smiled and said. Liang Yongqi was stunned. Even if he was a little drunk, he didn't expect that he would admit it so quickly. He then hollered, you admitted it yourself. I admitted it. So what? Lin Fan said. There was no one there. He just said it. The key was that Liang Yongqi always thought that he said it, so he had to give him some confidence. If he agreed, he wouldn't lose anything. Instead, he would let Liang Yongqi have a good time. He was happy to help others, so why not? This was a good tradition that needed to be carried forward. As expected, Liang Yongqi was excited. He stood up. His movements were too big, causing the dishes on the table to fall. You dare to admit that you stole my Liang family's granary? I was the one who stole it. Even if your father came, I would admit that I was the one who stole it. Lin Fan picked up the wine cup and calmly drank it. He then said, do you have an urge to grab me now? Liang Yongqi's eyes turned red. Great, I didn't expect you to admit it yourself. Go, follow me. I want to see what your Lin family has to say. When he said that, he grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan calmly turned his head. Cousin is being beaten up, why are you still standing there? Zhou Zhongmao listened to cousin's words. He had to listen to everything. So he listened carefully. Now, he was sure that cousin wanted him to beat him up and not for him to leave. Pang! Zhou Zhongmao kicked out. He used a lot of strength, and Liang Yongqi fell to the ground, smashing the table. The manager was doing the accounts downstairs. When he heard the commotion in the building, he was so shocked that his soul almost flew away. Go to the Lin and Liang families and inform them that the two young masters are fighting. What are you standing there for? Go. In the building. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. He had bullied him so many times, but for some reason, he wasn't sick of it. Maybe it was because the novelty hadn't passed. Liang Yongqi's martial path strength was still okay, just grade 3. Even with his current strength, he could still crush them. However, as a rich family young master, how could he do it himself? It was too vulgar, too vulgar. Zhou Zhongmao pressed Liang Yongqi to the ground and hammered him, causing his heart to jump. Cousin, hit his face. Don't hurt his organs and cause him to die. Lin Fan said. Liang Yongqi resisted. Lin Fan, I can't live under the same sky as you. Ah. Not long later. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Lin Wani and Old Master Liang both appeared. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded at one another. In the building, it was totally silent. When the two of them went up, Lin Wani saw his unfilial kid drinking leisurely. On the contrary, Liang Yongqi was lying on the ground with a swollen face, crying out in pain. Third son. Old Master Liang's face was terrifyingly dark and sunken. He turned his head and said, Young Master Lin, you were a little too vicious. Liang Yongqi grabbed his father's hand. Father, he just admitted that he was the one who robbed the granary. Lin Fan was shocked. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground. With a smashing sound, it shattered. Third Young Master Liang, I won't stop you if you want to eat shit, but you can't say such nonsense. You are trying to frame me. Dad, it's like this. I walked all the way until noon, and I got hungry, so I came here for a meal. I saw Young Master Liang drinking, and he was drunk. When he saw me, he came up to me and said that I was the one who stole his food. He even called me a beast. Lin Wani's head was about to explode. What kind of nonsense was this? He didn't have any other ability, but he was good at fanning the flames. Liang Yongqi was so furious that he wanted to spit out blood. He hollered in rage, Lin Fan, you animal. Father, you heard that. He called me an animal. If I am an animal, then what are you? This fellow dared to be so arrogant in front of you, so who knows how he would scold you behind your back. Lin Fan said. Old Master Liang's face was dark and sunken. He cupped his fists and said, Brother Lin, this is a misunderstanding. It is just a conflict between two kids, there is no need to make it so big. Wait. Lin Fan said, Old Master Liang, I am already an adult and not a kid. If you say that he is a kid, then I can only forget about it. After all, I have read many books and would never bully the weak. I won't lower myself to the level of a kid. But if he isn't a kid, then you have to give me an explanation. Old Master Liang's rage towards Lin Fan was huge. He looked at his third son and was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that the third son he had high hopes for couldn't beat this trash from the Lin family. How dumb was he? Okay, this matter ends here. Lin Wani said. Read books? What did he even read? Lin Fan was helpless. Since father said so, then let's forget it. Let's not be petty. Forget it, forget it. However, young Master Liang smashed their restaurant, so we still have to pay up. Old Master Liang cupped his fists towards Lin Wani and said, carry young master and leave. Compensate the restaurant. He didn't want to stay for a moment longer. If he stayed for too long, his mental state wouldn't be good. This Lin family kid was too much of a bully. Everyone was gone. Do you feel good? Lin Wani said. Lin Fan said helplessly, Father, I am the victim, so how can I feel good? Lin Wani scoffed coldly, Zhongmao, uncle has something for you to do. In the future, don't mess around with your cousin. Yes, uncle. Chapter 48. Lin Fan panicked. Cousin was going to leave him. Oh my god. If that happened, then he wouldn't have a fighter. Even in Yu City, he would feel uneasy. If he faced people from the Yuan and Liang families, he would have to personally fight them. How embarrassing. On the streets. Cousin, what does my father want you to do? Lin Fan asked. It was best if he didn't go. It was so good to be with cousin, to play, to mess around, and he didn't need to be a scapegoat. Eating, drinking, and taking a dump every day happily, wasn't that perfect? I don't know. Cousin, during this period of time I am not here, you have to be careful. Zhou Zhongmao couldn't bear to leave his cousin. During this period of time, they had so much fun together. However, he had to listen to his uncle's orders. His father was going to remove the strongest martial force by his side. Was it so that he couldn't have any fun? Cousin, don't worry. I will complete this matter quickly and come back. Zhou Zhongmao said. He then looked towards Go Zi, during this period of time I am not here, you have to take care of my cousin. If he faces danger, you have to help him unconditionally. Yes. Go Zi replied. This was something he should do. There was no need for others to tell him. If young master faced danger, he would help him without hesitation. Lin Fan's interest decreased. Let's go home, let's go home. Liang Manor. Father, that fellow did it. He admitted it in front of me. Liang Yongqi was really pitiful. His face was beaten up so badly that it was unrecognizable. Pain, it was really painful. That fiery pain was something that one couldn't imagine if they didn't personally feel it. He didn't expect that someone could be so lawless. He didn't care about his status at all. No matter what, he was the Liang family third young master and was on the same level as Lin Fan. How could he just beat him up without hesitation? Was he not giving him any face at all? Do you have evidence? Old Master Liang asked. Liang Yongqi was anxious. Father, what proof do you need? He admitted it in front of me. He did it. Dumb. Old Master Liang didn't realize that his third son was actually so dumb, he admitted it. Did anyone hear that? Or is it because you are so capable that people will believe your words? Liang Yongqi looked towards his father with a pained expression. Dumb. His father actually said that he was stupid. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, she had always praised him for being smart and thoughtful. But now, she was calling him stupid. This sudden change was too big. Father, Liang Yongji didn't know what to say. What else could he say when his father had already said this much? Old Master Liang waved his hands in disappointment. Go and heal up first. You don't need to ask about this matter. For some unknown reason, He thought of his eldest son whom he had once disliked. They compared each other. He actually felt that his eldest son was much more mature than his third son. Perhaps, this was what they called liking the new and hating the old. Liang Yongji wanted to say something but hesitated. He sighed, lowered his head, and left. He had a bad feeling about this. His father's attitude towards him was not as warm as before. This was a dangerous signal. He thought of a possibility. It must be Big Brother trying to curry favor with father to steal father's love from him. Damn it. Liang Yongji didn't say much and left. If he told his father too much now, it would only cause his father to be unhappy. On the way out, seeing Liang Yichu walk over, his expression changed. He mocked, "Big brother, you really have a way. Let's wait and see." Liang Yichu smiled, "Third brother, helping father share his worries is our duty." Scoff. Liang Yongji scoffed coldly and left right away. Lin Manor. Lin Fan returned to the courtyard. He laid on the chair in the courtyard and closed his eyes to rest. The stats of the small support system were not bad. Rage points, 5231. He had some gains. Life was just like that. He took it slow and didn't rush. When he was experiencing life, it was a good choice to add points. After Zhou Zhongmao returned, he headed to the reading room. Who knew what his father wanted cousin to do? There were so many people in the Lin Manor, but he wanted cousin to go. It was obvious that he wanted to split up the people around him. Within the reading room. Uncle, cousin lacks people by his side. If I leave, what will happen if cousin is in danger? Zhou Zhongmao said. Truthfully, he really didn't want to go. He just wanted to stay by his cousin's side. Lin Wani glanced at him, danger? Your cousin causes trouble everywhere, and all the danger comes from himself. If you help him bully people, you will be making enemies for him. Zhou Zhongmao was helpless. It seemed like he couldn't hide from this matter. Cousin, during this period of time, be low profile and don't cause trouble. If you offend strong people, you might even be beaten up. There is a huge pirate faction at Wei River. Bring people to wipe them out. Lin Wani said. Uncle, isn't Wei River under the control of the Yuan and Liang families? Why should our Lin family care? Zhou Zhongmao asked. He still remembered what happened at that time. The Yuan and Liang family heads came to the Lin family and said that they wanted to split the power around Wei River. He thought that the two families were asking for trouble, so how would Uncle agree? He didn't expect that Uncle would agree and give the two families the Wei River side. At that time, he was young and didn't understand the reason behind it. Now that he was older, he still didn't understand. Lin Wani frowned. Zhongmao, you have been with your cousin for so long, why do you ask so many questions? Yes, Uncle, Zhongmao is wrong. Zhongmao will head out now. Zhou Zhongmao said. Chapter 49. Killing Intent. Killing intent surged from the enemy's body, making it hard for him to breathe. Lin Fan retreated to the corner and grabbed the long saber that was used as a decoration on the wall. He pretended to be calm and pulled out the saber with a clang. This place is too narrow, let's go out and fight. Without waiting for the assassin to say anything, he pushed open the door and walked out. Actually, he panicked. He had been wary of the assassin, and if he attacked, the situation wouldn't be good. The moment he walked out, he ran to the courtyard and shouted. There is an assassin, come quickly, where did they all die to? Xiao. A voice spread into his ear. Before he could react, the dagger sliced off a lock of his hair and stabbed into the wall of the courtyard. A drop of cold sweat rolled down from Lin Fan's forehead. This assassin was a little different, it was like he was serious. The feeling of being covered by death made him feel terrified. Father, do you know that your son is about to be killed? He didn't expect that being a rich family kid would be so dangerous. It was okay if he met an assassin once, but now the assassin came every day. How could he live? Outside, the guards protecting him were all lying on the ground. They didn't move at all, and who knew if they were dead or alive? Suddenly, a cold glow struck him from behind, aiming for his head. Lin Fan rolled and slashed with the blade in his hand. With a clang, sparks flew as the blade and the assassin's dagger clashed. A strong internal strength struck him. Pang! His arm shook from the internal strength. He rolled and tried to maintain a certain distance from the assassin. In the blink of an eye, when he stabilized his body, the assassin appeared in front of him. The dagger spun in his palm and struck towards his neck. His speed was just too quick. Even if he raised the vengeful tiger blade technique to the highest realm, his combat experience was just too weak. His body reacted instinctively, and in front of such danger, he exploded out with shocking potential. But even then, a wound was left on his neck and fresh blood seeped out. It was really shallow. It was just a flesh wound. I really will die. Lin Fan touched the wound. It didn't hurt much, probably because his physique rose to martial path grade 3, which increased his endurance towards injuries. He broke out in a cold sweat. This was for real. This was the backyard of the Lin mansion, so it should be easy for him to be safe. But for some reason, Lin Fan felt that there was no place for him to hide in this area. The other party was able to appear beside him in the shortest time possible. I have to be serious. If I am careless and get killed by the assassin, then I will be at a huge disadvantage. Lin Fan gripped the knife in his hand tighter. He lowered his body and tried to minimize any openings. Although Vengeful Tiger Blade technique was a normal blade technique, it was the basics. Returning to true, using the simplest method to cause the most damage. Bang! While he was in a daze, the assassin attacked him, the dagger in his hand gleaming under the moonlight. I can only hope that the commotion here will attract the attention of others. Lin Fan took in a deep breath and growled. Tiger Fiend. A small amount of internal energy was transferred to the long blade. A black tiger roared and slashed at the assassin. Clang! They collided with each other, and a dull sound came from the backyard. Too slow, there are openings everywhere. Just as Lin Fan thought that he could hold on, the assassin opened his mouth. His voice was really dark and sunken. Instantly, the assassin turned sideways, the white dagger slashed along the blade all the way to the handle before slanting. Puchi! Lin Fan's stomach was ripped open, and his clothes were ripped open. Fresh blood seeped out and dyed his clothes red. See! So painful. The pain from his skin tearing made Lin Fan frown. The assassin didn't hold back and attacked from the back. This was a backstab, and if he was stabbed, the outcome would be catastrophic. Damn! Lin Fan hollered. He turned his head and raised the blade in his hand. With a clang, he blocked the backstab of the dagger. Pang! The opponent's internal strength was too thick. The strength that exploded out was just too strong. Lin Fan flew backward. His back smashed into the bricks, and he felt a burning pain. So strong, he is much stronger than me. Add points. At such a moment, he didn't think too much and directly added rage points to internal strength. Internal strength, 90, martial path grade 3, at the same time, he raised Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. Consumed 1,000 rage points. Heart cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, grade 2, after leveling up, his body underwent a shocking change. The internal strength in his body became thicker and thicker. The Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture's internal strength automatically rotated, and it actually had the effect of recovering injuries. The assassin was slightly shocked as he noticed the changes in Lin Fan's body. Did he break through? He just had to test it out and he would be able to see. Pang! The assassin lowered his body like a swallow, sticking close to the brick ground as he closed in on Lin Fan. The dagger in his hand was covered in a thin layer of light. Too much. Lin Fan was furious and slashed out with his blade. This blade was really different from before. A purple light covered the blade. Although it was really thin, it really existed. The aura that it gave off was much stronger than before. Clang! They clashed together. Lin Fan realized that this blade was much stronger than before, and it didn't feel like he couldn't block it. The assassin who was wearing a mask slowed down a little. To an expert, that was a weakness. However, moments later, Lin Fan didn't notice such a weakness. The assassin's expression was one of rage. The dagger in his hand shook slightly, and the blade was pushed aside. He then waved his arm, and the dagger sliced his chest. Fresh blood seeped out. What a waste, your breakthrough just now shocked me. You revealed a weakness, but you didn't treasure it. The assassin didn't say any nonsense to Lin Fan. The dagger in his hand was like a poisonous snake. It was hard to pinpoint where it would come from. After a long while, Lin Fan supported himself with one hand and panted. There were many wounds on his body, and fresh blood dyed his shirt. He had tried his best. However, he wasn't the assassin's match at all. Suddenly, a voice spread out from the distance. Damn assassin, you actually dare to behave so arrogantly in the Lin manner. Old Wu attacked, his fingers opened and he grabbed towards the assassin. The assassin looked at Lin Fan and instantly disappeared from the spot. I will come again. Old Wu landed beside Lin Fan. Young master, are you okay? Lin Fan's body was drenched in sweat, and he panted, look at me, do I look okay? We fought for so long, so why did you only come now? The moment he said that, he used up too much stamina and fainted right away. Reading room. How is that unfilial kid? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu replied, I told people to take care of him. He is exhausted and is temporarily unconscious. He then thought about something. Old master, you are too vicious this time. He really didn't expect old master to be so merciless and actually cause so many injuries on young master's body. Although they were all superficial wounds, the loss of blood was still dangerous. Lin Wani said expressionlessly, only when death covers him can he break through his limits. In the past, that unfilial kid was still so mischievous. Now that his life is in danger, only then will he pay attention. The effect is not bad. He broke through in battle. Old Wu could only pray that young master could hold on. Old master was really serious this time. Chapter 50. Early morning. The assassination of the Lin family's young master was a huge matter. However, things didn't go according to one's wishes. There wasn't even the slightest commotion. Hiss. It was really painful. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His entire body was aching. Even when he raised his arm, it hurt a little. Young master, you are finally awake. Go, Z cried and his eyes were still red. Last night, he was fucked and fainted. When he woke up, he found out that the young master had been attacked by an assassin again, but he didn't even see the assassin's shadow before he fainted. Seeing the injuries on the young master's body, her heart ached and she wished that she could bear these injuries for the young master. In his eyes, this assassin was a bastard who even dared to harm the young master. Yes, I'm awake. I thought I was dead. Lin Fan touched his body. He was wrapped in bandages. This was the mark of a severely disabled person. The door was pushed open. Young master, old master is here to see you. Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan who was lying on the bed and knew that he was the one who did it. But he couldn't appear too fake. This unfilial child still had some brains. Fan, are you okay? Lin Wani walked to the side of the bed and sat at the side. When he saw that his unfilial son was injured, a sad expression appeared on his face. He said sternly, "Old Wu, investigate. I want to know who dared to hurt my son." "Yes, master," Old Wu replied. "It was a play. It was a one-man show. The one who wanted to find him was the old master, and the one who beat up the young master was also the old master. Even if the old master did not admit it, they would never be able to find him." "Dad, didn't you tell me the last time that you knew the assassin? You were the one who beat him up 10 years ago. Since you know who he is, can't you find him and beat him up?" Lin Fan said. Lin Wani was stunned. "Did I say that?" "Fan, don't worry about this matter. Father will definitely avenge you. Don't go out during this period of time. Rest well and recuperate." Lin Wani had achieved his goal. Seeing his unfilial son become like this, he was very happy. The beating last night was not in vain. Walking on the edge of death was the best way to grow. "Father, I got it. One day, I'll definitely beat that old bastard up to the ground," Lin Fan said. Rage points plus 123. Lin Wani squinted his eyes. "Old animal. Aren't you scolding me?" Lin Fan was stunned. Where did the rage points come from? He was injured, so which bastard added fuel to the fire? Inside the house. Only Lin Fan was left. If he went out like this, he would probably be laughed at by his enemies. He moved his body. His wounds still hurt a little. This person was really ruthless. There were at least 10 wounds all over his body. If his face was injured, it would probably be disfigured. "I just want to live a peaceful life as a rich young master. Why do you always have to bully me?" He couldn't accept it, and he was furious. How many times had it been? He wanted to pull the assassin in front of him. Don't you think it's too much to slap the other party in the face? Every time, the attack would come in the middle of the night, when the person was still asleep. If he had an indescribable sweet dream, he would be so scared that he would fall to the ground. From then on, the title of 1-second wolf would probably be pressed on his head. "I was attacked last night." He quickly added points. The addition was quite reliable. Physique, 90, Martial Path Grade 3, Internal Strength, 90, Martial Path Grade 3, Heart Cultivation, Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture, Grade 2, Cultivation Technique, Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique, Returning to True, Bug Controlling Technique, Basics, Rage Points, 1, 354. Now that his physique and internal strength were both at Martial Path Grade 3, there shouldn't be anyone who worked harder than him. A one-sided development wasn't enough. Since that was the case, then he would develop in all directions to improve together. The Vengeful Tiger Blade technique is a little weak, it isn't strong enough. I am actually helpless against an assassin. Lin Fan dissed. He thought that raising it to returning to true was already very strong. But who would have thought that it would be useless to try and get stronger? If Lin Wani found out, he would probably smash Lin Fan's head. To be able to say such words, how could he continue to be arrogant? With Lin Wani's strength, fighting Lin Fan was like an adult beating up a kid that didn't even know how to walk. Everything that he had prepared. It was messed up by what happened recently. At the start, he thought that he was the young master of a rich family. His father was so strong, so who would dare to find trouble with him? Now it seemed like there really was. There really was. Look at the situation now. He was beaten until he was paralyzed on the bed. He sat cross-legged. He activated the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture. The effects of raising the Purple Sun 4 Saint Scripture to Grade 2 were obvious. His internal strength was much stronger, and at the same time, the purple internal strength had a shocking change. If one was more specific, that was, it had a special attribute. The blade last night had a purple glow on the blade. It was much stronger than before. Although it didn't do much to the assassin, it did become stronger. That night, the sky slowly turned dark. There were guards patrolling outside. Lin Wani sent them. If he didn't do all that, he would have been afraid that the unfilial kid would suspect him. Who? Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of dirty air. His injuries were much better. Heart cultivation was really strong. His wounds had already scabbed, and maybe tomorrow, there would only be light pink marks. His internal strength reached martial path grade 3, and his bug control range was much larger. With him as the center, it was enough to form a 50-meter radius. The Yuan and Liang families were his only joy in Yu City. If he didn't mess with them, who else could he mess with? The earthworms came out from the soil. Based on his senses, there were some changes. Although their surface was still soft, their swallowing ability was much stronger. Bug controlling technique could control bugs, and the strength of internal strength could increase the strength of the bugs. Now that he had reached martial path grade 3, he was naturally much stronger than before. Who knew how long passed? Lin Manor was really quiet, and there was no movement at all. Occasionally, one would hear the footsteps of the guards patrolling outside. Yuan family granary. Old Master Yuan learned that the Liang family granary was robbed. He was afraid that his family would repeat the same mistake, so he specially added more patrolling guards. At the same time, there were guards guarding the granary. The 3 guards sat there, eating the dishes without drinking any wine. The candles on the table were specially made to prevent the flames from leaking out and lighting up this place. This is so boring. Who is so bold to actually rob the Liang family granary, scaring the family heads so much that he told us to guard here and suffer for nothing? Who knows? I think the Liang family did it on purpose. How can so much grain be moved away in one night? Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. If we want to eat, we have to work. I will sleep for a while, you all can talk. At that moment, an ant climbed onto a guard's hand. The guard didn't care and directly pinched it to death. He then tossed it to the side and laid on the table to sleep. Lin Fan controlled the ant and couldn't see what was going on. However, based on the signals that were sent back, he knew what was going on. The Yuan family is smart, to know to arrange people to guard the granary. However, do you think they can guard it with just this? Keep dreaming. I won't change my name, I won't change my surname. I am the Grain Thief Fan. Are you all afraid or not? Anyways, I am afraid myself. Chapter 51. The sky is bright. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged for an entire night. Even if he didn't sleep, he didn't feel tired at all. It seemed like this was the ability of having a high cultivation. He ripped open the bandages, and it was as he had guessed. The wound had already healed. Young master, aren't you going to rest? Go Zi carried a basin and helped Lin Fan wash up. Lin Fan wiped his face. There is no need to rest. There is nothing to do anyway. Lin Manor entrance. Old Master Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. Yuan Tianchu followed beside him with a cold expression. Old Master Yuan, look at this. This is lawless. Like I said, this granary matter was definitely done by Lin Fan. Apart from him, there is no one else. Liang Yongqi said. Something huge happened this morning. The Yuan family granary was cleared out. When the 3 people guarding the granary woke up, they realized that it was empty. They were so terrified that they ran and roamed the world. If they reported it, naturally, the outcome would be obvious. The enraged old master might very well kill them on the spot. This was reported by the guard who was guarding the granary outside. They saw the 3 brothers inside. They opened the door and said that their house was on fire. When they left, they smiled. After a certain distance, they fled. They were really quick. Even horses couldn't run as fast as them. They then entered the granary curiously. The scenes inside terrified them so much that they fell to the ground. They crawled and rolled back to report. Damn! Why did the three of them run so quickly? So, there was no grain in the granary. Did they swallow all the grain last night? As for why Liang Yongqi was with old Master Yuan, that was a little interesting. Liang Yongqi was sure that Lin Fan was the one who robbed their granary. However, he didn't eliminate the possibility that it was done by the Yuan family, so he arranged for people to wait there. In the end, he learned that their granary was also robbed, so he rushed over. He patted his chest and said, "Old Master Yuan, both our granaries were robbed. Only his Lin family didn't." That was enough to prove that the Lin family had something to do with it. Let's head over to ask for an explanation and let the Lin family open their granary for inspection. Third young master, this matter isn't confirmed. Don't be rash. Although old Master Yuan was furious, he still had a brain. Liang Yongqi was so rash and insisted that it was done by the Lin family. Did they want him to have a conflict with the Lin family? Father, what Brother Liang said is not unreasonable. Yuan Tianchu said. His perception of Lin Fan was really bad. Liang Yongqi had been bullied by Lin Fan many times and they had a common enemy, so he stood on Liang Yongqi's side. Old Master Yuan looked at his son. Dumb, brainless. Inside the mansion. Go, Z, pack up. Something big is going to happen today. Lin Fan casually ate his breakfast. His heart was pounding. Go Z was really impressed with his young master. Every day, he would go out to roam the streets, not to bully the commoners, but to specifically target the Yuan and Liang families. Fortunately, his master was powerful enough to suppress them. Otherwise, something big would have happened. Yes, young master. Go Z was looking forward to what was going to happen today. He didn't know who would be the unlucky one. There was also that despicable assassin. He suspected that he was sent by the Yuan and Liang families because young master had always made them suffer. He exited the courtyard. He wanted to leave the mansion. Who would have thought that the Yuan families old and weak, as well as third young master Liang, would come? The sun is a little blinding today. Why did you all come to my house? Lin Fan smiled and asked directly. When enemies met, their eyes turned red. Lin Fan didn't even say anything and rage points struck him. Rage points plus 66. So little. Without even looking, he knew that it was Liang Yongqi's. He was beaten up several times, but his heart didn't collapse. One had to say that the young master's skin was really thick. Normal things couldn't destroy it. Liang Yongqi clenched his fists, and his eyes turned red. However, when he thought about what happened today, he just laughed coldly. Dog, I will teach you a lesson later. He could swear to the heavens and even use his father to swear that the granary was robbed by the Lin family. If it wasn't, he was willing to let his father be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Yuan Tianchu squinted his eyes. Although he didn't do anything, rage burned in his heart. Fan, don't be rude. At that moment, Lin Wani walked over. He found it weird. Why did the Yuan and Liang families come to the Lin manor? He didn't know about the Yuan family granary being robbed. The moment the Yuan family granary was robbed, Liang Yongqi eagerly tricked the Yuan family to come over to ask for an explanation. Brother Lin, please forgive me for disturbing you so early in the morning. Old Master Yuan cupped his fists. It is okay. Lin Wani was in deep thought. What was the reason? Could it be that this unfilial son of his had done something again? Impossible. Liang Yongqi couldn't take it and stepped out. Old Master Lin, the Yuan family granary was robbed too. Just like our Liang family, not a single grain of rice was left. Lin Wani was stunned. What? Granary was robbed? It was okay if the Liang family was robbed, but now even the Yuan family was robbed. He looked towards the unfilial kid at the side. His face was filled with innocence, like he didn't know anything. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't believe that his unfilial kid could do such a thing. However, what happened recently made him suspect that the unfilial kid was hiding some tricks that he didn't know about. Lin Fan shook his head regretfully. Haze, what a sick person. Who did it? They are just helping the people get rid of a scourge. No, I am wrong. They are really arrogant and lawless. They shit on old Master Yuan's head and even casually threw the paper they used to wipe their butt on his face. That's too much. Rage points plus 88. Rage points plus 222. Yuan Tianchu stared at Lin Fan in rage. Bastard, those words were just too much. He was just fanning the flames. You are just crying like a cat crying for a mouse. Liang Yongqi said in disdain. Third young Master Liang, your words are a little too much. How am I being merciful? How am I being merciful? I am just feeling pity and regret towards the Yuan family. If you don't know how to speak, then don't. It is so boring to listen to. Lin Fan didn't give Liang Yongqi any face. This fellow was a monster who loved to be humiliated. He loved to come and scam people every day. Rage points plus 88. Liang Yongqi was furious and then said, our Yuan and Liang family granaries were robbed, but the Lin family didn't. I don't need to explain the problem within, right? Lin Wani didn't bother about Liang Yongqi. Instead, he was thinking that this unfilial kid was really strong. He actually robbed the Yuan family granary in one night. What did he want to do with so much grain? Didn't he want to keep it for winter? Don't ask how he was so sure. Apart from this unfilial kid, who else could it be? He saw through it right away. Why does that sound so strange? It's like I'm the one who stole your food. Lin Fan said and then turned his head. Old Master Yuan, I advise you to be careful of the people around you. People might die if they try to sow discord. Who knows whether or not the Liang family purposely emptied out their own granary and then stole yours too. In the end, they came to bluff you to make you take the bait. Be careful. Lin Fan's words were sincere and he stirred up the waters. Surname Lin, stop slandering me and framing me. Liang Yongqi hollered in rage. Rage points plus 111. It broke 100. Third young Master Liang's rage points finally broke 100. It was just too tough. Chapter 52. Liang Yongqi was still too dumb. Even if Lin Fan didn't have a close relationship with his father, he knew that the Yuan and Liang family feared his father deep down in their hearts. They just didn't want to admit it on the surface. Young people were still too young. They didn't know the world. They were talking about Liang Yongqi, who didn't know anything at all. He actually shouted in the Lin family, how preposterous. Old Liang, I advise you to be kind. Lin Fan said helplessly. Liang Yongqi was infuriated by Lin Fan. If they were in the wilderness and no one knew where they were, he swore that he would beat him up so badly that his parents wouldn't be able to recognize him. Old Master Yuan said, Brother Lin, I didn't suspect the Lin family, but since things have already happened, the target is too obvious. Lin Wani smiled, Brother Yuan, let's not beat around the bush. Just say what you think. I am a reasonable person, and if possible, I will cooperate. Okay, thank you Brother Lin for your understanding. Old Master Yuan cupped his fists. Although he would fight Lin Wani in the dark, he believed that Lin Wani wouldn't do such a vicious thing. Father, why don't we head to Old Master Yuan's granary to take a look? Maybe we can find some clues. Lin Fan said. Liang Yongqi muttered, clues? My Liang family granary was robbed, and even Mr. Zhu didn't find anything. Do you think you can? Lin Fan glanced at Liang Yongqi. What are you afraid of? I didn't say that I would definitely find anything. I just want to take a look. Also, I suspect that you did it. Yuan family's granary was robbed and we didn't even know about it. Weird, really weird. Yuan Tianchu looked at Liang Yongqi and was stunned. That's right, other people didn't know, but Liang Yongqi rushed over right away and even said that it was done by the Lin family. That was just too weird. Rage points plus 111. Don't slander me. Liang Yongqi's face flushed red. He then cupped his fists towards Old Master Yuan. Old Master Yuan, my family granary was robbed, so I suspected that the thief was still in the city, so I arranged people to observe. After the granary was robbed, I arranged people to be there, so I found out right away. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so cunning. He was trying to kill him. It was so fucking cheap. Heis, this explanation is too forced. The more you explain, the more guilty you look. Lin Fan said. Liang Yongqi hollered, Lin Fan, stop framing me. Rage points plus 233. It turned out that he had quite a bit of potential. He was immediately angered by Lin Fan and exploded with 233 points. Lin Wani didn't stop this and just watched. For some reason, he suddenly felt that his unfilial son was much better than the Liang family kid. You're so good with words. Liang Yongqi was so angry that he almost jumped up. Why hadn't he discovered this before? Lin Fan said calmly, whether or not I am framing you, I just have to go take a look. Looking at you, it seems like you want to push this matter onto my Lin family. It is hard for one not to think too much. Old Master Yuan, don't you agree? Old Master Yuan wouldn't fall out with Lin Wani. Brother Lin, you've seen a lot. Why don't you come with us? Lin Wani didn't reject, he wanted to see what this unfilial kid had up his sleeves. They were having a great time. He repeatedly said that he wanted to go to the Yuan family's granary to take a look. How could he be fine in such a hurry? Yuan family granary. A bunch of people arrived. Many commoners found out that the Yuan family granary was robbed and surrounded. What was going on recently? Why did one house after another get robbed? Who was so bold to even do such a thing? That was just too terrifying. Old Master. The Yuan family guard trembled as he opened the door to let Old Master in. Lin Fan looked at the situation around him and sighed, this thief is really meticulous. He didn't even leave a single chicken or dog, not even a grain. He's really meticulous. Lin Wani looked at his unfilial son. He was praising himself. Meticulous. If he didn't solve this matter and confirmed that it was the Lin family who robbed, he would lose a lot of face. Brother Lin, look at the situation here. Everything was robbed in a night. When the three guards noticed that the grain was gone in the morning, they had already fled and disappeared. Old Master Yuan said. They definitely ran. If they didn't, they would have lost their lives. Lin Fan said. Lin Wani said, to be able to steal the granary in a night, that isn't something a normal person can do. Lin Fan, who was pretending to investigate, laughed in delight. It definitely wasn't something a normal person could do. That was done by this young master. His methods were really legendary. If there was a thief ranking, just these two matters alone would definitely be in the top 2. Liang Yongqi pulled Yuan Tianchu to the side and looked at Lin Fan, who was acting, Brother Yuan, I won't lie to you. The granary was definitely stolen by him. Don't be cheated by him. That day at Drunk Fragrance Pavilion, he personally told me that he was the one who stole it. Think about it, don't you think that it isn't right? Yuan Tianchu believed Liang Yongqi's words. Who asked him to have conflicts with Lin Fan? He definitely hoped that Lin Fan was the one who stole it. In the end, he would find evidence to make him feel ashamed. Suddenly, Lin Fan, who was searching, exclaimed, "Come take a look, there are clues here." Everyone crowded over. An ant died there. Looking closely, one would notice that the ant was stepped to death. "It is just an ant," Liang Yongqi said. Old Master Yuan frowned. He picked up the ant and took a close look. Just at that moment, Lin Fan exclaimed, "There is a small hole here, and there are grain remnants." Everyone looked over. As expected, it was a small hole. It was really small, and even if one looked closely, it was hard to notice. Lin Wani was helpless. Unfilial kid, you are just too obvious. Other people can't see it, only you can. Can you act more like it? Old Master Yuan, ant, grain, small hole, do you think of anything? Lin Fan raised his head and asked. His expression was like he was saying that he could definitely think of it. Think about it. Old Master Yuan thought about it for a long while before raising his head and saying, "Ants stealing grain." Right, ants stealing grain. His methods are really amazing. No wonder we couldn't notice it. Even if we were there, we wouldn't be able to defend against it. Lin Fan said. Old Master Yuan, bring water over. Old Master Yuan ordered the guards to bring water over. Liang Yongqi and Yuan Tianchu looked at Lin Fan's actions and were totally confused. Especially Liang Yongqi, who laughed coldly. "I'd like to see what kind of reasoning you can give me." The guards brought the water over. Lin Fan took it and slowly tilted it. He got close to the small hole and poured it in. Water flowed into the hole, and occasionally there would be bubbles. "Follow me out." Lin Fan walked out of the granary and came to the opposite corner. Everyone didn't know what he was going to do. They saw Lin Fan take a knife from the guard's hand and slice open the dirt outside. The dirt that was sliced open had water flowing, which proved that it was connected. Lin Fan said, "Do you see that? This tunnel is connected. Now, we can prove where the grain is being transported." Old Master Yuan, do you have a map of Yu City? Yes. Old Master Yuan said. The map was placed on the ground. Lin Fan squatted there and wanted to continue speaking. However, everyone was standing, so it was useless. Squat down. We are so high up, so how can we see clearly? Old Master Yuan hesitated for a moment and then squatted at the side. Lin Fan pointed at the map and said, "All of you saw it. The tunnel extends out in a straight line with the granary at the center. It's slanted 45 degrees. From this, we can narrow the area to a fan shape. Look at my hand." He reached out and pressed on the map. He moved it forwards and walked a long distance. In the end, he stopped at a corner. That corner was the Liang family granary. However, he didn't say it out loud. "Look, this is the route, the grain transport route." After he said that, he specially pressed on the Liang family warehouse a few more times. Like he was saying, "Do you see that? This is the Liang family warehouse. If there is a problem, go take a look. Liang Lao-san, don't frame my Lin family. This route leads there, not to my Lin family. Besides, your Liang family's granary is in the same line as the Yuan family's warehouse. If anyone is to be suspected, it should be your family. Let's not talk about it. I said so much to prove that my Lin family is innocent. Father, let's go." Lin Fan waved his hands. He had said what he needed to say. What was left would depend on whether or not Old Master Yuan had comprehension. If he didn't, he deserved to be robbed. Chapter 53. When he passed by Liang Yongqi, Lin Fan gave a weird smile and patted his shoulder, "Not bad." Liang Yongqi moved to the side, his face filled with disdain. Not bad, your sister. What the hell was he talking about just now? He didn't understand at all. Old Master Yuan really disappointed him, actually listening to this bastard's words. If he was Old Master Yuan, he would have flipped out. Just open the Lin family granary and he would be able to prove everything. So much grain was definitely placed in the granary. Looking on as Lin Fan and the others left, Liang Yongqi walked to Old Master Yuan's side. Old Master Yuan, how can we let him leave? He was definitely the one who did it. Old Master Yuan looked at the U-City map and kept silent like he was thinking about something. Father, what is it? Yuan Tianchu asked. Old Master Yuan said, let's go back first. The moment he said that, he directly left this place, not bothering about what would happen next. Yuan Tianchu was confused and didn't understand what was going on. What was going on with his father? His own granary was robbed, so why didn't he say anything? On the way back, Lin Fan had been thinking that Old Master Yuan had some comprehension skills. He made things so clear, so if he still didn't understand, then he would be so disappointed. Other people didn't dare to say that he was a pig head, but he definitely acknowledged it. Unfilial kid, you did it, right? Lin Wani looked at Lin Fan. If this wasn't done by this unfilial kid, then who else could it be? However, he did have a brain. If he insisted that the grain was in the Liang Manor granary, then he was really dumb. Father, can you stop calling me unfilial kid? That doesn't sound good. Just call me Fan, it sounds closer. Lin Fan said. He couldn't let his father call him unfilial kid. If he got used to it, then he wouldn't be able to change it even if he wanted to. Old Wu had a lot of respect for young master. He was really skilled. After returning to the Lin Manor, he was called to the reading room by his father. Father, what is going on? If there is nothing, then I have to go back to sleep. I didn't sleep at all last night. Lin Fan just wanted to rest. Although he wasn't tired, he habitually wanted to sleep. Which rich family young master didn't have smooth and tender skin? That was all from nourishment. For someone like him who stayed up all night, it wouldn't be long before he became like his cousin, big and burly. That would be a real rough man. There was no reply. There was a sudden silence in the study. Lin Wani placed his hands behind his back and faced Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Old Wu as if asking him what was wrong with his father. Old Wu shook his head and told young master not to speak. At that moment, Lin Wani asked, are you related to people from Insect Valley and cultivated their secret bug controlling technique? There was no doubt. It was a definite question. Lin Fan was shocked. His father was too amazing, wasn't he? He could even see through this. Young master, is what old master said true? Old Wu was shocked like he didn't expect young master to actually cultivate Insect Valley's secret technique. He thought that young master had some skills, but who knew that he cultivated the bug controlling technique? Lin Fan didn't want to hide it. There was no need to hide it from his own family. Dad, it's like this. That day, I was on the street. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Did you cultivate? Lin Wani asked. Lin Fan replied, yes, I cultivated. To him, if he cultivated it, then so be it. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, this cultivation technique was not bad, and it was good for stealing things. However, what he said next was like something he heard wrongly. Lin Wani said solemnly, disperse your cultivation. Father, what are you saying? Lin Fan was stunned. Why did his father want him to disperse his cultivation? He had spent so much effort to add points, and now he wanted him to disperse it. That was just too much. Do you know that you are burying an unstable and dangerous factor in your body? Even Insect Valley disciples can't cultivate Insect Valley's secret technique, but an outsider like you did. If people from Insect Valley find out, do you think you can live? Lin Wani said fiercely. Lin Fan didn't care. Father, don't I have you to protect me? Moreover, I am in Yu City and didn't go out to mess around. Old Wu said, young master, old master is doing this for your own good. You can't cultivate Insect Valley's secret, otherwise, if you are found out, even old master won't be able to protect you. People who didn't know about Insect Valley wouldn't be able to imagine how amazing it was. Old master and him had experienced the might of Insect Valley. Their methods were really weird and tough to defend against. If normal people met Insect Valley disciples, they would definitely die. It isn't so terrifying, right? Lin Fan felt like things were like this. Wasn't it just cultivating a cultivation technique? It isn't so terrifying. Lin Wani stared at Lin Fan in rage. When you know how terrifying it is, you will already be a corpse. Listen to me and disperse. Don't touch this technique in the future. It isn't something you can touch. If you are found out, I can protect you, but I can't protect you forever. As long as Insect Valley confirms who they want to kill, they won't stop. Only when the target is totally dead will they stop. Lin Wani said. Lin Fan was annoyed. He had to worry about such things even when cultivating a cultivation technique. Wasn't it because he wasn't strong enough? If he was strong enough, he could just wipe out Insect Valley and cultivate the secret technique in front of them. No one would dare to say anything then. Father, then how do I disperse now? Lin Fan felt like this life wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was a carefree life. When he woke up, he would eat, drink, poop, and do whatever he wanted. But looking at the situation, that was just too much. He was forced to do this. Lin Wani grabbed Lin Fan's wrist and sent a thread of internal strength into his body. It wrapped around the special internal strength of the bug-controlling technique. With a pang, the special internal strength of the bug-controlling technique shattered and disappeared into his body. Rage points plus 1000. He wanted to forget it. Father told him to disperse, so if he didn't, he would fight to the death. Who knew that the moment he dispersed the technique, rage points would actually increase? This seemed like the rage points that were used up when cultivating the bug-controlling technique. Dispersing the technique had a return. Fan, don't blame me. I am doing this for your own good. Living is the greatest hope. The bug-controlling technique isn't a good thing. When one cultivates it to a high realm, there will be all sorts of weird side effects. Based on what I know, there was once someone in Insect Valley who cultivated the bug-controlling technique to a high realm. In the end, a weird change occurred, his butt grew above his head, and his head grew below his butt. Lin Wani's words were sincere, like he was telling a kid a story. If he didn't sleep, someone would take him away at night. Father, are you insulting my intelligence? Lin Fan looked at his father. To prevent him from cultivating, he could even say such things. His butt grew above his head. If he pooped, he wouldn't even need to take off his pants. How convenient was that? Young master, old master's words are true. Old Wu was shocked by old master's words. He could only bite the bullet and act like it was true. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Anyway, I have already dispersed my cultivation. Father, I will take my leave. Lin Fan shook his head. To lie, he could even say such unbelievable words. That was just too terrifying. He walked out of the reading room. Consumed 1000 rage points. Cultivation technique, bug-controlling technique, haze, so boring. Lin Fan shook his head. It was the same no matter how he dispersed it. He just dispersed it. Didn't he start cultivating again? The small support system was not bad, it was really convenient. Chapter 54. Back courtyard, within the room. Lin Fan looked at the blade hanging on the wall. For some reason, he held it in his hand. The moment he touched it, there was a familiar feeling. Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique rose to returning to true realm, reaching the highest realm of this blade technique. He closed his eyes. A sound spread into his head. This was the sound of the blade. Schwa. The blade slashed out. It was silent, but it was really strong. The Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique was known for its strength and didn't walk the nimble path. It focused on killing with one blade, using the unstoppable aura of a fierce tiger to kill everything. Returning to true. Each slash seemed ordinary, but each slash contained an irresistible power. For some reason, he thought about a sentence. The tiger in your heart sniffs the rose. The Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique was a strong blade technique, and the weakness was obvious. It didn't have a soft aura, and once he slashed out, there was no way to retract it. Only by fully exploding out could he retract the blade. Perhaps this young master really is a cultivation genius. Lin Fan muttered and comprehended something. Maybe after raising the Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique to returning to true, he had a different comprehension. He didn't think about how to improve it, but to get rid of the weaknesses of the Vengeful Tiger Blade Technique itself, slowly forming a flawless blade technique. This young master just wants to be a rich young master in peace. But reality doesn't allow that. Since that is the case, then I can only try to raise my strength. When my strength reaches a level where no one can fight me, then whoever dares to disturb my life, I will smash their head. Since he had such thoughts, then he should make them come true. However, dissipating his cultivation opened up a new continent for him, and it was really interesting. He had a backup plan. In the future, if he added points wrongly, he could add them again. He didn't need to worry too much about it. That night, Yu City was silent. Moonlight covered the entire Yu City, like it was covered in a layer of frost. At the Liang family granary. Damn. Liang Yongqi looked at the granary with his mouth agape. He didn't know where the grain came from, but he was a little stunned. He swore to the heavens. He really didn't know that there was grain in the granary. He came in the middle of the night not because he knew that there was grain. It was just that his father's attitude towards him had changed recently. He didn't love him as much as he used to, so he wanted to work harder and put on a show. I'll let father know that our granary was robbed and I can't sleep. I'm always wandering around the granary because I want to share the family's worries, unlike some people who sleep soundly and don't worry about the family at all. Therefore, it was necessary to carefully consider who to give the position of patriarch to. But now, he panicked. The appearance of food in the granary was originally a good thing, but now it seemed that it was not a good thing. Young master, this. The guard beside Liang Yongji was also dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the granary was robbed? Then where did this grain come from? Conspiracy, I smell a conspiracy. Liang Yongji's expression was solemn, as if he had discovered some unspeakable secret. He thought about what had happened during the day. That bastard's words had a hidden meaning and was leading old Master Yuan's thoughts, reminding him many times to pass by the Liang family granary. Liang Yongqi suddenly came to a realization, killing the heart, what a vicious method, framing and framing, wanting my Liang family to have a conflict with the Yuan family and then reap the benefits. What a vicious method. Rage points plus 222. At that moment, when Liang Yongqi thought about that terrifying point, rage exploded out, directly providing Lin Fan with 200 rage points. Other people didn't know who did it, but he did. Unfortunately, even if he told others, no one would believe him. He had already shouted out loud that the one who stole the grain was Lin Fan, so why didn't they believe him? A cold breeze blew over. Liang Yongqi's body shook and he reacted. He opened the doors of the granary and shouted, "Quick, close the doors." The guard reacted and hurriedly closed the doors. He knew what young master was worried about. He wasn't a fool. Someone wanted to frame the Liang family. The night scenery was really beautiful. In the distance, there were two pairs of eyes paying attention to the situation in the granary. I will go back to inform old master, you continue to watch here. Very quickly. One of them hid into the darkness and disappeared. Within the granary. Liang Yongqi looked at the grain and didn't say a word for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he didn't know what to say. There was a voice in his mind telling him to go back and inform his father to solve this matter. However, there was a power that stopped him from moving. That power was greed. What do you think I should do? Liang Yongqi asked. The guard lowered his head. Young master, I don't dare to say. Say it, it is okay, I won't blame you. Liang Yongqi needed to find a common topic. Logic told him that the grain wasn't lost by the Liang family, but Lin Fan sent it over to frame them. He couldn't leave it as it would be a problem. The guard said, Young master, someone purposely framed us to let the Yuan family find out. However, they didn't come here, so it meant that they didn't achieve their goal. Logically speaking, this grain is a problem and should be wiped out right away. However, this is also a chance for young master. Liang Yongqi found it weird. What do you mean? The guard thought about it for a moment. Since young master wants me to say it, then I can only speak the truth. Everyone has seen young master's performance recently. Old master's attitude towards young master has also changed and is threatening your position. If you don't do something, you won't be able to suppress it. The chance I am talking about is the grain. If we can transport it away at night and pack it up, then young master will head out to find it. Wouldn't young master's position in old master's heart be firmer and no one would be able to shake it? Liang Yongqi was in deep thought and was a little tempted. He was under a lot of pressure recently. In the past, it was great, but suddenly, his father's love for him lessened. That made him feel huge pressure. If he didn't do anything, Liang Yichu would definitely shit on his head. And, that makes sense, but it is too dangerous. Liang Yongqi was a little afraid. The guard said, Young master, danger is often accompanied by opportunities. As long as you succeed, the rewards will be huge. It is late now, and no one noticed. As long as young master agrees, I will find a reliable brother to transport the grain away. Tomorrow, young master will search for it. At that time, you will be the one in old master's heart. The guard gave a thumbs up. His words made Liang Yongqi feel a little impulsive. That's right. His words made sense. No one noticed. If he really did it, there would be many benefits. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to be so smart. Liang Yongqi patted the guard's shoulder and said. The guard smiled in a lecherous manner, Young master, you are the true choice of the Liang family head. We all follow you and hope to be your right-hand man in the future to help you conquer Yu City. Hee hee. Liang Yongji laughed. He was moved by the other party's words. He had to do things that made sense. You didn't expect it, right? Old Master Yuan wasn't smart enough. If he came in the day, he might have been framed. What a waste. The heavens are standing on my side. Moreover, he had such a smart guard beside him, so how could he play with him? What a joke. Chapter 55. Liang Yongqi was a practical person. If he said he would do it and wouldn't hesitate at all. Since he was sure, then what was there to hesitate about? He ordered the guards to find reliable brothers. They had to keep their mouths shut. If they were found out, not only would he be unlucky, but they would too. Very quickly. 6 guards stood in front of Liang Yongqi. Young master, the 5 of them are my brothers and are definitely reliable. Imperial guards were also people with dreams. They also wanted to become top-notch Imperial guards, so they could only help the young master accomplish great things in times of crisis. Only then could they climb to a high position. The 5 guards who were called over saw the grain in the granary and their hearts trembled. Didn't the Liang family granary get robbed? Where did the grain come from? Yuan family granary was robbed, so did the grain belong to Yuan family? N. Liang Yongqi was really nervous. How could he not be nervous? The guard looked at the 5 of them and said, "All of you, listen carefully. This matter cannot tolerate any mistakes. Keep your spirits up. As long as it's done, you will be the young lord's trusted aides. You will be able to enjoy glory and splendor. But if anyone dares to cause trouble, you should know the consequences." Liang Yongqi waved his hands. "Stop wasting time, hurry up." For some reason, when he was about to do this, his heart panicked like something was about to jump out. Originally, he wanted to inform his father or the Yuan family. Tell them that someone wanted to harm my Liang family and placed their grain here. However, I didn't touch a single grain and will return it all. However, the guard beside him was really smart. After analyzing the pros and cons, he actually had some ideas. If he took the risk, he might have huge gains. Outside the granary, on the roof of the building, a pair of eyes looked at the Liang family granary's every movement. Old master really predicted like a god, sending us to wait here. So, it was really the Liang family who stole it. Now, they want to transport it away. He watched for a long time, witnessing everything that happened. One of the guards left the granary and returned with 5 more guards. At the same time, there were 6 carriages. Liang Yongji watched as the guard put the grains into the sack, and his heart slowly beat faster. As he watched more and more grains, he actually felt a trace of joy. Like victory was in sight and it would be settled quickly. Hurry up, hurry up. Don't delay. Liang Yongqi urged. As long as this matter was done, his position in the Liang family would be unshakable. Apart from him, who else had the ability to possess the position of the Liang clan patriarch? Big brother, don't make things difficult for yourself. Just stay here obediently. Outside the granary. Old master, as expected, Liang Yongqi came to the granary in the middle of the night with guards. It seems like he wants to transport the grain away. The guard in charge said. Old Master Yuan squinted his eyes and locked onto the entrance of the granary. He originally didn't believe that the Liang family would steal his grain, but Lin Fan's words made sense, so he couldn't help but feel sad. In case Lin Fan was plotting something, he didn't head to the Liang family right away. Instead, he sent people to guard the Liang family granary. He also sent people outside the Lin Manor and the Lin Manor granary. What he was afraid of was luring the tiger away from the mountain and creating a diversion. But the Lin family was quiet and there was not the slightest movement. On the other hand, it was the Liang family who took action. At this moment, the door of the granary opened. A guard walked out and looked around vigilantly. After making sure that there was no one around, he waved his hand and lowered his voice. Quick! The guards carried grain bags and loaded them onto the carriages. Bag after bag. Liang Yongqi's heart changed a little. Looking at so much grain in the granary, he panicked. However, when he saw the guards move the grain and the grain bags in the granary decrease, he felt like something huge was about to happen. Old Master, should we act? The Yuan family guard asked. They were furious in their hearts. The Liang family was a bully. They were actually the ones who stole the grain. They even pretended to come to the Yuan family to tell them who stole it. It was just like a thief crying thief. How despicable. There is no rush. Wait. Old Master Yuan said. He wanted to see where they would transport it to. Old Master Yuan's impression of Liang Yongqi was really bad. Why didn't he notice it in the past? He heard that Liang Yongqi had been beaten up by the Lin family young master. Now it seemed like he deserved to be beaten up. Liang Yongqi looked at the 6 carriages filled with grain. His emotions surged. Let's go. Let's transport the grain away. Old Master Yuan and the others followed. Old Master, they are about to head out of the city. With Liang Yongqi's status, the guards naturally didn't dare to stop him. The moment they were about to head out of the city gates, Liang Yongqi noticed that there were two blurry shadows in the darkness of the city gates. It was so late at night, so where did these people come from? They weren't going home to sleep. Stop! Two Yuan family guards blocked the carriage. Liang Yongqi was stunned and a little nervous. However, thinking about his status, he didn't fear them at all. He scolded, "What are you doing? Why are you guarding here in the middle of the night? You even dare to block my carriage? Scram to the side." So, it is young Master Liang. The Yuan family guard cupped his fists. The Yuan family granary was robbed. Old Master told us to guard here and check on the carriages that pass by. Where does young Master Liang want to go in the middle of the night? What is in the carriage? Being questioned like that, Liang Yongqi panicked a little. He had never done such a thing in his life. He was a newbie. He was definitely nervous. He knew that he was guilty and didn't dare to speak loudly. Preposterous. Is young Master Liang's carriage something that you servants can ask about? If you don't want to die, then scram. Don't delay my young master's matters. The Liang family guard chided. They were old hands. They could already lie with their eyes open. Their faces wouldn't turn red and their hearts wouldn't jump. The two guards of the Yuan clan did not panic at all. Keep up the act. Our old master is right behind us. He just wanted us to test the waters. Young Master Liang, please don't make things difficult for us. We just want to know what is in the carriage. The Yuan family guard said. Kang. The Liang family guard was furious. He directly pulled out his blade. His meaning was obvious. If they dared to speak anymore, they would chop them to death. Why didn't they see how many people they had here? To dare to block the road and ask, they were asking to die. Liang Yongqi reached out to stop the guards from being violent and said solemnly, "This is the Liang family's secret. If you want to look, you can. But after that, you will have to die. Whoever wants to look, then come." His words were a little vicious. This was something that Liang Yongqi suddenly thought about. Just two guards and they dared to look at his carriage. That was just asking to die. So what if old Master Yuan knew? Your Yuan family guards bullied him, so what if he killed them? If it was in broad daylight, he could still feel guilty. However, the full moon hung high in the sky. In the dark of the night, killing two guards was definitely not a problem. Suddenly, a voice spread over. This voice was a little familiar, scaring Liang Yongqi so much that he wanted to pee his pants. Secret? Then, let me see whether or not your Liang family dares to kill me. In the night, a person walked over slowly. The two Yuan family guards retreated to the side and said respectfully, "Old Master." Damn. Liang Yongqi's eyes opened wide and his mouth was agape. He panicked. Chapter 56. Liang Yongqi definitely didn't expect that old Master Yuan would actually appear here. He didn't have sex with his concubine in the middle of the night and actually waited at the city gate, catching him off guard. What should he do? What should he do now? For some reason, Liang Yongqi regretted doing this. He really didn't expect that old Master Yuan would wait for him here. Not good. He thought about a possibility. All of this was predicted by that surnamed Lin. This was a hole he dug and he was waiting for him to jump in. Moments later, Liang Yongqi's thoughts were in a mess. He even regretted it. Why did he have to be so greedy to actually take the risk to transport grain? What was wrong with his brain? No. This had nothing to do with him. The guard beside him told him to do it. He was blinded, so he couldn't be blamed at all. Old Master Yuan, why are you here? Liang Yongqi wanted to calm down, but he couldn't. His hands and feet were trembling. Old Master Yuan squinted as he looked at Liang Yongqi. My Yuan family granary was robbed and I am checking the passing cars. Is there a problem? No problem, that is definitely not a problem. Then, Old Master Yuan, continue to investigate. I will leave first. Liang Yongqi wanted to run. There is no rush. Old Master Yuan blocked his path. Kid, it is late at night and you aren't resting at home. Instead, you brought guards to transport things. What are you transporting? Liang Yongqi swallowed his saliva and smiled. Nothing, really nothing. Just some simple things. Puchi. Old Master Yuan stabbed his fingers into the bag, and instantly, grains of grain rolled out. I am finished. Liang Yongqi's body shook like a shocking secret had been discovered. Kiki. Old Master Yuan's face slowly turned dark and sunken. Kid, this is what you meant by simple things? This. Liang Yongqi's face turned white and he didn't know what to say. Old Master Yuan walked forwards and grabbed a handful of grain. He clenched it tightly, and it fell from his fingers. Kid, this grain belongs to the Yuan family, right? You want to transport it away in the middle of the night because you are afraid of being noticed, right? He really didn't expect. It was actually stolen by the Liang family. During the day, he remembered everything that Lin Fan had told him. However, there were many questions on his mind. If the Lin clan was doing this on purpose, wanting to instigate conflict between the Yuan and Liang clans so that they could reap the benefits from it, then they did not do anything. After he left, he sent his guards to keep an eye on them. He didn't expect it to be true. If it was to frame the Liang family, then this plot could be exposed, but now it seemed that the Liang family had stolen it. Otherwise, why would they transport the grain in the middle of the night? Old Master Yuan, someone wants to frame me. Liang Yongqi panicked and hollered, it's him, it's definitely him. Lin Fan is framing me, he's framing me. Old Master Yuan didn't say any nonsense. Go, inform Old Master Liang to come to the granary and give us an explanation. Yes, Master, the guard replied. When Liang Yongji heard this, his throat felt like it was being choked by someone. He looked at the guard and realized that the intelligent guard was sweating profusely, as though something terrible was about to happen. Yu City wasn't harmonious tonight. It was dawn. Lin Fan yawned, stretched, and lazily got up. Go, Z, where is he? Lin Fan shouted towards the outside. Go, Z carried a wash basin in. Lin Fan washed up and casually asked, what happened in Yu City last night? This was the time to see whether or not Old Master Yuan had comprehension. If he really didn't, then he deserved to be robbed. He had already made it so clear. If he didn't have comprehension and couldn't sense what he said, then the grain would really be gone. Young master, I don't know. Go, Z shook his head. He didn't leave the Lin Manor. As for what happened outside, he didn't know. Lin Fan shook his head. Who knows when my cousin will return? He missed him. He really missed him. He had been out for 2 days. Young master, teacher went to Wei River and should be there. As for returning, he will need at least 4 to 5 days. Go, Z said. If everything went smoothly. Indeed, 4 to 5 days would be enough. Wei River. Lin Fan thought about it for a moment. He knew that Yu City was just a small place, a secluded city, but it hid many secrets that no one knew about. These were all deduced by him. Yu City's 3 aristocratic families. Yuan, Liang, Lin, these 3 families were the strongest in Yu City. Especially the Lin family, his father's strength was indiscernible, and the Yuan and Liang families feared him. There might not be any problems here. But to Lin Fan, the problem here was huge, and it wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, just thinking about it made his head hurt, and he didn't want to continue. Damn. Lin Fan was shocked. He slept last night, and why did the rage points in the small support system increase so much? Rage points, for 716 it increased by a huge amount. What happened last night? Liang Yongqi was found out and was viciously beaten up, and then all the rage points were diverted to him. He came to the hall. He didn't find Lin Wani, so he asked the guard, "Where is my father?" "Young master, old master went out in the morning." He heard that something happened to the Liang family, so he went over. The guard said. The guard didn't know what exactly happened. Lin Fan was delighted. It seemed like he really succeeded. Old Master Yuan's comprehension was not bad, and his analysis yesterday wasn't for nothing. "Go, Z, let's go to the Liang family." He didn't even eat breakfast and rushed towards the Liang family. How could he miss out on such a huge matter? Liang Family Hall. Liang Yongqi knelt there, and his face was covered in injuries. These injuries were from being beaten up at night. At this moment, Liang Yongqi felt like he was wronged, and there were tears at the corner of his eyes. "Father, I was framed. I didn't steal the Yuan family grain." Liang Yongqi cried and then looked towards the 6 guards. "If you don't believe me, you can ask them. I really didn't steal it." He was like a dog, and his body felt really uncomfortable. He was in so much pain that he couldn't say it out loud. The guard that Liang Yongqi thought was smart lowered his head and didn't say a word. He shivered. He couldn't say that young master didn't steal it, and he also couldn't say that he asked young master to transport it. If not, he would be the one who bewitched young master. To solve this matter, he would definitely be the scapegoat. Who didn't want to live? They wanted to live too. "Shut up." Old Master Liang hollered in rage and then said, "Brother Yuan, I didn't know about this. Everything was done by this unfilial kid. I will definitely give you an explanation." Old Master Liang was disappointed in his 3rd son. What did he even do? If he wanted to steal, he had to do it cleanly and not let others catch him. Now that he was caught red-handed, what else could he say? If it was found in the granary, then it would be easy to say that someone framed him to sow discord between the 2 families. But you actually found 6 guards and 6 horse carriages in the middle of the night to transport the grain out of the city. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? 3rd young Master Liang, so you are such a person. At that moment, Lin Fan walked in from outside. His tone was filled with sadness and pain. The show was about to begin. He had to earn some rage points too. Chapter 57. Lin Wani frowned. Why did the unfilial kid come here? It's none of your business. Even if they wanted to join in the fun, there was no need to join in like this. The confrontation between the Yuan and Liang families was their business. His purpose for coming here was to be invited to be a notary and to see how this matter was handled. Liang Yongqi turned his head and said furiously, "Lin Fan, you did it right? If you are a man, then admit it." Rage points plus 88". Yes, I did it. Lin Fan nodded his head. Liang Yongqi was delighted. He pointed at Lin Fan and turned his head. "Listen, he admitted that he did it. It has nothing to do with me, it really has nothing to do with me." Lin Fan said, "How can I not admit it? You said that if I am a man, I will admit it. I don't care about anything else, but I do think that I am a man, so I will satisfy your request." "You," the finger that Liang Yongqi pointed at Lin Fan trembled. "Fan, since you are here then come over. This is a matter between the Yuan and Liang family, so you don't have to worry about it," Lin Wani said. He stared at Lin Fan angrily. What was with all this nonsense? Lin Fan came to his father's side. "Dad, I'm not being a busybody. I'm just telling the truth. Old Master Yuan, actually I am not willing to believe that 3rd young Master Liang would do such a thing," Lin Fan said. Liang Yongji was stunned. He did not expect this bastard to speak up for him. But Lin Fan's next words enraged him completely. But the truth is the truth. Even if you don't want to believe it, it's useless. I can only hope that third young Master Liang can recognize his own mistakes and not fall deeper into the path of theft. Lin Fan's tone was solemn, and there was even a tinge of heart-wrenching sadness in it. It was like Liang Yongqi had done such a thing and it made one's heart hurt. Rage points plus 123. Liang Yongqi stared at Lin Fan in rage and hollered, "You are framing me, you are framing me." Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. "Why would I frame you? Why would I frame you? Your arms and legs are grown on your body. Do you think I can control your body? How vicious." Liang Yongqi's face was red as he knelt there. He was sure that Lin Fan was the one who framed him. If he hadn't put the grain in the granary and hadn't been discovered by him, he wouldn't have been greedy and wouldn't have been persuaded by his subordinates to have crooked thoughts. No matter what. It was all because of him. "Shut up." Old Master Liang hollered in rage and then looked at the guard not far away. "Bring a stick over." "Father," third brother might have been possessed for a moment. Liang Yichu pleaded for third brother. He didn't want to see this happen. Third brother was discovered to have stolen grain. What he lost was not only his face, but also the Liang family's face. When Liang Yongji saw this, how could he not know what was going to happen next? He would definitely be beaten up badly. "Father, spare me. Old Master Yuan, spare me. It really has nothing to do with me. This guard tempted me to do it. I was blinded by greed." Liang Yongqi cried. The intelligent guard shouted, "No, young master, you can't harm me. This lowly one has never tried to bewitch you." At a time like this, he couldn't express his loyalty and take everything on himself. If he was really stupid enough to take responsibility for this matter. Old Master killed them with one blade and used them as scapegoats. Liang Yongji was furious. He didn't expect that the guard that he thought was smart would directly deny it. He was so furious that he wanted to fight with the guard. "You still dare to say that you didn't bewitch me?" The smart guard shouted, "Old Master, I didn't bewitch young master. I am illiterate and have never studied. I only have some brute strength, so how can I say things that make sense?" Lin Fan nodded his head. "This guard's words make sense. Young Master Liang has studied and knows the principles. How can a guard who hasn't studied be able to bewitch him?" Liang Yongji was so furious that he was stunned. He really wanted to get up and fight with this guard. "That wasn't what you said before. Didn't the words you said at the start make sense? What danger was often accompanied by opportunities. Such words made sense. Who was the one who said that? Why didn't he know?" Very quickly, a guard walked over with a stick. Old Master Liang held the stick in his hand and walked to Liang Yongji's side. Without waiting for the people around to speak, he smacked him. "Ah!" A scream rang out. The stick smacked onto Liang Yongji's back, and the sound was really low and heavy. He saw Liang Yongji fall to the ground, hugging his body and crying out. The blood on his back dyed his shirt red. Lin Fan was shocked. That stick was really vicious. Old Master Liang was a vicious person. He could be so vicious to his own son. If he was an enemy, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? He looked towards the Yuan family side, only to see that old Master Yuan didn't move at all. His eyelids didn't even move. Yuan Tianchu's mouth twitched. It was obvious that he was stunned by that stick. "Unfilial kid, you dare to do such a thing. My Liang family and Yuan family have been friends for so many years and have supported one another. You actually did such a thing. I will beat you to death." Old Master Liang hollered in rage and then smacked down once more. Pang! Liang Yongji cried out from the smack. It was really tragic as he hugged his body and rolled on the ground. Father, let me off. I won't dare to do it anymore. Lin Wani drank his tea calmly. It is the father's fault for not teaching his son well. Even if he doesn't grow up, he still has to grow up. I can understand Brother Liang's pain. Only when you hit him hard will you know the pain. If you know the pain, then you will know what you can and can't do next time. Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at his father. Why did he feel like his words weren't just for others to hear but for him to hear? Father's words make sense. I hope that old Master Liang didn't beat me for nothing. Rage points plus 233. After saying that, he gained rage points. Although he didn't know who was angry, anyways it was someone here, so it didn't matter. It was the same. Liang Yongji didn't dare to be arrogant. It was too painful, and his bones felt like they were broken. He could only roll on the ground to lessen the pain. Unfilial kid, do you know that Brother Yuan saved my life when I was young? Now you actually stretch your hand over to Brother Yuan. See if I don't beat you to death. Pa! Another furious smack. Old Master Yuan's childhood memories were brought up by Old Master Liang. At that time, the two of them were still young, just 6 to 7 years old. They were playing around in the city. Old Master Liang's legs were cheap, and when he saw a male wild dog crazily beating up a female dog, he directly kicked it. He disturbed their fun and was chased down several streets. In the end, Old Master Yuan helped to solve the problem. If not, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Old Master Yuan and Old Master Liang had a good relationship when they were young, and they could be considered brothers. It was just that things slowly changed in the future. Screams continued. Liang Yongji trembled and blood seeped out. If this continued, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Enough, this matter will end just like that. Old Master Yuan got up and walked towards the door. Old Master Liang chased and cupped his fists. Brother Yuan, I am sorry. Lin Fan said softly, Father, it will end just like that. Lin Wani glanced at him, what else do you want? Chapter 58. Lin Fan felt really bored. This was totally different from what he thought. Although he was a little unhappy, it was still okay. Looking at Liang Yongqi being beaten up like that, he didn't know what to say. Did the two of them have animosity? Actually, they didn't have any deep hatred. They would occasionally spout nonsense, they definitely wouldn't raise their fists and beat him up. They were quite harmonious. However, this harmony was broken after Lin Fan arrived. When they met in the city, they basically didn't spout nonsense and just raised their fists to beat him up. Liang Yongqi was caught off guard and was in a really tragic situation. He had no choice. Yu City was so big, and there were only a few people he could bully. If he didn't bully them, who else could he bully? With the current situation, Liang Yongqi was probably going to leave the stage of history. During this period of time, he probably wouldn't be able to obtain anything from Liang Yongqi. Lin Wani got up and left. He was just a spectator. Lin Fan passed by Liang Yongqi's side and squatted down. He patted his shoulder, Brother Liang, don't be sad. Rest up, and in 10 days to half a month, you will be a good man. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, you shouldn't have been beaten up like this. I did everything. You have suffered. The moment he said that, Lin Fan didn't say any more nonsense and directly left the Liang manor. Surnamed Lin, you harmed me. Liang Yongji gritted his teeth and swore in his heart that he would fight this fellow to the death for the rest of his life. Rage points plus 666. Lin Fan, who had already left the Liang manor, stopped and turned his head. Maybe this was the peak of Liang Yongqi's life. Within the room, Old Master Liang's face was dark and dark, rage was suppressing in his body. Father, you have to believe me. I was really framed by him. Liang Yongqi said weakly. He couldn't let his father think that he couldn't do it, otherwise, he would have to say goodbye to the position of family head. Liang Yichu walked up. Third brother, stop talking. Rest well. Don't blame father, I did it to save you. Scram, I don't need your fake compassion. Liang Yongqi pushed his brother away, but the pain swept him. It was so painful that he couldn't take it. Liang Yichu stood at the side and didn't know what to do. Third brother's attitude towards him was just too bad. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You unfilial son, how dare you be so rude to your elder brother? Old Master Liang wanted to suppress the rage in his heart, but when he saw how lawless and arrogant this unfilial kid was, he picked up the rod and struck down. Liang Yongji cried out, losing his will and fainting. He didn't expect that his father would actually stab him in the back. Father, third brother. Liang Yichu didn't expect his father to make a move. Old Master Liang waved his hand. I know that Sanzi doesn't dare to steal grain, but he shouldn't have been greedy. If he informed me, then this wouldn't have happened. However, because of his greed, he was framed. There was something fishy about everything. In his heart, he believed that this matter had something to do with the Lin family. But there was no evidence. Wei River. Kill! Zhou Zhongmao roared. His inner force boiled and formed a protective shield. He charged into the group of bandits and started a massacre. Not a single bandit could survive in his hands. The surrounding guards were all stunned by the instructor's ferocious appearance. Terrifying, it was just too terrifying. With Zhou Zhongmao at the center, within a few meters, blood flowed like a river. Corpses piled up there, and there were many floating corpses on the river surface. The river water was dyed red. Instructor, these are all bandit ants. The leader isn't here. The guard looked around and didn't find the bandit leader. Zhou Zhongmao was anxious. He wanted to solve this matter and return to Yu City to continue spending time with his cousin. Dong dong. Just at that moment, there was a drum sound. Many boats appeared in the distance. You are so bold to actually come to Wei River to find trouble with my Wei River gang. Do you know how to write the word death? In the distance, there was a huge boat. The person who spoke stood there. He was muscular, at least 3 meters tall. His muscles were like tree roots, spiraling around him. In his hand was a giant hammer that weighed 100 to 200 kilograms. He gave off a fierce aura, giving one a huge sense of suppression. Instructor, we seem to have fallen into an ambush. The guard said warily. They were on the surface of the ocean. This was also Wei River Gang's territory. They weren't as familiar with the terrain as Wei River Gang, so they could only be careful. If they fell into an ambush, the outcome would be catastrophic. Ambush? Zhou Zhongmao didn't care much about it. Fire! A furious roar spread out. Shwa shwa! Instantly, a rain of arrows struck from ahead, covering the sky and land. Wei River Gang was really cunning and would never fight them head-on. Normally, they would send ants to restrict them and then see how strong they were. If they were weak, it would save them a lot of trouble. If they were strong, they would attack from afar to wear them down. Zhou Zhongmao raised his head and looked into the distance. He didn't move at all, wasting my time. Let's deal with this quickly and head back. At that moment, the water surface started to shake, and bubbles rose up. Instantly, a strong internal strength exploded out from Zhou Zhongmao's body, forming a shield that covered the boat. Ding ding dang dang. The arrow rain landed, clashing with the internal strength shield, and sparks flew. Teacher's internal strength is too thick. The guards were shocked. They didn't expect teacher's internal strength to be so strong. This was an arrow rain, and each time it struck, it would consume his internal strength. However, teacher didn't seem to have any problems at all. The arrow rain disappeared. Many arrows floated on the surface of the lake. Zhou Zhongmao raised his palms and released his inner force. The arrows on the surface of the lake floated up. Then, he pushed his palms forward. Go! Xiao xiao! He returned them all. The pirates were dumbfounded. Even if they were far away. Screams spread over. The pirates wanted to escape. The leader wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. The enemy was really strong. You want to run? Dream on. If I let you run, how long will it take for me to complete the mission? Zhou Zhongmao hollered. His knees bent, and with a pang, he bounced up. The boat was nearly flipped, and waves spread out. Wei River Gang's leader looked at the meteor-like figure and his expression became solemn. This was an expert. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Zhongmao appeared and landed from above. Wei River Gang's leader raised the giant hammer in his hands and struck towards Zhou Zhongmao. You dare to behave so arrogantly here. Die. Zhou Zhongmao didn't panic at all. His fingers formed a fist, and strong internal strength gathered on it. With a pang, they clashed together. The strong impact caused the boat to split apart, causing a shocking water pillar to form. Kacha! The giant hammer broke apart, turning into shrapnel and falling to the ground. Zhou Zhongmao didn't say anything and attacked right away. He struck the leader's stomach. Puchi! The leader spat out blood. His stomach was pierced through, and it was a bloody mess. One could even see the organs within. With a putong. The leader knelt on the ground, his arms drooped, and he was instantly killed. The surrounding river bandits dropped their weapons and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. We surrender. Such a terrifying leader was dead. What could they use to fight him? Very quickly. When the guards arrived, they were all astonished. The instructor was too terrifying and rushed, directly coming here alone. What would they do if they met with danger? Teacher, what should we do with these pirates? The guard asked. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn, kill them all and solve all problems. If not for them causing trouble, Uncle wouldn't have sent me here. There weren't many pirates, but there were a few hundred of them. The guards were shocked and pulled out their blades to execute. That day, Wei River's water turned red. Chapter 59. Courtyard. Lin Fan had nothing to do, so he stopped. If Liang Yongqi didn't come out, Yu City wouldn't have any more fun days. As for the second son of the Yuan family, one had to say that his luck was good. He didn't even meet this fellow when he strolled around the city. He was too wary and was probably avoiding him. He knew that he was dangerous, so he didn't dare to bump into him. Thinking about it, that was the only possibility. He took a look at the small support system. In the data column, rage points were not bad, it increased by a large amount. Rage points, 5826. Cultivation isn't hard, it is really simple and easy. I just need to add points. The current situation isn't good for me. Who knows when the mysterious assassin will come, so I can only gain some strength. The data of the small support system was too selective. Physique could be added. Internal strength could be added. Heart cultivation and cultivation techniques could be added. To max out all these things, who knew how many rage points he would need? Lin Fan didn't have any problems directly choosing internal strength. This thing was a little amazing. Add points. The 90 points of internal strength slowly increased, jumping bit by bit. Internal strength, 120, martial path grade 4, 3000 rage points were spent just like that. At that moment, Lin Fan sat cross-legged and sensed the movement of his internal strength. It was getting stronger and stronger. Strong internal strength appeared out of nowhere, it was comparable to the results of many years of hard work. This speed was a little hard to adapt to. It was too quick. Before he could even feel the feeling, it was already over. I can actually look into my body. Lin Fan's body structure appeared in his mind like a movie. It was even clearer than a movie. He guided the internal strength, and there seemed to be a transparent power flowing in his meridians. This was internal strength. Internal strength reaching martial path grade 4 to be able to look into my body, that is a little amazing. Martial path grade 12, each one could activate a special ability. This grade 4 was a little interesting, the inner sight was not bad. Next, he had to think of a way to get a strong cultivation technique. Wait. The assassin might not come. As long as he didn't come, that meant that he was temporarily safe. Maybe the assassin had forgotten about him. That night, the sky turned dark. Lin Manor was silent once more. Who knew how long passed? There were exclamations and screams, but most of them were scolding. The clanging sounds continued, sparks would appear in the back courtyard. Who knew what kind of intense thing would happen? It was dawn. Go Zi felt a little sore at the back of his neck. He didn't know what happened last night, but he still held the basin and waited outside. For a long time, there was no sound of the young master getting up. Young master, are you awake? Seeing that it was getting late, Go Zi asked appropriately. No sound came. Creak. Go Zi pushed open the door and realized that young master was sitting on the bed with his back facing him. He didn't move as if something had happened. Instantly, he panicked, thinking that something bad had happened to the young master. Young master. Don't come here. Get out. Lin Fan's voice was very low, as if he had suffered some kind of blow. He urged, listen to me, get out. No one is allowed to come in today. Go Zi was at a loss. What exactly happened? However, she still obeyed the young master's instructions and placed the basin in the corner before leaving obediently. After confirming that there was no one around, Lin Fan walked in front of the mirror and touched his face. Fuck, who did I offend? If you have the guts, kill me with a knife. Why does it feel like you're torturing me? The assassin from last night came again. He slept really well and even dreamed that he had become the Lin family head. He could do whatever he wanted and no one dared to offend him. However, before the dream reached its end, the assassin interrupted him. The battle was really intense. His internal strength reached martial path grade 4, and the vengeful tiger blade technique was really strong. When he slashed down, it was really strong, like no one could block it. But it didn't. It was all fake and didn't exist. That assassin was really strong, even stronger than the last time. He forced him to death many times. If not for his strong desire to live supporting him, he would have died long ago. Lin Fan lowered his head and was in deep thought. Why did this happen? He didn't want him to have a good life. Cultivate, I have to cultivate. Not for anything else but to crush this assassin. If not, I won't be able to live peacefully for the rest of my life. Lin Fan clenched his fists. He was filled with unwillingness. Only he could use his identity to bully others, so no one could bully him. Outside, Go Zi felt really uneasy. Something was wrong with young master, something definitely happened. However, no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to guess what had happened. Within the hall, Lin Wani was really relaxed. He drank tea in the day, and at night, he disguised himself as an assassin to teach the unfilial kid. That unfilial kid didn't disappoint him and improved a little. Old master, young master's improvement is obvious, so you don't have to worry. Old Wu said. He actually had sympathy for the young master. The assassin that he was worried about was actually his father, and he was really skilled. Not bad, internal strength reaching martial path grade 4, improving really quickly. However, this is too weird. Did this kid have a fortuitous encounter? Lin Wani was really curious. If an ordinary person wanted to reach the fourth stage of the martial path, it would take years. However, this kid improved too quickly. A while ago he was martial path grade 3, but last night he was martial path grade 4. Even if he ate pills, he wouldn't have been able to do it so quickly. Old Wu smiled, maybe this is what good preparation is. Lin Wani didn't believe in the so-called good preparation. Bullshit, this kid was so good, who knew what kind of luck he had? He didn't care much about it. Even when he was young, there were times when he was lucky. How is the barrier over at Wanli Mountain? Lin Wani asked. Old Wu's expression was solemn. Old master, I went to take a look. It is really stable, and there are no problems. However, based on the past situation, it will open up in a few months. Wanli Mountain was a huge mountain hundreds of miles away from Yu City. It was endless, and if one wasn't familiar with the terrain, it would be tough to walk out. Old master, should we send young master away after a period of time? Old Wu asked. Even if old master didn't say it, he had such a feeling. With young master's cultivation, it was useless for him to stay here, and he would even be a burden. This was why in old master's words, it was best to send him away. I am thinking about where to send him. Hayes, it is my fault, I offended too many people when I was young. If they found out that I sent my son out, they would bully me. Lin Wani had a headache. When he caused trouble when he was young, he didn't think that he would have a kid, so he didn't care about it at all. In the end, he was careless. Some indescribable things happened, and someone got pregnant, so he had to take responsibility. A few decades passed. Just thinking about it gave him a huge headache. Where to send him? Where would he be safe? Old Wu was speechless. He had seen how fierce old master was. As for whether or not he had many enemies, truthfully, he did have a lot. Actually, thinking about it, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Yu City was still really safe. Chapter 60. Lin Fan stayed in the manor for a day. This was a shocking matter. Lin Fan, who couldn't stay at home, actually stayed for a day. How shocking was that? Book Pavilion. The place where Lin Manor stored books, cultivation techniques, and heart cultivation. I didn't think about touching this door. Lin Fan stood at the entrance and looked at the door. His mind was in a mess. The bitter days on earth were too decadent. Coming here to become a rich family young master, his life had undergone huge changes. He definitely had to enjoy it. However, with the current situation, he could enjoy it. However, along with some small dangers, he was often forced by others. Who could take that? Young master. The two guards in charge of the book pavilion were experts. They weren't weak, they were really strong. Just looking at their energy and that pair of spirited eyes, one could see their strength. They were probably at the top of the Lin Manor. Lin Fan waved his hands, opened the door. In the entire Lin Manor, apart from old master, only young master could enter the book pavilion. The two guards didn't say much. They placed their hands on the iron door and used internal strength. With a creak, the iron door slowly opened. These two iron doors weighed several thousand kilograms each and had to be opened at the same time. It was a little dark inside. Lin Fan resisted, but since he came here, he was prepared. He entered. The guards closed the iron door. The two of them exchanged glances with one another. Young master came to the book pavilion. That's right, young master did come to the book pavilion. The two of them spoke as if they had discovered a new continent. Then, one of the guards exclaimed and went to look for old master. They had guarded the book pavilion for a long time. When young master was born, they were guarding it. As a guard, they hoped that young master could come often. This meant that they were protecting the legacy of the Lin family and had a huge sense of mission. However, the reality was terrifying. After so many years, they had never seen young master walk here. They didn't even enter. It does look like it. Lin Fan looked around. It was originally really dark, but when he walked in, there was a bright light. It wasn't candlelight but some sort of glowing stone. He felt that his family was really extraordinary. Even the Yuan and Liang families didn't have such a book pavilion. The bookshelves were all made of wood. They looked a bit old, but they did not rot. There were many books on them. There's a bookmark hanging down. Punches and kicks. Sword techniques. Saber techniques. Inner force category. There were many different kinds of books, just like a library. He picked one up. Diamond Prajna Palm. What the hell? Lin Fan looked at the name of this martial skill and was instantly stunned. Where did this Diamond Prajna Palm come from? If he remembered correctly, this was one of the 72 ultimate techniques of the Shaolin sect in wuxia novels. He had to be patient. He turned to the first page. Vajra Prajna Palm, the ultimate technique of the Vajra sect. Out of the 12 moves, 10 are missing. You scared me. I knew it. It's impossible for it to be one of Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques, or else I would have wondered whether I came to the wrong place. Lin Fan patted his chest. It was quite scary. What a pity. Something that was missing. What was the point of cultivating without 10 moves? It was pointless. But forget it, I'll take a look first and remember it. In the lobby. Old Master, Young Master went to the book pavilion to choose a cultivation technique. The guard in charge of the book pavilion reported. When Lin Wani heard that, he was shocked. Joy appeared in his eyes. Is what you said true? Definitely. The guard said. That was something that he didn't dare to imagine. If he didn't personally witness it, he wouldn't dare to believe that young master would actually come to the book pavilion. Let him see number 1, number 4, and number 6 cultivation techniques. Lin Wani said. He was familiar with all the cultivation techniques in the book pavilion. He even cultivated a lot of them. The cultivation techniques that he recommended were the ones that he felt were the strongest and were hidden in the dark. Even if normal people entered the book pavilion, it would be extremely tough to find them. Yes, Old Master. The guard hurried back to complete what Old Master instructed him to do. Lin Fan didn't choose a cultivation technique and looked around. There were many incomplete ones. There were very few complete ones. Some of them were normal cultivation techniques. For example, the Vengeful Tiger Blade technique was a basic blade technique that focused on the basics. Especially after he cultivated the Vengeful Tiger Blade technique to returning to true. In terms of blade technique foundations, there weren't many people of the same generation who could compete with him. Pang! There was a sound. A secret technique fell to the ground. He picked it up and took a look. Lightning Blade 4 strokes. This was a blade technique, one that was even stronger than the Vengeful Tiger Blade technique. There were a total of 4 moves. However, even 4 moves were enough for a person to cultivate for a lifetime. This cultivation method appeared out of nowhere. There's no wind around, and there are no mice either. How did it appear out of nowhere? Lin Fan muttered to himself as he held the secret technique. He looked carefully. The small support system recorded. He casually tossed it away. Pang! Just as he was about to turn around, another cultivation technique fell. Weird. Lin Fan looked around. Was there a hidden door? Who was playing with him? They knew that he couldn't find the cultivation technique, so they purposely gave him pointers. He picked it up and looked at it. Mixed energy broken jade hand. He looked carefully. The small support system continued to record and then tossed it away. Pang! Yet another cultivation technique descended upon him. Kiki. Lin Fan shook his head. Did they really think he was a fool? Unmovable king body. This was an external cultivation technique used to train the body. It was also the cultivation technique that he lacked now. It was just that this body training technique was a little like a Buddhist cultivation technique. Who cared? He would take a look first. The small support system column. Physique, 90, martial path grade 3, internal strength, 120, martial path grade 4, heart cultivation, purple sun 4 saint scripture, grade 2, cultivation technique, vengeful tiger blade technique, returning to true, bug controlling technique, basics, unmovable king body, unlearned, lightning blade 4 strokes, unlearned, mixed energy broken jade hand, unlearned, rage points, 2, 826. Lin Fan told the guards outside to open the door. The guards were stunned. The young master had chosen the cultivation methods so quickly. This speed was too fast. Kachi. The iron door opened. The guards noticed that young master came out empty-handed and asked curiously, "Young master, you didn't choose a technique?" "I did, let's not talk about it." Lin Fan left. The guards hurried to report the situation to old master. Young master came out empty-handed. Did he see the 3 techniques that he pushed out? When Lin Fan returned to the back courtyard, rage points actually increased. Rage points plus 333. Lin Fan was stunned. Who did he offend? He didn't head out yesterday and didn't do anything today, so why did rage points appear? Was it because Liang Yongqi laid on the bed and got angrier and angrier? If that was the case, he was willing to take on his rage. He wouldn't reject them at all. Let the rage come more fiercely. Add points. Physique, 120, martial path grade 4, consumed 3000 rage points. He directly raised his physique to martial path grade 4. He was only left with 159 rage points. Internal and external cultivation, improving together. This path was not bad. Suddenly, Lin Fan thought of an idea. He wanted to try. Dissipate cultivation technique. Internal strength cleared. Rage points plus 12,000. Add points to unmovable king body. 12,000 rage points could only raise the unmovable king body to the reach the peak realm. Kacha. There was a maniacal power in his body like it was about to explode out. He punched forwards. The sound was low and heavy, the air shook. Amazing. Dissipate cultivation technique. He added rage points to mixed energy broken jade hand. He was still stuck at the reach the peak realm, and there was a huge gap from returning to true. He reached out with his 5 fingers. Without the support of internal strength, the strength of the mixed energy broken jade hand couldn't be fully used. The skin color of his palm changed. From silver to sparkling and translucent white to black, waves of black mist were emitted from his palm. He came to the wall. His 5 fingers pressed down. He didn't use much strength. Kacha. A palm imprint was left on the wall. Amazing, if this palm slaps down, wouldn't he be sliced into pieces? Lin Fan exclaimed. As expected from the small support system, it was just so human-like. He casually refreshed it. If he was uncomfortable, he would refresh it to find the most suitable ability for him. Dissipate cultivation technique. Add points to lightning blade 4 strokes. A total of 4 moves. Mountains and rivers moved, gold and jade shattered, ghosts and gods were shocked, and heaven and earth were destroyed. This blade technique needed internal strength to support it. He directly dissipated his physique and raised it to martial path grade 4. Lightning blade 4 strokes could only be added to the reach the peak realm. Heaven and earth destruction. Lin Fan hollered and slashed out. The blade light was shadowless, and it was too quick. The blade rubbed against the air, forming sparks and sparks. Small currents surged about. Blade energy gathered, and a bright light shot out. In the blink of an eye, a gully that was more than 10 meters long appeared. It was too quick. He didn't even notice how it was formed. Dissipate cultivation technique. He returned to his previous stats. He was a little excited. These 3 techniques were strong, but he needed them both internally and externally. His physique and internal strength weren't strong enough. If he became stronger, then his strength would be even more terrifying. Lin Fan stood there and muttered in his heart. Small support system, you are tempting me. He didn't want to try it. This was something even more terrifying than cause and effect. No matter how strong one was, one wouldn't be able to go up against it. Chapter 61. Lin Wani found out from the guard that the unfilial son came out not long after entering the library. This made him so angry that his liver hurt. She purposely let him encounter 3 cultivation techniques. Did they really not see it? If he didn't even bring out his cultivation technique, how was he supposed to cultivate? The anticipation from before completely turned into despair. He was still thinking too much. This unfilial son was still the same. He was even too lazy to look for his unfilial son. Looks like I can only go find this unfilial son at night and have a good talk. I'll let him know that when he makes his father angry, his days will be miserable. In the backyard, Lin Fan had experimented with the point cleansing cultivation method and had gained some insights. It was very powerful and he could slowly study it in the future. Go buy some tonics for me. Lin Fan instructed. Z replied, but he didn't expect anyone to fall sick. What was young master trying to do? Young master, what do you need for these tonics? Lin Fan thought for a moment. Some people say that carrots are like ginseng and eating more is good for the body. Then, buy some carrots and some red amaranth. After stir-frying, the color will be red and it should be good for the blood. Just buy these 2. Make the gift boxes look good. I am going to see someone later. What was Liang Yongji like? Truthfully, this person was not bad. Although he was a little arrogant, during this period of time, he had provided him with many rage points. As long as one had a bit of conscience, one should go and visit them. Z was totally stunned. What did the young master want to do? If he was going to visit someone, he shouldn't have brought along some precious things. For example, there was 100-year-old ginseng in the mansion, as well as many expensive medicinal herbs. As for the radish and red amaranth, they were basically vegetables. If he really sent it over, wouldn't he infuriate the other party? However, this was the young master's order, so he could only follow it. As for what would happen in the end, that was a matter for the future. For now, there was no need to think so far ahead. Not long after, the young master prepared all the tonics. The gift boxes were all carefully prepared and looked grand. One look and one knew that they were good stuff. Let's go. After staying at home for a day and a half, the joy of life was too low. Only by walking outside and breathing in the fresh air could he feel that he was still alive. At the entrance of the Liang residence, Z was stunned. He thought about many things, but he really didn't expect young master to come here. When the 2 guards guarding the Liang manor realized that young master Lin had arrived, they were actually a little flustered. Their 3rd young master had been a little miserable recently. There were people secretly spreading rumors that the 3rd young master became so miserable because of the Lin family's young master. This was a dangerous person. He was an expert. He couldn't afford to provoke him, otherwise, he would be in trouble. Please inform them that I am here to visit 3rd brother Liang. Lin Fan said. He then pointed at the tonic. Don't worry, I brought it. The two guards looked at Lin Fan strangely. There was only one thought in his mind. Like hell I'll believe you. You are a very bad person. However, they still went to report immediately. Their statuses were not equal, and to put it bluntly, they were just guards. How could they speak arrogantly to the Lin family young master? They wouldn't even know how they died. Very soon, the guard followed old Master Liang out. When old Master Liang learned that the Lin family young master came to visit, he was a little stunned. Did the sun rise from the west? This kid actually wanted to visit his third son. What was he trying to do? Dear nephew, how come you have the time to visit me? Old Master Liang had a smile on his face. Don't underestimate this smile was filled with a mother's scolding tone. It was as if he was saying, you brat, haven't you harmed my third son enough? You still have the face to come over. Old Master Liang, what are you saying? I saw that third brother Liang was bedridden for many days, so I was worried. I specially brought some tonic over to ask about him. In the past, third brother Liang and I had some conflicts, but it is better to solve them than keep them alive, so I came to take a look. Lin Fan's expression was really sincere, like he was telling the truth. Old Master Liang looked at Lin Fan with a weird expression. Did the sun really rise from the west? It seems like you have grown up. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Old Master Liang smiled. You city's three aristocratic families. On the surface, their relationship was really good. When they met, it was either Brother Lin or Brother Yuan. But behind their backs, they called him Old Dog. There wouldn't be any open conflicts. At most, they would fight in the dark, pat their butts like they were brothers. Just like that, their relationship lasted for a long time. Lin Fan smiled as he stepped into the Liang manor and walked towards Liang Yongqi's room. Old Master Liang, you don't need to send me off. I will just take a look at third brother Liang. After I finish, I will leave. Without waiting for old Master Liang to say anything, Lin Fan walked into the distance. Old Master Liang took a look and didn't say anything. This was the Liang family, and this kid wouldn't dare to do anything, so he could be at ease. Courtyard. Lin Fan stood at the door and heard a soft moan from within. The voice was filled with pain. Dong dong. He knocked on the door. Come in. Liang Yongqi said weakly. The injuries on his body hadn't healed yet. Leave right now, I don't welcome you here. As he was too emotional, the wounds on his body opened up once more. It was so painful that he gritted his teeth and sucked in a deep cold breath. Okay, since that is the case, then I will leave first. Once your injuries are healed, I will arrange a table for you to celebrate. Lin Fan got up and placed the tonic at the side. Brother Liang, I won't send you off. Goodbye. He then left. The room was silent, and only Liang Yongqi's heavy and furious breathing could be heard. He looked at the gift box at the side. He wanted to toss it away, but curiosity made him take a look. He opened the box. There was no sound. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted. Lin Fan, damn, rage points plus 666. Liang Yongqi was furious and smashed everything. Lin Fan came to his house to give all these to him. He was just toying with him. Actually, Lin Fan felt wronged. He was sincere. He just wanted to nourish his body, so why didn't he accept his good intentions? Chapter 62. On the way back. Go Zi didn't understand why young master wanted to see Liang Yongqi. Didn't the two of them have conflicts? He didn't understand. Maybe this was how aristocratic families interacted. Brother Lin, please wait. At that moment, Liang Yichu walked over. Beside him was a person. It was Yu City Liang family's top detective, Zhu Xiang. He also came from a large city outside. Lin Fan smiled. So, it is brother Liang, what is the matter? Liang Yongqi's big brother was really something. His attitude was terrifyingly good and he was a decent person. Nothing much, I just saw brother Lin come up to chat. Is there anything wrong? If not, why not head to Drunk Fragrance Pavilion for a drink? Liang Yichu smiled and then added, my treat. Okay. Lin Fan replied. Anyway, he had nothing to do every day. Someone was treating him to a meal and he didn't need to spend money. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. The manager arranged for the two young masters and was a little confused. It was really weird. Why did the Liang family young master have such a good relationship with young master Lin? Didn't he hear that third young master and young master Lin had a bad relationship? Not only did he not take revenge for his brother, but he even drank with his enemy. He really didn't understand, he really didn't. Lin Fan and Liang Yichu bragged and chatted happily. At the dining table, Zhu Xiang would stare at Lin Fan from time to time. He slowly moved up from his feet like he was searching for something. He was good at noticing any clues. Especially in the field of psychology, he had quite a high level of attainment. When the Liang family granary was robbed, he didn't suspect Lin Fan. But based on the situation, he realized that this matter was related to young Master Lin. Other people might not believe what third young master said, but he heard it in his heart and analyzed it. It was indeed possible. Or rather, third young master didn't lie and what he said was true. Brother, since we met, you have been observing me. Is there something wrong with me? It is okay, just say it. I am willing to accept bad opinions. Lin Fan asked. The gaze of the person beside Liang Yichu was too weird and it terrified him. If not for him looking normal, he would have suspected whether or not he wanted to play with his butt. Zhu Xiang smiled, young Master Lin, you misunderstood. I just felt that you looked extraordinary and took a few more looks. Hey! Lin Fan's interest was piqued. So you also know how to read faces. Not bad, not bad. When I was young, an old master told me that my face has a full forehead, a square earth, and a towering nose. My nose is round and doesn't show any nostrils. It's also called the dragon's nose. The people with dragon noses are all intelligent, talented, and extremely wealthy. That old master is really accurate. Look at my current situation, it's a perfect match. Zhu Xiang's smile froze. What was he saying? They would just be crippled, and they would still be alive. Zhu Xiang smiled. Suddenly, a gray light flashed across the sky, and his expression changed. Young Master Lin, it is best if you don't head out. These words made everyone confused. Why? Lin Fan asked. He was confused, he didn't understand what Lin Fan was saying. At this moment, Zhu Xiang found it weird. As the Lin Manor young master, how would Lin Fan not know about such things? When he was prepared to say something, the streets outside became a little noisy. The sound of horse hooves spread out. Lin Fan looked out and saw that his cousin had returned. He laid on the railing and waved his hands. Cousin, Zhou Zhongmao returned from wiping out the pirates. At the same time, he wiped out all their riches, filling up 4 large boxes. There were many treasures and also things that he specially brought back for his cousin. After doing all this, he rushed through the night without stopping to rush back to Yu City. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao saw his cousin upstairs and raised his hand to stop them. He landed on the ground and ordered his men to send the things back to the Lin Manor before entering Drunk Fragrance Pavilion. Cousin, you went out for so long and made me miss you. How was it? Did you face any danger? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao smiled, no, I was fine. The main thing is that the journey was a little long, otherwise, I would have returned long ago. Zhu Xiang smelled a thick blood scent. He knew. The person in front of him killed many people. The scent gathered and didn't dissipate. Normal people wouldn't be able to smell it. This was a vicious person. Chapter 63. With cousin back, Lin Fan felt much more confident. With a super helper here, he didn't need to be afraid if he faced trouble. However, that assassin was still a problem. Even cousin wasn't his match. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Or rather, he relied on the small support system. Lin Fan and Liang Yichu didn't have any actual topics to talk about. They were just bragging and talking about things that didn't matter. He noticed that Liang Yichu's complexion was good, much different from the first time they met. His face was much redder. This meant that Liang Yichu's life in the Liang family was getting better and better, and he might inherit the position of the Liang family head. After eating and drinking, time passed really quickly. Brother Liang, let's stop here. If there is a chance, let's meet up again. Lin Fan got up and cupped his fists. What he meant was that this bragging session had ended. Liang Yichu smiled, okay, Brother Lin, have a safe trip. In the restaurant. Mr. Zhu, young Master Lin is a good person, right? Liang Yichu asked. Zhu Xiang blinked. How was he supposed to reply to that? Not bad. Everything was fake on the surface, but the truth was so terrifying. Lin Manor. When Lin Wani learned that Zhong Mao was back, his expression changed. How did he return so quickly? Although the bandits on the side of Wei River weren't much, they were really cunning. He knew that with Zhong Mao's strength, it wasn't a problem to wipe them out. But this was just too quick. What happened? He came back half the expected time. Old Master, don't think about it. We underestimated Zhong Mao. Old Wu saw that Old Master was troubled and consoled him. Zhong Mao was too strong and exceeded everyone's expectations. Or maybe the bandits were too stupid and careless to fight Zhong Mao head-on, causing them all to be wiped out. Lin Wani shook his head. He thought too simply, he underestimated Zhong Mao. Zhong Mao's cultivation had reached the peak of grade 8, and in a short while, he would be able to reach grade 9. Such a cultivation speed was that of a genius, a true genius. The reason why he had spent so much effort in teaching for the past 10 years was to nurture a true expert for the Lin family. In the future, that unfilial kid would have a better life. Dad, I am back. After Lin Fan returned, he saw his dad and old Wu chatting by the pond in the courtyard. Uncle, fortunately, we did not disappoint you. The Wei River bandits have all been annihilated. Zhou Zhongmao reported. The Wei River bandits were too weak. Only the leader had some ability, but the difference was too great. Very good, thank you for your hard work. Lin Wani nodded his head in satisfaction. Zhong Mao was not bad. It was just that the time he took to come back was too fucking fast. It was different from what he had imagined. Why didn't he stay a little longer? Uncle, I've also brought back the bandits' wealth. There are 4 large boxes. I didn't expect a mere gang of bandits to have so much wealth. It seems like they robbed a lot of ship merchants. Zhou Zhongmao said. The Wei River was an important waterway, and many merchant ships passed by. Some merchant ships could not afford to hire experts to guard them, so they could only be robbed by the river bandits. As for the merchant ships that had experts overseeing them, the river bandits would retreat after probing them and realizing that they were no match for them. The Wei River near Yu City was controlled by both the Yuan and Liang families. However, as there were no benefits, they didn't bother and allowed the bandits to do as they pleased. Father, I will bring cousin back to rest. Lin Fan said. His small support system was a little problematic. He had to take the initiative to attack. If he didn't, he wouldn't get any rage points. During this period of time, he was really low profile. Cousin wasn't at home, so he didn't go out. Now that cousin was back, who did he have to be afraid of? Lin Wani opened his mouth. Don't go out during this period of time. Why? Lin Fan was stunned. Father, I didn't cause any trouble recently. I even went to the Liang family to visit Third Liang. We have already reconciled. Rage points plus 66. I told you not to go out, so don't go out. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Wani hollered in rage. Okay, you are the father and I am the son. I will listen to you. Lin Fan didn't want to say more. He was starting to restrict his freedom. That was just too terrifying. Of course, he was just casually saying that. To want to restrict his freedom. That was impossible. If he didn't have freedom, he would rather die. Then, he brought his cousin towards the backyard. Brother Wu, follow him during this period of time. Lin Wani said solemnly. As a father, how would he not know what was going on with this unfilial kid? He was just saying it. He would probably head out tomorrow. Yes, old master. Old Wu replied. That night. The night was really dark. Today, the Wang family village was really busy. Someone was getting married, and the villagers were all mobilized to hold a simple wedding banquet. The wedding banquet ended. Wang Dai wobbled as he walked back home. As he walked, he hummed a tune. Why is this woman sleeping so early today? He was a little curious, but he didn't care much about it. Everyone in the village went to the wedding banquet. The women all came back after eating. Only the men drank wine until they were satisfied. He stood in front of his house, and the cold wind blew. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door. The room was pitch black, and the candles weren't lit at all. Wang Dai shook his head and muttered, "You are just too much. I haven't even returned and you extinguished the candles." It was really dark. He walked to the side of the bed, and the woman was sleeping on her side. "Woman, are you asleep?" Wang Dai asked softly. There was no reaction. Wang Dai had some thoughts. He reached his hand into the blanket and touched the woman's waist. Instantly, he retracted his hand. It was so cold, like he had touched an ice cube. "Woman, why is your body so cold? Did you catch a cold when you showered?" Wang Dai got up and wanted to flip her over to see what was going on. If she was sick, then he had to treat her. When he saw her face, everything was in darkness. Morning. Ah! A terrified scream broke the silence of the Wang family village. Many villagers rushed over. Dai and his wife are dead. A middle-aged man sat on the ground in terror. He pointed into the room. Lin Manor. Lin Fan just woke up. A new day had begun. What was he going to do today? He didn't have any ideas. His relationship with Liang Yongqi was slowly calming down. Yesterday he even gave him tonics, so it wasn't good for him to hit on him today. "Young master, something happened in the Wang family village. Someone died." Go Zi carried a washing basin and walked in. Lin Fan was curious, someone died? He had been here for a period of time and hadn't seen anyone die. To him, this death was a huge matter. Someone died. I don't know why, but a total of 2 people died. It was a couple, and they were discovered this morning. I heard that they died in a tragic manner. Some people in the city said that it was done by a demon. Go Zi said the gossip that he heard. Lin Fan washed his face and became more and more curious. They died in a tragic manner. How tragic was that? As for it being related to a demon, that was a little unbelievable. But he couldn't guarantee that there wasn't such a thing. Let's go, call my cousin. We will head to the Wang family village. No matter what, the Wang family village belongs to our Lin family. Lin Fan said. Logically speaking, that was indeed the case. Chapter 64. Wang Village. The villagers did not dare to enter as it was too terrifying. It was as if there were demons inside and they were afraid of being targeted by them. Village chief, what should we do? A villager asked. Wang Laosan was extremely anxious. How could there be a murder case in the peaceful Wang family village? As for what to do now, he had no idea. Some villagers whispered to each other. They thought that this was the revenge of the Yuan or Liang family. If it wasn't for these two families, who else would have enmity with the Wang family village? But just as he had this thought, the village chief glared at him. He could only think about it in his heart. If someone with ulterior motives heard it, he was afraid that it would cause trouble. Young Master Lin is here. Suddenly, a villager shouted. To the three villages, the Lin family young master's name was really famous. They were able to get through this because young Master Lin helped them and gave them hope. If not, they really didn't know what to do. Sir Lin. Sir Lin. The villagers consciously made way for him and greeted him respectfully. The aristocratic families were all very evil. But to them, they didn't think much of it. There would always be someone special and that special person was young Master Lin. Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head. He was very calm. He was famous and respected. This was expected. He enjoyed this feeling. Zhou Zhongmao stood beside his cousin and looked around warily. Even if these commoners didn't have strength, he wouldn't be careless. As long as his cousin was here, even if there was no one around, he had to be wary. Go Zi followed behind. With a smile on his face. Seeing that his young master was so liked by the villagers, he was also proud. Young Master Lin. The village chief walked over. Chief, who is the one who died? Lin Fan asked. For a peaceful village, the death of someone was a big deal, especially if the death was strange and mysterious. Young Master, the deceased are Wang Dai and his wife from our village. The person who found them was a villager from our village. In the morning, he came to ask Wang Dai to go to the fields together. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Then, the door opened automatically, and the couple was found dead in their own bed. The village chief told him what he knew. He didn't expect that young Master Lin would actually come to the Wang family village to care about this matter. His heart was greatly touched. It was the feeling of being valued. Cousin, the smell isn't right. Zhou Zhongmao said. How so? Lin Fan asked. Cousin's ability was amazing. He didn't even smell anything, but he could actually sense it. Zhou Zhongmao thought for a moment. It's hard to say. Forget it, let's go take a look at the corpse first. Lin Fan said. The village chief was in a difficult position. Young Master Lin, your status is precious. It is filthy and messy inside. How can you enter? Lin Fan raised his hand and said calmly, what do you mean by that? You are all from the Lin family. If anything happens to you, the Lin family will naturally take responsibility. Dirty or not, it doesn't matter. These words caused a great commotion among the villagers. They were moved. No one from an aristocratic family had ever said something like that to them. He actually admitted that they were from the Lin family. Everyone cheered in their hearts. They had to work hard to farm and repay young Master Lin. When Lin Fan came to the front of the house, Zhou Zhongmao stopped him. Then, he went in himself to see if there was any danger. If there was, he would nip the danger in the bud. She definitely wouldn't let the danger affect her cousin. Cousin, come in. Zhou Zhongmao said. The smell inside was a little unpleasant. Even if they died last night, they wouldn't have rotted so quickly. This. When Lin Fan saw the two corpses on the bed, he was stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying scene. The two corpses opened their mouths and their eyeballs were gone. Their fingers were bent into claws like they had gone through a really terrifying scene before they died. They had become dry corpses like all the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. Who did this? Lin Fan muttered. He then noticed something. The two corpses had a hole in their chests and their hearts were dug out. He looked closely. The surrounding dried meat was really flat like it was dug out by a sharp tool. It was a little cruel. Cousin, can you see anything from this wound? Lin Fan asked. Zhou Zhongmao touched the wound. Cousin, this wound doesn't look like it was caused by a sharp tool. It looks like it was dug out by a hand. Are you kidding me? He even grabbed it with a hand. Who the hell has a round hand? The light in the room slowly dimmed. The room was originally really bright, but the ground seemed to have been split into two. The darkness continued to expand and swallow the light. The two of them didn't notice. But suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of red in the darkness. Cousin, be careful. Zhou Zhongmao reacted really quickly. He slapped with a palm that contained terrifying internal strength. He then grabbed his cousin and fled out of the room. Bang! When the two of them went outside, there seemed to be a dull sound coming from inside the house. What's going on? Lin Fan was a little confused, unable to react in time. Zhou Zhongmao looked at the house warily. Cousin, be careful. There's something hidden in the house. It was his first time encountering such a situation. The demon race knew that they lived far away from humans and had their own forces. They would not clash with humans. Young master, are you okay? Go, Zi asked in panic. Lin Fan waved his hands. He didn't even know what it was and only his cousin brought him out. An uproar broke out. When the villagers saw the situation in Wang Dai's house, they all retreated in fear. The originally bright room was now shrouded in black fog. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. The black fog showed signs of flowing. It didn't seep out and didn't dissipate. It just filled the small house. What are you? You dare to behave so arrogantly in the Lin family territory. Come out and surrender, otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Fan hollered in rage. It was so fucking scary. Even a high martial arts world wouldn't be so magical. What kind of cultivation technique did he cultivate? How did he cause such a scene? Rage points plus 111. Lin Fan found it weird. There was actually an increase in rage points. What was going on? Was there someone hiding in the black fog and not daring to show his face? He used the bug controlling technique to control an ant to charge into the room. He wanted to see what was going on and see what was going on. Instantly, his connection with the ant was cut off like the ant was already dead. What was that thing? It didn't even let off a small ant. Lin Fan exclaimed. His eyes were too good. The ant was just passing by and he could notice it and kill it. How sick. Cousin, you retreat first. I will keep an eye on it. Zhou Zhongmao said solemnly. Lin Fan didn't leave. He found a stone and carried it, tossing it into the room. What is going on? Scram. The stone seeped into the darkness. With a pang, a stone shot out from the black fog. Zhou Zhongmao slapped out with his palm, and his dense inner force shattered the stone. Rage points plus 222. Oh my god. Lin Fan felt like he had discovered a new continent. When did rage points become so easy to earn? Or was he a frog at the bottom of a well and didn't walk out of U City to take a look? Actually, As long as he walked out, he would notice that the ground was covered in rage points for him to pick up and take. Preposterous, you actually dare to fight back. I am the Lin family young master. You dare to be arrogant in my Lin family territory. Today, you can forget about leaving. As long as I capture you, I will peel off your skin. Lin Fan hollered in rage. His aura was really firm and he wasn't afraid at all. He would kill you first. Rage points plus 333. Amazing. It exploded out really quickly. He didn't even know what this thing was and he wasn't familiar with it. He just scolded it a few times and it gave him so many rage points. How easily did his mental state explode? Chapter 65. The villagers were terrified, they had never seen such a weird thing. Such a weird scene made them even more certain that Wang Dai and his wife were killed by the evil demon. Originally, if the villagers faced such a situation, they would have fled. However, young Master Lin was here, so they couldn't leave. If something happened to young Master Lin in the Wang family village, they wouldn't be able to live. Moreover, young Master Lin treated them well, so they couldn't abandon him and run. The thinking of farmers was relatively simple. Whoever treated them well, they would be grateful and use their lives to repay that person. Cousin, don't let that thing run. Lin Fan said. During this period of time, he focused on Liang Yongqi in order to gain rage points. If he did too much, Liang Yongqi would become useless. If he continued, not to mention whether or not Liang Yongqi could take it, even he would feel guilty. Now that this thing appeared, it was a good thing. Zhou Zhongmao's expression was solemn, a layer of light covered his palms. Cousin, let me test what this fellow is. Instantly. Thick internal strength wrapped around cousin's arms. He hollered, his fists smashing towards the ground. Demon ape true intent. Kong. A vicious demon ape formed from internal strength roared in rage. An earth dragon rolled on the ground, the dirt broke apart, and a strong internal strength struck towards the room. Pang! Pang! The black mist in the room shook, and a low sound spread out. However, there was no movement at all. Cousin, it doesn't seem to work. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. What was that thing? It could actually block his move. That shouldn't be the case. Although the black mist didn't have a physical form, the aura it gave off wasn't as strong as he thought. If it was really strong. In the house just now, she might not have been able to bring her cousin out safely. Go, Z, blade. Lin Fan reached out and took Go Z's blade. Tiger roared. He slashed out, and a crescent blade light slashed into the room. This slash contained Lin Fan's strongest internal strength. Zhou Zhongmao was shocked. He didn't expect cousin to become so strong. Just that blade alone had the strength of martial path grade 4. Moreover, it was peak. However, the black mist wasn't injured at all. It just trembled slightly. Rage points plus 444. Who knew that one blade would give him rage points? What was that thing? It gave him rage points so easily. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to communicate with the other party, the better it would be for him to be able to obtain this thing. If he could spur him on all day and grind on him whenever he had nothing to do, perhaps it wouldn't be long before his own strength would rise to an extremely high level. He was being pressured everywhere. These days of enjoyment were not stable. Only by raising his own strength a little would he be able to crush all the fellows who stood in his way. Cousin. Zhou Zhongmao wanted to ask his cousin how he became so strong, but before he could say anything, Lin Fan interrupted him. To Lin Fan, scolding people would damage his image and affect his identity as a rich young master. If there weren't so many people around, they would definitely start scolding him. But now that the villagers were here, he could only use his knife. He dispersed his cultivation. His physique returned to 0. Rage points plus 12,000. Add a point. Thunderblade 4 styles had been upgraded to the perfection realm. He adjusted his destructive power to its strongest state. Instantly, the Purple Sun 4 sacred scripture circulated. Purple internal energy poured into his hands, and the blade condensed a purple glow. At the same time, a small electric current condensed on the blade. He let out a low growl. Heaven and earth destruction. The strongest move of the Lightning Blade 4 styles, it was also the strongest strength that he could use. At that moment, a purple knife glow that contained terrifying power roared out, causing friction with the air. Sparks flew as it slashed into the room. A low and heavy sound spread out. The black mist in the room seemed to have been injured, and a really deep hole appeared. It was like water being sliced apart, and then it slowly recovered. It wasn't quick. However, it was indeed slowly recovering. One could see with the naked eye that when the knife glow slashed in, the thin lightning swam about in the black mist like it was causing damage to the enemy. This situation is a little weird. Or do I need a special element to deal with these things? After Lin Fan slashed, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he was really pumped up. Lightning Blade 4 styles was a high-grade blade technique. With his current internal strength, it wasn't easy for him to slash out his strongest knife. Logically speaking, that knife was enough to suck out all the internal strength in his body. However, it didn't affect Lin Fan at all. Zhou Zhongmao's mouth opened wide and his eyes opened wide. Too strong. He knew about the Lightning Blade 4 styles, it was one of the top techniques in the Lin family. Cousin had actually cultivated the Lightning Blade 4 strokes to the 4th, which was also the last stroke. It was really terrifying. Rage points plus 556. Lin Fan looked at the situation in the room. Rage points came, and the black mist rumbled. However, it didn't exit the room like it was being restricted. When I slashed out, there was an electric current flowing. Does that mean that the blade technique has the lightning element? This weird black mist doesn't have any immunity towards lightning, so it was directly injured. He thought about it, that should be the case. Lin Fan held the knife and stepped forwards. He slashed out once more, and the knife glow broke through the air and slashed into the room. The black mist shook and boiled, like there was a face of a demon roaring out. A sharp sound spread out. Ah! Many villagers covered their ears and rolled on the ground. Cousin, let me do it. Zhou Zhongmao stepped forwards and circulated energy in his dantian. He opened his mouth, and a thunderous tiger roar exploded out. One could see the air being shaken by the naked eye, forming circles of ripples. It blocked the sharp sound of the black mist. You are a little arrogant, one more blade. Lin Fan took the chance to slash down. The black mist rumbled. As expected, that was the case. The thin electric current dealt a lot of damage to the black mist. Rage points plus 666. The black mist deducted 6 points for Lin Fan. These few blades probably made the black mist really angry. Just as Lin Fan wanted to slash a few more times, the black mist retracted like it was being sucked away by something. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed that the soil at the corner of the room started to swell like something was fleeing. Cousin, chase with me, he wants to run. Lin Fan held his knife and chased. Cousin, Zhou Zhongmao wanted to tell his cousin not to chase as it was too dangerous, but his cousin didn't listen at all. He could only chase. Go, Z, inform the guards to find us. The moment he said that, he had already disappeared without a trace. Go, Z immediately went back. He is so quick. Lin Fan followed behind. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed towards the slope that was fleeing into the distance. The blade light struck out and directly slashed into the soil. It was tough for him to meet one, so how could he give up? He had to fight to the death and capture it to study it. Zhou Zhongmao quickly overtook Lin Fan. He had to protect his cousin's safety. Cousin, kill him. We have to stop him. Lin Fan slashed once more, stop running. If you have balls, stand still. Very quickly. In front of them was a thick forest. Lin Fan chased. They left the village and came to a dark forest where the sunlight couldn't shine in. The black mist swooped. It seeped into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Lin Fan searched. Zhou Zhongmao protected by Lin Fan's side, cousin, we chased too far. Be careful and don't fall for his trap. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.